Good morning and welcome. Welcome. Thank you very much, Alan, for the invitation. And Alan asked me he wanted me to talk about the whole book in 4 hours. Now, since it's a 603-page book, that was obviously an impossible thing to do. No matter how fast I talk, and I unfortunately do have a habit of talking too fast. But we're going to give it the best shot I've got here. So we're going to deal with the flying blind period, which was from the day Bill Wilson got sober in December 1934, to the day the book was published, April 10th, 1939. And we're going to try and make some sense out of it all. They were trying to make some sense out of it all. So this is a journey that we're taking together with these people, hopefully, and we'll be able to see what was going on there. I want to tell you that I'm going to break this down into 4 sections. And the first session is going to be a bunch of preliminaries that I want to talk about. And then there's some general surprises that I think are very important to talk about before we get into the stories themselves. And then I'm going to talk about the history, early AA, and take it up to May 17th, 1938. And we'll take a break, and then I'm going to pick it up at May 18th, and we're going to go look at that, 5 weeks or so. We're just going to cover 5 weeks while Bill Wilson writes the first 2 chapters of the book. Session 3, right after lunch, is going to go from July 1st to December 31st, and that's when the rest of the big book gets written. And session 4, we'll take a break and come back, and then we're going to go from the beginning of 1939 to 1954. So we're going to cover the editing, the publishing, and beyond in what happens in the story, and try and kind of wrap up some of the loose ends that if I just ended it April 10th, 1939, we'd have a whole bunch of questions left over, most especially about Hank Parkhurst. So we're gonna spend some time with that at the end. So session 1 is preliminaries. There's some preliminaries I want to do. There's some surprises I want to do, and again, I'm going to cover the history up until May 17th, 1938. But for starters, who's this guy, Bill Schaberg? Who is this guy? I find there's a lot of confusion, most especially about my AA membership. So I'd like to just say that I'm 78 years old. Professionally, I'm a rare book collector and a rare book dealer. As a writer, my first book was on the publication history of the German philosopher Nietzsche. That book was published in 1995 by the University of Chicago Press, and then 9 years later translated into German and published by Schwab & Company in Basel, Switzerland. But likely more important to the people on this call, I've been sober and active in Alcoholics Anonymous since December 7th, 1981. I've had the same sponsor for 35 years, and when he dies, I got a new one, and I talk to him at least 3 times a week via FaceTime these days. I sponsor 8 men, most of them with long-term sobriety. My current home group is an AA meditation meeting on Zoom, which I attend 4 times a week. And although I have no supernatural elements in my life, I get on my knees every morning for a laundry list of affirmations and on my knees every night for inventory. And I do some spiritual readings beforehand and then formally meditate every morning and every night. So that's just who I am. In 2001, I bought at auction Jim Burwell's Multilift copy. Now, the Multilift copy was the pre-publication. The book came out in April 10th, but in mid-February, February 20th of 1939, they did a pre-publication offset Multilift copy, and I bought Jim's Multilift copy at auction in 2001. And Jim had it rebound, but this is the title page of copy number 2. Jim said it was copy number 2. I have no idea what the date is because the book it hadn't been printed in December 8th. 1938, which has confused me mightily ever since. Jim made a list in his book of all the people. At the top, there are 11 people he says contributed to the writing of the book who stayed continuously sober. And then underneath it, there's another 37 people who he say contributed to the book, but they didn't stay sober continuously, in and out. The question for me was, I'm a rare book dealer on top of everything else. And so the question is, how many of those Multilift copies were actually printed? Jim's thing talks about 100, and somebody else talked about 200. Frank Amos said there was 300 in a contemporary letter, and Bill Wilson always said there was 400. Now, of course, if there's 100 copies, I'm a rare book dealer, folks, it's more valuable than if there's 400 copies having been printed. So I knew the printing cost $165. That comes out of a really good detailed information about a financial report that was done on Works Publishing. But I wanted to know if there was a detailed invoice preserved in the GSO archives, and I finally got permission to go to the archives. And what I was really looking for was this invoice to find out how many copies had been done. But no invoice. Never found an invoice there or anywhere else. If there's a copy of that invoice someplace, and people keep turning up stuff all the time. But there was so much other stuff that I just got sucked into this story, you know, and it just kept expanding and going on and on and on and on until I ended up writing this book and writing the big book, The Creation of AA. I really think, Wilson basically said that the flying blind period stopped on April 10th, 1939, the day they published the 12 steps. I mean, how could you have Alcoholics Anonymous without the 12 steps? So I personally consider April 10th, 1939 to be the real birthday of Alcoholics Anonymous. So anyhow, my wife calls it the lady Sarah calls it the bigger book. That's a first edition red book there, and it's bigger than that. It's taller than that, wider than that, and thicker than that. And that wasn't the plan when I started. I thought I was just going to write another 250-page book, but didn't end up that. There was just too much great information in the archive. So I began researching on September. I finally got permission to get into the archive on September of 2007. I started writing on July 24th, 2010. I continued to research and write at the same time. The first draft, I finished it literally to the day. 7 years later, we polished it and edited that. A whole bunch of people got involved in that process for over a year. And then it was published on November 5th, 2019. Since then, we've been through, there's been four printings of the book, 3 of them in hardback and 1 of them in paperback. And it looks like we'll be doing a 5th printing of the book coming up in the next quarter. So the book's been well received on that level. And of course, I'm very happy about that. But before we begin, I want to talk a little bit about historical research and how this works and how I see this working. The historian's ever elusive goal is what really happened. And everybody who was at the accident has a different version of what happened. They all see things from different perspectives, and they remember different things, and they actually looked and noted different things at the time. And this means to really get there, you need to investigate and then collate reams and reams of raw data, hopefully to create a credible narrative. And to do that, you got to start off with no pre-existing agenda. And you have to go wherever the data takes you. And I was surprised where a whole bunch of this data took me. When I say raw data, I'm talking about contemporary documents, things that were written in 1935, 1936, 1937, 1938, 1939, rather than stories that people told in the 1950s and the 1960s. It's not to say that those older stories are necessarily untrue. They're not necessarily untrue. But having primary documents confirm those stories just goes a long way towards making us feel more confident that we're getting closer to what really happened, which is the point. What really happened? In relation to early A history, there are thousands and thousands of these primary documents. The GSO archive in New York City, run by the fabulous Michelle Mirza. Stepping Stone's archive, Sally is the executive director there, just outstanding. The Akron archive, which was founded, created, and curated for years by Gail L. The Rockefeller archive, which is up in Sleepy Hollow, New York on the Hudson River. Really just an amazing place. The stuff they've got there and the staff and the accessibility of that stuff is just great. And Brown University in Rhode Island has the largest collection of temperance materials in the world. And part of that collection is our AA material. So I've spent some time at Brown University going through that stuff also. So you do all that stuff and you get all these little bits and pieces, but fitting them together in a coherent and credible story is like doing a jigsaw puzzle. It's like, you just, and sometimes those things fit together with the stories I've been told for 4 decades in Alcoholics Anonymous of what really happened. And sometimes they just didn't fit. And sometimes there's these huge, gaping, large holes. Lois's 1937 diary, for instance, has 70 random pages ripped out of it. We're going to be talking about the Akron Counting Noses meeting in a while. And Lois is diary, the day they get in the car and go to Akron, is all there in all kinds of four-part harmony detail. And then the next 4 pages are ripped out. And then the story, the next page is the one that's in there, is the one about how they drove back home. There's all kinds of details about that. But why she tore those pages out, and it was something that Lois had actually done, and I've got some backup story on that. But having those pages missing is just man, that's just terrible. And then another example of this is Hank Parkhurst. We're going to see how important Hank was in a minute. He lived with Bill Wilson for the first 10 weeks in early 1939. So this is right before they just finished writing the book, and they're doing the editing, and they're trying to put it together, and they're trying to move towards a publication date in April. And Hank's living with Bill. So all of a sudden, the paper trail between these two guys stops because they're having breakfast and dinner together every day. And they're just, there's just no paper trail there. Love to be a fly on the wall in the Wilson household for those 10 weeks. So I often say I felt like a detective in the archive. I was stumbling over these neglected clues, bits and pieces of fact, and things that just didn't line up with many of the stories I've been told for decades in early AA. But those documents often told such different stories from what I've always heard in AA that I ended up naming the first chapter of my book Challenging the Creation Myths. And we're going to see a fair amount of that as we go through this today. That means that, those stories, they're just based on long after the fact told stories, or the stories you might have heard around the room. But for this, I just got to say, for the skeptics in the crowd, you should note that I've taken a strictly scholarly approach to the facts presented in this book to the best of my ability. I've got 416 informational footnotes. That means that I hate going to the back of the book and looking for some information that's important to me or that's interesting to me. I put those at the bottom of the page. But if it was strictly a citation, if you want to know where I got that information, there's 1,570 citational endnotes. So I don't want to claim that this is not definitive. I'm not saying this is definitive. The new materials will surely surface, and quite frankly, some of them already have. We're going to talk about at least one piece of those today. But my history is certainly closer to what really happened than most of the stories you've ever heard around Alcoholics Anonymous rooms, at least based on my experience about what gets said in Alcoholics Anonymous rooms. But it's not to be taken as gospel truth. More will surely be revealed. And people argue with me about my interpretation of facts at times. Kevin Hanlon, a good friend of mine who was a co-director, co-producer of the documentary, the fabulous documentary Bill W. He's always given me a little bit of a hard time on one thing or another, and I appreciate that. I need that. We all need that. So let's take a look behind the curtain. There's Alice with her little key getting ready to open the door. Journey in a more historically accurate telling of what Bill Wilson called AA's flying blind period. I got a couple of quotes here. I just love these quotes. They're in the beginning of my book and they're at the end of my book. Bill Wilson talking in Fort Worth, Texas in 1954. He says, some people reading the book now, they say, well, that this is the AA Bible. And when I hear that, it always makes me shudder because the guys who put it together weren't a damn bit biblical. I think sometimes some of the drunks have the idea that these old timers went around with almost visible halos and long gowns and they were full of sweetness and light. Oh boy, how inspired they were. Oh yes. But wait until I tell you. And then this is Dorothy Schneider. Now, we're going to hear about Dorothy Schneider, but this is an interview. Before he did Alcoholics Anonymous Comes of Age, he went and interviewed a whole bunch of people, and they've recorded those interviews and transcribed them. This is an interview he did with Dorothy in 1954, and she's talking to Bill, and she says, the people talk as though there were 100 men, that they all went saintly, and they were taken straight up to heaven, and God just guided Bill's hand, that Bill just sat there and let the words come through. Actually, it wasn't anything like that at all, Dorothy said. And no, it wasn't anything like that at all. It was a much more human affair. And that makes AA's survival even more miraculous, in my opinion, than the hollowed stories that are almost always told about how we got to where we are. Personally, I find this unvarnished version of AA's early history to be exciting, enlightening, and inspiring in the extreme. It's improved my understanding and love of the AA program immensely, and I can only hope it'll do the same for you. Today, I want to focus not only on the actual writing of each chapter of the big book, showing the order in which they were written, what they originally contained, how the text changed over times, and then finally came together and was published in the first edition on April 10th, 1939. I also want to be offering some analysis of exactly what I think Bill Wilson was trying to say in each one of those chapters. I think it's really important. But before we start that history, I think it's critically important for me to highlight three of the most important unexpected things that I learned in my research. This is real. I think this is really, really important, folks, as a precursor rather than trying to deal with this as we go along individually. It's important because these things real significantly inform everything that follows here. So 2 years ago, when the book was first published, I did more than 30 radio interviews, and the question most frequently asked was, so what was the most surprising thing you learned in your research in the archive? I made up a list at one time. I think there's 38 things on the list of things that I thought were pretty damn surprising that I learned. But there were actually three huge surprises that came out of my research. And the first and most important one, we're going to spend some time on this because I think this is critically important because a lot of people today just don't want to go there. But Bill Wilson was not a reliable source for facts about early AA history. He wasn't. So here's our hero here. And he is most definitely my hero. There he is. Great storyteller. And he was a great storyteller. He had a purpose and a meaning for his stories that he told, but he was a terrible, terrible historian. And we're going to spend some time on that. He told stories with no messy details. Let's face it, folks. It's just, if you think about telling your own story, there was a bunch of messy details. So when you told that story at 6 months sober, 6 years sober, it's a little bit different. In 25, it just gets so spiritual, it's unbelievable, but no messy details. And I want to talk about this. This is late November 1934. The sober Ebby Thatcher visits the drinking Bill Wilson and brings him the message of recovery. Now, I presume everybody here has read Bill's story. It's on pages 8 and 9 in Bill's story in our big book today. And, Bill tells a story about he answers the phone and Ebby comes over and they sit down at the kitchen table. And I'm gonna do a bit of reading here. I didn't put the text up on this thing because it just would have been too many things. But please bear with me. This is Ebby Thatcher speaking at a meeting in 1954, telling his own story, his own version of that story. And it's a bit long, but bear with me. Ebby says, so I called him up one night and I didn't get Bill. I got Lois, his wife, and I told her what had happened to me. Well, anyway, Lois said, why don't you come over to dinner some night? And then she mentioned a date, and I said, fine. So that night I went over about 5:30, I guess, in the evening, and I rang the bell at 182 Clinton Street. The only person home was the old colored man named Green, whom I had known for years. He'd been with the family, Lois's family, that is, and he said, they're both out. Both Mrs. Wilson and Mr. Wilson are out, but come on in. So pretty soon Bill appeared, and he'd been drinking, but he wasn't too bad, and I said hello, and this and that and the other thing, and he's kind of taking me around. Then he made an excuse. He had to go out and get some ice cream, something else for supper. And of course, I knew what he was going after. I understand. I've done it myself so many times myself. So then Lois comes in. Now, there's this other girl invited. There was a girl invited because she lived upstairs. They made a place into an apartment. So we all sat down to dinner, and Bill's got a little garbled in the book about it being in the kitchen table, but it doesn't make any difference. The idea is there. Now we got dinner. And then we all moved upstairs. In those houses back in the East, most of the living rooms are on the second floor. So we moved up to the second floor, and after a little hemming and hawing, Lois said, well, let's hear about yourself. So I started. And I guess they got me wound up, and I guess I talked until pretty near 1 o'clock in the morning. And I remember Bill said, I'll walk you to the subway. And I knew that he wasn't going to go for a drink because he'd had a bottle in the house anyway. And on the way over, he put his arm around my shoulder just before I went in the subway and said, I don't know what you got, kid, but you got something, and I want to get it. So Eddie also not only says that the idea is the same, which it is, the idea is the same, but he also points out the fact that, he told this story with Bill Wilson in the audience being recorded. He said, you got to realize that one of us was drunk that night and one of us was sober. So Bill doesn't really remember the details correctly. So what's going on here? Bill Wilson has taken all the messy details. That he wasn't there, that Lois took the phone call, that Lois actually knew what was going on. She probably set Bill up with this whole thing. That the girl upstairs was coming. All that other material gets left out. Those are messy details. And the point of it is not just to leave out the messy details, but Wilson was a willful myth maker. I had a real problem with this story when I stumbled over it. This is not just one. I've got like 3 different versions of Ebby doing this thing. And I was like, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. I've been telling that story about Bill Wilson picking up the phone and inviting Evie over for decades. Oh, he's a willful myth maker. So what's the point here? How could Bill Wilson's story be so different from what Evie recalls as being the truth? So we're talking about mythical discourse here. Bill's telling stories with a point. And the truth of the narrative in this sense, when you're doing mythical, that doesn't arise from the correspondence of its words or sentences to reality, but from the coherence of the story as a whole. And I'm not alone in this, people. This is Pass It On. This is conference-approved literature, and you're going to find these 3 quotes on pages 237 to 238. The author says, Bill Wilson was never reluctant to stretch a fact for the sake of emphasis, and he often spoke in metaphor rather than relating events as they actually happened. Really? Bill never liked to pass up the opportunity to deliver a parable when he thought it could do some good. So what's the point of leaving out all the messy details of Evie's version of the story and telling this story about Evie? I get the phone, he comes over, I offer him a drink, he says, no, I'm not drinking, I got religion, What's the point of the story? The point of Bill's story, which gets lost in the messy details of Evie's story, the point of Bill's story is that the message of recovery can be most successfully passed when one alcoholic talks to another alcoholic. That's the point of Bill's story, which you would miss if he left all those messy details in. He just pared it down so it was a shot between the eyeballs when he told that story. That's what was going on. Bill also has what we all have. Believe me, folks, we all have this. We don't like to admit this, but we got what's called false memory. Here's a quote from William James, one of my favorites and one of Bill Wilson's favorites. The most frequent source of false memory is the accounts we give to others of our experiences, like Evie's visit. Such an account we almost always make both more simple and more interesting than the truth. We quote what we should have said or done rather than what was really said or did. And in the first telling, we may be fully aware of the distinction, but ere long the fiction expels the reality from memory and reigns in its stead alone. So, like all of us, Bill Wilson had a false memory problem. He was also doing this deliberate self-deprecation. He was always, Bill Wilson knew he had an ego problem, but also once people started getting sober, they started thinking this guy walked on water. This guy, he couldn't go to an AA meeting, he walked into an AA meeting, it was just people wanted to just fall over backwards. And, oh my God, it's Bill Wilson. This is the man who saved my life. So he spent a lot of time giving credit to other people for things that he was solely responsible for. And he did it over and over and over again. He constantly changed the facts to counter his own tendencies towards grandiosity, take the spotlight off himself, and to tell a more inclusive story. This isn't just the Bill Wilson story. This is our story. This is 100 men. We're all doing this together. I wanted to just give you one concrete example. Despite the fact that Bill Wilson is the founder of Alcoholics Anonymous, I'll argue that one with no problem. Over the years, he constantly named many others to be co-founders. Now, Ernie Kurtz once said, Bill needed a co-founder so that he wouldn't be thought of as God. Isn't that a great line? Yeah, Bill needed a co-founder. Ernie Kurtz, this is a formal interview that I did with Kevin Hanlon and Dan Carasino, those Bill W. documentary guys. We did this the year before Ernie died. And here's what Ernie says. Some people are going to shoot me for what I'm going to say right now, but Dr. Bob isn't really a co-founder of the AA. Bill needed a co-founder so that he wouldn't be thought of as God, and he adopted Bob into that role. And I think Bob had the spirituality and the psychological smarts to recognize this and to go along with it. A person with a much better claim to be a co-founder of AA would have been Hank Parkhurst. Hearing that, people in Akron are probably going to rend their garments right now, so I hope the tillers in Akron will send me a commission. Ernie always had a little snarkiness about him there, and that's a good example of it. Over the years, Bill consistently muddied the waters by granting co-founder status to several people. First of all, Dr. Bob Smith and Smith. I love the fact that he does Ann Smith, but there's no mention of Lois being a co-founder anywhere that I've been able to find. Dr. Silkworth was a co-founder according to Bill. Sam Shoemaker was a co-founder according to Bill. Sister Ignatius was a co-founder according to Bill. William James was a co-founder according to Bill. And rightly or wrongly, several other people just claimed that without any fear of contradiction from Bill. Henry Seiberling said that she was a co-founder of Alcoholics Anonymous, and Frank Amos said he was a co-founder of Alcoholics Anonymous, actually says so in his New York Times obituary when he died. And Clarence Schneider, God, Clarence Schneider for sure always claimed that he was a co-founder of Alcoholics Anonymous. So he did this self-deprecating stuff over and over and over again. Again, giving credit to people for things that he was solely responsible for, taking the spotlight off himself, trying to dial back the grandiosity that he just normally slipped into. Also, there's the omission of uncomfortable facts. So the two most prominent of these are he pointedly distanced the A group from the Oxford group, and we're going to talk about the Oxford group a little bit as we go along here. But you know, the Oxford group had gotten into a little bit of disfavor. In mid-1936, there was a whole blow-up. The founder, Frank Buchman, made a comment that sounded like he was endorsing out of Hitler, and it just colored and discolored the Oxford group. So Bill was pointedly, for many reasons, distancing himself from the Oxford group. And he makes very scant mention of Hank Parkhurst. He could not mention Hank. He's way too important. But in AA history, he makes almost just passing reference to Hank. So we got those 5 things, and finally we got a bad memory for dates. Again, all of us. This is a laundry list here, people, of things that a historian who's trying to get to what really happened has to deal with. And I want to give you just one example because this isn't. So I know that Bill and Hank went to see the editor of Harper and Brothers, Eugene Exman, in the first week of October 1938. I got documents that bookmarked that. I know that's when it happened. And Bill said it happened in July, and another time he said probably in August, and another one he said around September 1st, and one time he said it was late summer, another time he said it was early fall, and Lois said it happened on September 6th. It happened in the first week of October 1938, guaranteed. So let me be clear. These criticisms of Bill's historical accuracy in no way diminish his towering stature in history of 20th century spirituality. In no way. And they don't compromise the remarkable things he accomplished during his lifetime. The fact that Bill elected to tell uncluttered and instructive stories and parables, myths, rather than historically accurate, you just can't hold that against the guy. He wasn't trying to do a historically accurate story. But Milson was a man of vision. He had this grand, uplifting, universal, deeply spiritual, and life-saving vision. And Bill wasn't preaching salvation in the next world, but he was preaching salvation in this world, in the here and now. And that's the reason for his parables. That's the reason for his myths. Had he not done so, it's possible he would never have been successful in transforming his profound vision of widespread recovery into such a vibrant, spiritually enriching, international reality, and that's something that he most certainly did before his death in January of 1971. Thank you, Bill, for telling those life-saving stories, parables, and myths. Thank you. I don't think we'd be here without him. The second most surprising, actually shocking thing I learned was that how central Hank Parkhurst, there's that handsome devil, he was Bill Wilson's right-hand man in New York, was to the creation of the Big Book. In fact, Hank was so central that I can say without qualification, no Hank, no Big Book. Now, there's a shocking thing, especially if you never heard of Hank Parkhurst, or certainly didn't realize how important he was. No Hank, no Big Book. Period. How could that possibly be true when most people have never even heard the name Hank Parkhurst, and those few who have heard his name have no idea how important or critical he was to the writing of the book? Here he is, my Henry Giffen Parkhurst. I call him the forgotten co-founder, or the co-founder who drank. Because he's all but written out of the story because he drank again, and for other reasons. Hank did not go gently into the night. Once he started drinking, and he and Bill started fighting. It wasn't quite blood on the floor, but close to it at times. Hank's been so forgotten he doesn't even have a Wikipedia page. I found that shocking. The first time I started looking for information on Hank Parkhurst, I just went to Wikipedia. It's like, really? Never heard of the guy. Wilson called him a super promoter and said he was the greatest high-pressure salesman I've ever known. He said Hank was a terrific power driver and a hard-hitting salesman. So Wilson's always characterized as an A-type personality. What we're saying here is he may have been an A-type personality, but Hank was AAA. Hank was just way, way, way more high-pressure than Bill was. Jim Burwell, who worked for him, called him a high-pressure human dynamo, and Ruth Hawk described him as having an idea a minute. He's one of those guys. So who was this guy, Hank Parkhurst? We've got to do a little background on Hank so that you can appreciate who he is going through when we get into the story. He was born on March 13th, 1895, same year as Bill. He's a little bit older than Bill. He gets sober in September of 1935. He's the first guy that Bill gets sober when he comes back from Akron. He's married to Kathleen. He's got 2 sons. He's living in Teaneck, New Jersey, which is, I like the geography here. He's over in New Jersey, which is 5 miles west of Manhattan, across the Hudson River. And then in June of 1937, he moves to Montclair, New Jersey, which is 15 miles west of Manhattan. And you need to know that Bill is living in Brooklyn, which is 3 miles east of Manhattan. So for Bill to get to Hank's house or to his business in Newark, New Jersey, he had to cross Manhattan and go over into cross the Hudson River, the East River, Manhattan, the Hudson River, and get over there. Great public transportation in those days wasn't a big problem. Hank's resume, and I'll try and do this as quickly as possible. He joins Standard Oil of Indiana, and then he leaves to form his own company. He sells that company back to Standard Oil, makes some money, joins Standard Oil of New Jersey. By the way, Standard Oil got broken up as a conglomerate, as a big deal. The trust busting went on in 1911. So there's Indiana and New Jersey. He's the sales manager for Mexico. He's very successful. He becomes the wholesale sales manager for Standard Oil of New York. Now, who owns Standard Oil? John D. Rockefeller, John D. Rockefeller Jr. So he's working for the Rockefellers here. And on September 1935, he ends up in Towns Hospital, New York City. I don't think this was his first trip, but he was certainly there on September 1935, and he runs into Bill Wilson. Now, Hank's story is called The Unbeliever. It's the one that comes immediately after Dr. Bob's story in the first edition, or there's 16 printings of the first edition, and it's a place you can find it. Or there's a book that AA's put out called Experience, Strength, and Hope, which has all the stories that have been taken out of the book since the fourth edition. And you can find his story there. So his story is called The Unbeliever. So Bill Wilson, this is his story. Now he's doing kind of a stream of consciousness story. He's a very creative type writer at this point. He says, Bill Wilson is trying idealistic hell. Nice fella too. What was it? He said, oh yes. He came in and told me about his terrific drunks, his trips up here. This same thing I'm going through. Yeah, he's an alcoholic, all right. And then he told me he knew he was cured. Told me he was peaceful. I'll never know peace again. That he didn't carry constant fears around with him, happy because he felt free. But it's screwy. He said so himself. But he did get my confidence when he started to tell me what he had gone through. It was so exactly like my case. He knows what this torture is. He raised my hopes so high, it looked as though he had something. I don't know. I guess I was so sold that I expected him to spring some kind of a pill, and I asked him desperately what it was. He said, God. And I laughed. Never. That's final in caps. Never. That's net, no discount. Never, never. And my mind is made up. Never am I going to be such a cowardly, low-down dog as to acknowledge God. The two-faced gossiping Baptists can go around with their sanctimonious mouthings, their miserable worshipings, their Bible quotations, their holier-than-thou attitudes, their nicey-nicey Sunday worshiping, Monday robbing actions, but never will they find me acknowledging God. Let me laugh. I'd like to shriek with insane glee. My mind's made up. Insane. There it is again. Brr. This floor is cold on my knees. Why are these tears running down like a river down my cheek? God have mercy on my soul. That's how Hank's story ends in the first edition, first printing of the big book. Parker's belief or lack of belief in God is one of the most confusing things about him. People have labeled him as an agnostic and as an atheist. He certainly qualified as both of those things at different times in his life. But as he grew in sobriety, it's hard to know exactly what Hank's religious beliefs were. More will be revealed on this topic later. November 1935, he's 2 months sober. Guy's 2 months sober. He forms Sharing Incorporated, 300 shares of stock, Delaware Corporation. He's the president. Bill is the treasurer. Bill gets 150 shares of stock. People, I have seen the actual stock certificate at the GSO archive in New York City, but nobody knows what this is. Lois says in her book that it was a fundraising thing for Honor Dealers, a company he's going to form later, but I just can't make any sense out of that either. So nobody really knows what this is. But the point is, here he is, 2 months sober, and he's already forming a new corporation in Delaware to jumpstart some sort of business venture he's got in mind. He's 5 months sober. February 1936, he sends Sam Shoemaker. Sam Shoemaker is the pastor of the big. He's the leader of the Oxford group in the United States of America, and he pastor of a church in New York City. And he sends Sam. This is Hank sends his. I got a letter. He sends a letter. I'm changing how we want to change America. He says, having been a businessman, I know that American people like organization. An army on the mount needs coordination, and God needs a spark plug to bring the American machine to life. He's got 13 points. And he concludes by telling Shoemaker, if there's any idea here that might be the basis for a helpful conversion, I am at your command. In other words, Sam, if you want to change America, I am the spark plug that you are looking for. Talk about towering self-confidence and egomania run wild here. Hank's got it going. Early sobriety is just a beautiful thing, isn't it? He's 14 months sober. In November of 1936, he forms Honor Dealer. And it's a company they actually called HGP, Henry Giffen Parkhurst Incorporated. And its first business project was Honor Dealers. Hank owns 50%, 51%. Bill organizes the financing, and these three guys and Wilson own the remaining 49%. Office space is taken in Newark, New Jersey. Now, again, we're 12 miles west of the Hudson River, 12 miles west of Manhattan. This is a great letter. He could be really, really snarky. And he's telling Bill about him and the investor. It's my job to head this thing. A backer, the people who are giving me the money, has confidence in that ability up to a certain amount of money, or he does not. The backer will have no voice in Honor Dealers. That includes Bill Wilson. I am not sharing the profits of this business on the basis of advice. I'm sharing them on the basis of financial backing. So that was a letter he wrote to Wilson on November 21st, 1936. So what was this Honor Dealer deal? Because we're going to be in and out of Honor Dealers throughout the rest of this story. Hank envisions it as a cooperative buying unit. They got to buy gasoline, oil, tires, and automotive stuff, and they're going to sell it to gas stations all around the New England area and then all around the country. There's going to be an ever-expanding network of independent service stations, and Honor Dealer is going to bypass the corporations that so tightly control the industry supply lines, most especially Standard Oil Company, who had fired him the previous year. So you got to think this is like Hank Parker's putting a hot stick in the eye of Standard Oil. You know, he loves that. Little bit of resentment. He hasn't really worked his way through the fourth and fifth, obviously, yet. December 36th. This is really important, folks. Bill Wilson's offered a job as a professional therapist at Towns Hospital, which he desperately wants to take. And can you imagine? There are so many places in this story where Alcoholics Anonymous, as we know it, could have gone completely off the rails. And this is one of them right here. Can you imagine if Bill had started working for Charlie Towns at Towns Hospital in December of 1930? Where the hell would he have gone? Would we ever have gone and gotten together? I don't really know. Parkhurst objects, so he says, don't you realize we can never become a professional? And scotches the whole idea. And Wilson agrees that he can't take this job. And he needed the money bad. January 1937, Honor Dealers is 2 months old. Hank hires Ruth Hawk. Now look at that wonderful looking lady. That picture was taken 8 years after she was hired. Anyhow, she's 25 years old. She's soon to be divorced. She's a single mom with a 5-year-old son, and romantic complications with Hank will set in several months later. I want you to keep your eye open for the multitude of things that Hank Parkhurst does from 1937 to 1939. He may not have been the spark plug to Sam Shoemaker's Oxford group, but he was far, far more than that in the evolution and growth of Alcoholics Anonymous during the Flying Blind period. So much so that I have to say again, no Hank, no big book. And the whole Flying Blind period is about getting to the big book, folks. That's the goal line we're trying to get to here. The third big surprise was how little Dr. Bob Smith and the Ohio members had to do with the actual writing of the big book. Most especially, I'm talking here about the first what's called the first 164 pages these days. Now, Smith was, again, I'm not trying to disparage Bob Smith in any way, in any more than I'm trying to disparage Bill Wilson. I'm just trying to get a little clarity on what actually happened here. He's one of the key figures in early A history. He was way more successful at getting people sober one-on-one than Bill Wilson. But he had little or nothing to do with the writing of the first 164 pages of the book, Alcoholics Anonymous. Almost all of the Akron members were strongly opposed to writing the book. They contributed nothing specific to the front of the book, and the stories they did supply in the back of the book were mostly written under duress. Dr. Bob was twisting their arms, or actually written for him by somebody else because they refused to write them. So details about Ohio's lack of interest and input in the front half of the book is going to be described in detail as the story unfolds here. So while many important things happened in the fellowship before October 1937, which is when the story of the big book actually begins, a whole bunch of stuff happened before this time, and we were closing in on on almost 3 years, since Bill's closing in on 3 years in December. But there are three important 1937 events that happened before October that need to be mentioned so that you'll have a proper context for what follows here. Number one, the New York group severed all formal ties with the Oxford group in April of 1937. This is again one of the turning points in Alcoholics Anonymous history, right here. The Akron group didn't break with the Oxford group until December 1939. 9 months, 10 months after, 9 months after the book was published. So this is a big deal. But 2.5 years later, the Akron group does what the New York group did in April of 1937. This produced a real crisis in terms of both vision and organization. AA had been running along on the coattails and deeply enmeshed in the Oxford group up until this point. And they continued to be on the coattails and deeply enmeshed in Akron for another 2.5 years. But Wilson's group pulls out of the Oxford group in 1937 in April. And all of a sudden it's like, well, who are we? And where are we going? And how are we going to get there? All of a sudden, they realized that they just didn't have any organization, and they've been working on the vision and organization of the Oxford group up till this point. So this is a big deal. June, number two thing for 1937, June 23rd, Ebby Thatcher starts drinking again. And he's checked into Towns Hospital. This is a big blow to Bill Wilson. Ebby would continue to slip and slide for the next several years. And this really, really bothered Bill. He always called Ebby his sponsor. And he just couldn't figure out, he was trying to figure out with regularity what he was doing right and what Ebby was doing wrong. Also, of great importance to the future history of Alcoholics Anonymous, Bill had started a new job in January of 1937. He actually got himself a job. He's working for a little investment firm out on Wall Street called Claw and Foley. But he was let go on October 8th of 1937. The day before they leave to go to Akron for this all-important meeting where the big book is first brought up as a project to be undertaken, Bill gets fired from his job. And he never holds a significant job ever going forward. Also, because he was fired, once this project got hit on the line, he didn't have a job taking him away from all the things he had to do in the next several months. In the 18 months from the time the book was first mentioned to the time the book was actually published. So, that said, let the story begin. I'm going to focus on the last 18 months of the Flying Blind period. That's from October 10th, 1937, the first time they said, hey, we should write a book, and April 10th, 1939, the day the book was published. And I'm going to go a bit beyond that because I want to finish off the Hank Parker story. So, October 9th, 1937, Bill and Lois, along with Fitz Mayo, Bill Rudell, and Sterling Parker, and their respective wives, go to Akron for a summit meeting. This is the famous Counting Noses meeting, and they come up with 40 noses. Now, this is one of those deals. Bill Wilson told this story over and over and over and over again. And he always tells it in relation to it's him and Bob and Ann. And that's the story. Him and Bob and Ann. And then they go talk to a whole bunch of Ohio people. But Lois's diaries, she could go weeks without putting anything in, and then she just put one thing in, she said lunch with Barbara, her sister Barbara, But she's got all kinds of details about being picked up at noon by the Rudells and driving up near Pittsburgh and spending the night and picking up Fitz Mayo and going to Akron. Wilson has this problem. We're not doing the Oxford group anymore. Who are we? What are we doing? We need to have a summit meeting. We got to have a summit meeting, and we need to decide what's going on here. So he brings a bunch of firepower with him, some votes he's already got in his pocket. Fitz Mayo, Bill Rudell, and Sterling Parker, who just got sober and doesn't stay sober very long from everything we can tell, and their wives, and they go up there. Okay, so they count noses and they come up with 40 people that they've stayed sober. 40 people. We found a cure. Oh my God. We found a cure. We got a cure for alcoholism, people. And he proposes that in order to spread the good news of their cure far and wide, they're going to need a three-point program. They're going to need alcoholic hospitals all across the country. We're going to have a string of alcoholic hospitals. It's going to be like, this is 1937, folks. He said, like those, AMP is putting up those supermarkets, all the string of a chain of supermarkets all across the country. We need a chain of alcoholic hospitals all across the country. That's number one. And to get patients into those hospitals, we're going to need a bunch of paid missionaries, people who are going to be able to go around to these different cities and establish the hospitals and make sure that they get up and running and get viable. And we're going to need a book to explain what we're doing. And we need a book because if we don't get it written down in paper, this word of mouth thing just, it's like a game of telephone. It just changes all the time. It changes all the time. We need to put it down on paper so that we know what's going on here. And this are the three proposals Bill makes in October of 1937 in Akron. By the way, I have no proof that Hank formulated this big three-point plan and then convinced to take it to Akron to get their approval. There's no mention, by the way, of Hank Parkhurst ever being in Akron. But to my mind, this ambitious three-point plan has Henry G. Parkhurst's fingerprints all over it. This is. I'm sure he just sat down with Bill and they formulated it together. But he cranked Bill up. He was always cranking Bill up. If Bill needed somebody to push him in the direction of big plans, Hank Parkhurst was right there on his left shoulder, just whispering in his ear all the time, or screaming in his ear at times. The Akron members are pretty much opposed to this corruption of their movement. They were very, very clear this was a bad idea. When the proposal was put to a vote, it passed by the barest majority. The numbers on that are very confusing, folks. We don't have time to go into that, but Bill always said it was the closest, and there was 18 people there, which means it would have been a vote of 10-8. There's all kinds of problems with the 18 people. No doubt, whatever, proposal was put to a vote and it passed, and no doubt helped by those voting New Yorkers. The Akron members told Bill they would not contribute any money to this venture. They still thought it was a bad idea. Don't look for us for any contributions. So if you wanted to get those expensive programs up and running and off the ground, you should just go back to New York because that's where the money was. There's this, many people are aware of this, but I just got to be explicit and state this because if you don't know this, it's an important factor for what happened. There's this ongoing antagonism between Akron and New York that goes back to the very earliest days of AA history. It's still there. You go to Ohio and just put your radar up on it, and it'll leak out every place. Bob Smith is considered the secular saint of Ohio, according to the Ohio people, while Bill Wilson is the snake oil salesman from New York City. You can't trust that guy. That clown's he's going to ruin our deal here. He's going to ruin our deal here because he's just got this money-making idea. The primary documents preserved in the archives, both in New York and in Stepping Stones, they repeatedly confirm this ill will. Felt in Akron and Cleveland for New York sobriety, so different from Akron sobriety, and most especially for Bill Wilson. The best explanation I can offer is the vast differences between those two programs, and coupled with the Ohio feeling, and I think this is a real big deal, the Ohio feeling of Dr. Bob Smith, who was in fact the guy who got all those people in Ohio sober. I mean, if there was an AA god in Ohio, it was Dr. Bob Smith. But I think they felt that because he was getting more people sober than Bill, for instance, he wasn't given the proper respect or credit from those New York people. October meeting, it's the last time we're going to hear about the writing of the book for the next 6 months. Because from October to April, the whole prospect of this string of national hospital paid missionaries consumes all of Bill Wilson's time. So for 6 months, the book project drops off everybody's radar completely. And it's not going to come back until April, May of 1938. Note that this 6-month period is incredibly important to the development of AA. It allowed the fellowship, first of all, it allowed the fellowship to get more and more experience about how to best cure alcoholism. They did use the word cure in those days all the time. And, but it was both Bob and Bill say, it was a trial and Bob Smith at one point says, it was just a trial and error thing. We were just trying different things. And if it worked, we kept doing it and we suggested it to other people. If it didn't work, we stopped trying to do that and we stopped suggesting it to other people. So it gave us an extra 6 months to figure out what was actually going on during the flying blind period. And Bill and Hank's desperate attempts to raise money, they had to keep explaining what AA was and how it worked and why they were trying to take it and do this other deal. So all of a sudden they were articulating in real clear language to people who weren't alcoholics what was going on here. And that had a lot to do with how Bill Wilson, most especially, I think, understood the program, and how Hank Parkhurst, the two of them are running around trying to get people to give them money in New York City for this entire period. So from this point on, as you know, all historical investigations, in my opinion, it's important to follow the money. Although in AA's case, it's the lack of money you got to pay attention to. So, leaving Akron, Bill rushes back to New York to raise some money, and he quickly hits a brick wall and develops one of his imaginary ulcers. This is really funny stuff. Lois mentions in her diary about Bill's ulcers and his ulcer treatment things. When Bill Wilson got nervous and upset, or when he was just having a problem and that he couldn't resolve, he would get one of these imaginary ulcers, and that's what he called them after the fact. And the most famous imaginary ulcer he got was supposedly the day he wrote the 12 Steps in December of this year, one in 1938. We'll get to that. So he goes to see his brother-in-law. His sister Dorothy is married to Leonard Strong. He's an osteopathic physician. So Bill goes to him to get a little help with his ulcer, but he really wants his brother-in-law has a lot of rich patients, and I suspect Bill went there more to get a hookup from Leonard Strong than from a new treatment for his ulcer. But it turns out that his brother-in-law had this past connection with Willard Richardson, who's an intimate of John D. Rockefeller Jr. And he makes a phone call and he sets up a meeting, and Bill and Willard Richardson have a lunch, and then Willard Richardson wants to set up a meeting with some more Rockefeller guys. So on December 13th, 1937, so this is 2 months after he's left Ohio, after the Counting Noses meeting, Bill and 7 other drunks, including Dr. Bob and a guy named Paul Stanley, who they drive down in a car together from Akron, they're in the boardroom just outside John D. Rockefeller Jr.'s office making a pitch for a huge contribution. They have dinner. Then they sit down in the boardroom and they talk for a couple, 3 hours. And what I love is like, what? This is the company. John D. Rockefeller owns the company that hired him, and that he spent his entire business career with. I can't imagine what's going through Hank Parkhurst's mind sitting outside John D. Rockefeller Jr.'s office. They make a pitch to his closest friends and advisors. Those are Willard Richardson. Willard Richardson was when John D. Rockefeller Jr. went to Brown University as a freshman, he was teaching a Bible class, and he met Willard Richardson, who was a senior at Brown, also teaching a Bible class. They became fast friends. They took bicycle trips, one bicycle trip around England, and then 3 years later, they took a bicycle trip from Holland down to Switzerland, I believe. And he was Lois called him John D. Rockefeller Jr.'s spiritual advisor. They had serious history, and Richardson had an office outside John D. Rockefeller Jr.'s office in Rockefeller Center. Albert Scott was probably the most, of this group, the most trusted by John D. Rockefeller Jr. guy. He was an engineer. He was involved with the building of Rockefeller Center. He was also on the board. He was the first person that Rockefeller put on the board of Riverside Church when he established Riverside Church on the upper west side of New York City. A. Leroy Chipman had been a friend of his since the early years of the century. They got some interesting financial history where he loaned him a bunch of money. Rockefeller loaned Chipman a bunch of money, and Chipman got in a position he couldn't pay it back, and John D. Rockefeller just forgave him the money. And he also worked on the same floor at Rockefeller Center as John D. Rockefeller Jr. He handled their real estate. And then there was Frank Amos. Frank Amos is an advertising guy. I don't really understand quite exactly. I've never seen any explanation of how he got into this group that I could trust, but he was definitely a part of this group, and he becomes the most prominent and the most enthusiastic of these 4 guys in his support of Alcoholics Anonymous. Frank's a really interesting guy. So they meet these guys, and they're hoping to get all these millions of dollars. John D. Rockefeller Jr., the richest guy in the world, really fascinating guy. He and his father had been lavish contributors to the cause of temperance for decades. Prohibition, of which they had a fair amount to do with getting the Prohibition amendment passed, but it had failed miserably. And now here we got this small group of guys from New York and Ohio, and they claim they've actually discovered a cure for alcoholism. This is one of the burning problems that the Rockefellers have been paying attention to. They thought it was a scourge upon the American culture and American business. So they don't get Wilson and his they don't get a joke for, but the four Rockefeller guys are clearly impressed, and they're willing to explore a little bit further what they might be able to help this small growing movement. This is when that whole thing of money, don't you realize money will spoil this thing? Willard Richardson had actually said that to Bill Wilson the first time they had lunch together. And it comes up again and again at this meeting. It comes up again and again as we go through this process. Money's going to spoil this thing. So the four men meet sometime around the Christmas holiday, and they decide they're going to send, what we should do is send Frank Amos to Akron. He's going to get a first-hand look at what's going on out there. Now, I love this. Lois, in her diary, there's a couple of times we're going to talk about New Year's Eve parties. This is the first one. December 31st, 1937. They have this big New Year's Eve party. They got 27 guests. Lois has a list of the guests who all came, and they're celebrating. And they really got, they just made contact with the richest guy in the world, and he's got a 2-generation history of giving large amounts of money to temperance and anything that's got to do with the cure for alcoholism. They figure they got it made. They're sure they're in the money. And here's our boy Frank Amos. On February 11th through the 15th, 1938, he travels to Akron to assess the situation there, and most especially to check out Dr. Bob and this idea of a first alcoholic hospital in Akron. Now, there's all this. Those Akron people say, Dr. Bob was really against all these ideas. He really wasn't. No, he was opposed to all that. I mean, I can't tell you how often that stuff crops up in books and in stuff that's on the internet. But Dr. Bob was all in for this first alcoholic hospital for himself as the director and chief physician. And how could he not be? His practice is just dying, and if he could just save more people, why wouldn't he be interested in that? And that was their plan. So Bob was all in on this deal. And he shows Amos so much so that he shows him 3 pieces of property, and the value between $35,000 and $75,000. He drives him around, showing him real estate, saying, hey, you don't like that one? Let me show you another one. February 1938. They got an inkling already that Rockefeller's not going to give him a whole boatload of cash. So Hank Parkhurst proposes that we need some money, folks. We got to get some money. We got to have monthly dues for AA. And this is a letter that Frank Amos wrote a few months later in October, I believe. He said, last February, Hankhurst put the proposition of monthly contributions up to a large number of New York alcoholics who accepted the plan in principle. Several of the wives, however, raised a kick, and the plan was abandoned for the time being. Upon being consulted, Dr. Smith advised emphatically that such a plan attempted at present with the Akron crowd would be demoralizing. So they told Bob that they were thinking about this. Could we collect some dues here to get some money? Because Rockefeller's not going to be coming through for us. And Dr. Bob says, wait a minute, you don't want to be bringing up money here in Akron. That's a bad thing to be talking about in Akron. So he doesn't tell anybody about this plan. March 17, 1938, St. Patrick's Day, great drinking day, folks. Rockefeller famously gives Dr. Bob only $5,000. Now, again, Bill Wilson, when he told this story, he always said Rockefeller gave AA $5,000. No, he gave Dr. Bob $5,000, and he put it in a trust account at Riverside Church, and it was doled out to Dr. Bob a couple of $100 a month to help him pay his mortgage and to keep his office open. And that's how it worked. So again, I mean, it's not a really, really important thing, but it's another one of those instances that if you start talking about Rockefeller giving AA $5,000, that's not what was happening here. His guy had gone to Akron, checked it out, realized that this guy could really use some help. And there's all kinds of arguments over how much money and $5,000 for 2 years or for $5,000. He gives them $5,000. And he says, in any event, he gives all these reasons why this doesn't fit the model of people that they give money to. In any event, you will not look to me for a further contribution for this object. So we're done here, folks. Don't ever come back. I'm done. I'm giving you $5,000. I don't want to hear about this again. We're done. With this abject failure to raise substantial money, Parkhurst begins to lobby strongly. He wants Bill to start writing a book, something that they could use to get more interviews with the rich. If we had a couple of chapters of the book, Bill, we could send it out with a cover letter and ask for an appointment to come talk to him about this wonderful solution we got. He convinces Bill that they should at least start the book writing project. He wants 2 chapters, and at first, so for the first time and only time in 1938, Bill goes back to Akron. We get this impression that Bill Wilson, banging back and forth between New York and Akron all the time, back and forth, back and forth. Didn't happen that way. This is the only time we know that he actually went back to Akron in 1938. And on April 20th, he goes back because Hank's just giving him a hard time about this deal. He goes back to see if in fact this book idea might fly. And it doesn't go well. The Akron people, they just go through the whole deal again. We are not doing this deal again. And Bill leaves Akron without calling for a vote, which he had done in 1937, in October of 1937, but he had a whole bunch of New Yorkers with him. This time he only had one New Yorker with him, Bert Taylor, who had just gotten sober. I think Bert drove him on that trip. Bert had a car, so it's highly likely that he did. Parkhurst loves this idea of the book, though. Bill comes home and he says, they don't like the idea of the book. Parkhurst said, I love the idea. And he becomes his biggest advocate. He claims the profits from the book and the finance the group going forward. It'll generate much needed cash for the founders. And he immediately creates a rough business plan for the project and sends it to Bill just to make sure we're thinking alike. Hank's a money guy, and he's always got these grandiose visions for their growing fellowship. On March 16th, 1938, he proposes the formation of the Alcoholic Fund. Not the foundation, but the fund. They're going to receive donations, and the donations are going to be paid back once the group becomes self-supporting. He has no doubt the group is going to become self-supporting once they get that book out there. And Hank's plan is they're going to set up this Alcoholic Fund and collect donations, and they're going to repay the donations, and some of the remaining profits, there's going to be so much money made here, we'll have money left over after we pay the donations back, going to stay in the Alcoholic Fund. And the rest of the profits go to the marketing company and the publishing company. That would be Bill Wilson and Hank Parkhurst. We'll hear more about that as we go further along. They set up the Alcoholic Fund, according to Hank's plan, which 3 months later morphs into the Alcoholic Foundation. And this, over the years, evolves into our current General Service Office with a professional staff that answers to the Board of Trustees and to the General Service Conference. So thanks, Hank. Got that ball rolling in the right direction. Hank finally convinces Bill that 2 sample chapters of the book would be the very best way to explain themselves while soliciting these donations from rich people. So, it brings us up to May 17th, 1938. We got the leaders of the fellowship in need of desperate need of cash, and Bill's about to start writing those 2 chapters just to get Hank off his back and hopefully to raise some of that cash. And we're going to take a short break. We'll be back after that. Okay, welcome back. Session 2, we're going to cover May 18th to June 27, 1938. Really, really short time frame, but that's because we're talking about 2 of the most important chapters in the book and how they got written. Writing the first 2 chapters. May 18th, 1938, Charlie Towns donates $500 to the Alcoholic Fund that Hank has set up as an advance on the book. Now there's great documentation. In some old checkbooks there was stubs where you wrote what the money was for. And they still got Charlie's stub in his checkbook, and it says advance on the book. So he gives Bill Wilson $500 so he can start writing the book. And Bill starts writing on May 20th, 1938. The 2 chapters he's going to write as promotional pieces are, number 1, there is a solution, and number 2, Bill's story. Note the fact that it's 1 and 2, there is a solution in Bill's story, not the other way around that it appears in our book today. The original plan, we're going to have an original plan in a little while, was clearly that we're going to have some expositional chapters and then we're going to have personal stories. So that's what we're looking for here. These 2 chapters, they're incredibly important for the history of AA for 2 major reasons. The first one is that these 2 chapters are the only ones that we have these very early and rough drafts for. All the other 9 chapters, the early and rough drafts were lost. It would be nice if somebody found them under somebody's, bedpost or up in the attic or something. But the only version we have of the remaining 9 chapters from the front of our book are found in a multilith copy, and that doesn't get printed until 8 full months later. And there's been all kinds of rough and early drafts done before then, but we don't have them. But we do have for these first 2 chapters. We've got some really, really great stuff here. The second major reason that these 2 chapters are so important is that there is a solution contains the very essence of AA's message of recovery, right there. And Bill's story makes explicit mention of 11 of the 12 steps. So in one very real sense, believe me, one very real sense. The rest of the book is just exposition and commentary on what's already been said in these first 2 chapters. Think about it. The biggest challenge Bill faced was producing a description of the solution, because it was just, how are you going to get something that's going to be acceptable to these 2 groups? And given those frightening difficulties, he almost certainly, this is a supposition on my part, that he started with his own autobiographical story. Would have been an easier thing to do. You're going to sit down and write 2 chapters. You don't start with the hard one. You start with the easy one. So the first stab he takes at this is called The Strange Obsession. And this is page 1. This is, and it's handwritten. This is, these are the so-called legal pads, the yellow legal pads that Bill always used when he was writing these things out. These are 8.5 by 14. And you can see there's all kinds of crossouts and there's inserts, and that's Bill Wilson's writing style and how it worked. A couple of important things in the upper left-hand corner is it says 1, this is page 1. And then just to the right of that, it says 125 over 875. What's that all about? Well, Wilson was always counting the number of words, because he was actually shooting, we're going to find out later, that the main chapters should be 5,000 words each. So he's always counting the number of words. And the 125 is the number of words on this page, and the 875 is the number of words in this story before he quits. So this is 8 handwritten pages that he does before he quits, but he quits. I mean, it starts off, it's almost like it was a dark and stormy night. Bill's laying in bed in Town's hospital. And the rest of the story is about Lois talking to Dr. Silkworth, and Dr. Silkworth starts to explain his theory about alcoholism. And Bill kind of realizes, I presume, that Bill gets to that point because the story runs out like 8 pages and 8 lines into page 8. He just realized that it wasn't going the way he wanted it to go. It just wasn't telling his story. He was getting into Dr. Silkworth and his theories, and that didn't work for him. So the next version, we have a typed version, and this is this comes out of Stepping Stones. This particular copy here, we call it the original story. It's very, very interesting in a couple of different ways. First of all, this copy I've got here doesn't even show you how much white space there is to the left here. This is so deeply indented, it's ridiculous. And each line is numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way down to 26 at the bottom. Now, I've seen legal documents where they put a number for every line, but when you get to page 2, they start again with 1, 2, 3 because it's page 2, 1, page 2, 7. This thing goes until the very end. I don't know. There's 800 or 900 lines to this thing, and it just keeps going. So that's really, really weird. We're going to see this same typing format done. We're going to talk about Fitzmayo's story in a little while, and really, that's the only 2 documents in either of the archives that has anything typed in this kind of format are those 2 stories. I have no idea who was doing the typing. It's not Ruth Hawk. This is not something that she would have ever done. So this is 36 pages long, and it ran to 12,000 words. Now, I just told you, Bill's trying to do 5,000 words here. So this wasn't working. 5,000, he hasn't left Town's hospital yet. He's already done 12,000 words. So he finally gets some control on his material. This is his 3rd attempt. And as you can see, it says chapter 2. And it starts at page 12. This is a copy of Bill's story as it comes out of GSO archive. This is 11 type pages with just 5347 words. So we're close to the 5,000 words Bill's looking for here. But when I say this is an early version, I wish we had the early version of the other 9 chapters that we don't have. This thing gets cut down to 44, 50 words. So almost 1,000 words get whacked out of Bill's story before it actually gets published. Now, in my book, I've got full text of both of these early chapters in an appendix. But you should note that if you buy the paperback, there's no appendices in the paperback. We're trying to cut down the size of the book because everybody complained it was way too big. So we took the appendices out of the paperback. But if you buy a hardback copy, you get the appendices, and there's page after page of these stories. And I think they're fascinating reading to see the raw documents that Bill Wilson started with for what he thought the book should say and how it should say it. The longest version of Bill's story has a number of very interesting details about his life that are found elsewhere. For instance, have you ever heard the boomerang story? You know, his grandfather tells him nobody but an aborigine can make a boomerang, and he makes a boomerang and almost takes his grandfather's head off when it comes back. And this is where that story comes from. But the most important thing out of these stories, these two stories, is that Bill Wilson makes his first presentation here. He mentions explicitly 11 of the 12 steps in these stories. I was sitting in the GSO archive, and Michelle had given me this type thing, and I was starting to type it all out and do that. Now, I've always known that Bill's story contains the 12 steps. And all of a sudden, I know they were supposed to be written in December. And I'm looking at this document that was written in May of 1938, not December of 1938, and they're right there. There's the 12 steps. I was flabbergasted. I came home. I made my wife crazy talking about it for days afterwards. I couldn't believe that the 12 steps were right there in Bill's story in May. Oh, here's my copy of the big book. This is my latest copy. This is pages 12 and 13, and there's my numbers. Like on the left hand, there's step 2. Step 1 is on the page before. Step 3, 4, 6 and 7, 5, 8, 9. No step 10, 11, 12A, and if you go to the next page, 12B and 12C. The steps are right there in Bill's story. Open the book and read the black parts. So in the very first long version, he clearly paraphrases 8 of the 12 steps. And I've got those paraphrases in my book. We didn't have time to do those here. And in his final version, he mentions 10 of the 12 steps, using slightly different language, but they are clearly the 12 steps when he's talking about how did Bill Wilson get sober. In this final version, however, the final version, the shorter one, doesn't have any equivalent of the 10th step. But we do have a copy he does mention something like the 10th step in the original long, that 12,000 word version. So here's the 10th step. This principle of making amends was to continue into the future. Okay? There's step number 10. The original version contains 10 of the 12 steps, bringing the total number of steps mentioned by Bill in May of 1938 up to 11. The missing piece, step 2, doesn't get mentioned anywhere in either of those stories, would not appear until sometime in March of 1939 when Hank Parkhurst adds 4 critical paragraphs to Bill's story. Hank Parkhurst, just before the book is published. And so if you go to Bill's story today, you can find step 2 in there, but it wasn't there in these early versions. So I'm going to just take you through them. I think this is fabulous, right? Step 1. Like myself, he, Evie Thatcher, had admitted defeat. Step 3. Let's look at the language here. I humbly offered myself to God as I then understood him to do with me as he would. I placed myself unreservedly under his care and direction. Step 4. I ruthlessly faced my sins of omission and commission, made a list of people towards whom I felt resentment. Sound familiar? Step 5. I fully acquainted him, Evie, with my problems and deficiencies. Step 6 and 7, I became willing to have my newfound friend take them away, root and branch. Step 8, we made a list of people I had hurt or towards whom I felt resentments. I expressed my entire willingness to approach those individuals admitting my wrong. What we got today is just a condensation of exactly what he said there. Step 9, I was to write all such matters to the utmost of my ability. Step 11, I was to test my thinkings by the new God consciousness within. I was to sit quietly when in doubt, asking only for direction and strength to meet his problems as he would have me. And step 12, the moment I fully accepted them, the effect was electric. I felt lifted up as though a great clean wind of a mountaintop blew through me. Spiritual awakening, folks. I soon experienced that when all other measures failed, working with another alcoholic would save the day. Oh, my friend emphasized, finally, the absolute necessity of my demonstrating these principles in all my affairs. In short, although Bill Wilson always claims that he first wrote the 12 steps in early December 1938, he had clearly written them out without numbers attached a full 6 months earlier in his story. Please keep this in mind when we get to Bill's story of writing the step in December of 1939, the story that I had so much trouble with. To appreciate just how radical and revolutionary his mid-1938 inclusion of these steps in his story actually is, let's compare Bill's clearly articulated formula for his successful sobriety from one other contemporary account. This is one that leans heavily on the Oxford group rather than the yet-to-be-published 12 steps. And this is context here, folks. I don't have any great revelation that goes with this, but I find this just absolutely fascinating. So at the same time Bill was writing his story, Fitz Mayo was also writing the first version of his personal story. I mentioned the format's exactly the same. The numbers run from page to page, and it's deeply indented. It's just that particular story is up in Stepping Stone's archives. And when I got it, I was like, holy smokes, there's another piece. So I'm presuming that this thing was written exactly the same time and typed up by the same typist that did Bill's story in late May. But the path to recovery that Fitz describes is radically different from what Bill Wilson was writing about at the same time. So we got late May 38, Bill's writing his story. He's got the equivalent of 11 of the 12 steps in it. Fitz at the same time writes his story. And here's Fitz, he was born on July 1897. He's 2 years younger than Bill and Hank. He gets sober in October of 1935, Towns Hospital. He's AA number 3 in New York. Lives in Cumberstone, Maryland, 30 miles east of Washington, D.C. He's married with 3 kids. He's been really, talk about a checkered business career. He's the first loner, if you will. You know, he's the guy he was getting on the train and coming up to New York with real regularity, but he was down in Maryland all by himself at this time. Fitz's story, Our Southern Friend, appears in all 4 editions of the Big Book. Now, this is really interesting because there's only 2 other people whose story appears in all 4 editions of the Big Book. Dr. Bob's story is in all 4 editions, and Archie Trowbridge's story is in all 4 editions, and Fitz Mayo's story is in all 4 editions. But those are the only 3 guys whose story has carried forward since the first edition and appeared in each one. Fitz's story, by the way, gets changed all the time. If you go look at the 4 different editions, there's all kinds of changes made to Fitz's story. Fitz called the original version of his story Me and John. And what he's talking about was John Barleycorn. Talk about slang that was presumed everybody knew in 1938. John Barleycorn was slang for whiskey. And so Me and John was the title of his story. And so here's this typed version that Fitz does in late May, possibly the first week of June 1938. And in the story, he's in Towns Hospital, and some guy comes up to him and says, you know, there's people in New York that are sober today, walking the streets sober today, and you know, if you want it, you can do it too. And Fitz says, like, so how do I get that? And the man asks, would I be willing to live on a new basis, to try to live up to ideals by trying to be absolutely honest, absolutely pure, absolutely unselfish, and absolutely loving. The Oxford Group 4 absolutes, foundational Oxford Group stuff in all your relationships with your fellow man to get rid of your drink problem. You want to get rid of your drink problem? Practice the 4 absolutes. It goes away. Of course I would, I declared with much thought. I'd do anything. Then your troubles are over, said the man, and he walked away. So they're both writing their stories. In the middle of 1938, Bill's got his 11 and 12-step story going. Fitz is still telling the truth here. In 1935, there wasn't any 12-step thing going on. In 1938, they were shoving the 4 absolutes, the Oxford Group out. When Fitz's story first appears in the multi-lit version a few months later, in February of 1939, same time, same place, the guy tells him there's people in New York walking around, and he asked me if I believed in a power greater than myself. Sound familiar? Whether I call that power God, Allah, Confucius, Prime Cause, Divine Mind, or any of those names. Then he asked me if I'm willing to right all the wrongs I ever done to anyone, no matter how wrong I thought they were. Sound familiar? And I'm willing to be honest with myself about myself. Familiar? And tell someone about myself. Oh, yeah. And I'm willing to think of other people instead of myself and of their needs to get rid of the drink problem. So by the time we get to Fitz's story, as it appears in the multilith, he's completely rewritten history. This is an absolutely perfect example of our oh-so-human tendency to change the story. We change the story so that it better reflects the present reality rather than accurately reporting what actually happened. Black and white, clear example of that right there. With the first draft of his own story done, Bill had to finally face the seemingly impossible task of clearly describing their solution in a way that would satisfy all parties. And that looked like an impossible task. Hackner was still deeply intermixed with the Oxford group, while over the past year, New York had begun to evolve into something that looked much more like today's AA meetings. So let's just look at the comparison here. A typical Akron meeting in 1938. Bill Wilson, I told you, before he wrote Alcoholics Anonymous came of age, he went out and interviewed all kinds of people. He went out to Akron and talked to all kinds of people about how things were working. In the early days, he was trying to do an accurate history at that point. And here's a quote from Bob Evans, one of the guys who got sober early. Bob said, oh, yeah, well, the group demanded that you had to get on your knees and surrender. Quote, you couldn't go to a meeting unless you did it, got on your knees and surrendered. If by accident you didn't make your surrender in the hospital, which is where almost all of them had to do before they would let them out, you had to make it in the upper bedroom over the Williams' house just before the regular Wednesday night meeting began. You couldn't get into the meeting until you did a formal on-your-knees surrender. And Dorothy Schneider, I love Dorothy Schneider. We're going to hear more about her. No, so this is in the same, she said the men would all, she's talking about her husband got sober in February of 1938, and she's going to 1938 meetings. The men would all disappear upstairs at the T. Henry Williams' house on Wednesday nights. And then after about an hour, half an hour or so, down they would come with a new man. The new man would be shaking, white, serious, and grim. And all the people who were already sober would come trooping down after him. They were pretty reluctant to talk about what had happened, but after a while, they would tell us that they had had a real surrender. We had a real surrender tonight. I often wonder how many of the people that come in now would agree with the Oxford Group's version of the Word of God or anything spiritual and really survive an experience like that. It was a regular, old-fashioned prayer meeting. Akron, 1938. Meanwhile, in New York, we got Jim Burwell, the New York atheist. There's my particular hero, Jimmy. He's born March 23rd, 1898. He's 3 years younger than Bill and Hank. He gets sober on January 8th, 1938. By the way, he gets sober first with Fitz down in Washington. They were boyhood friends. And by the way, they're buried in the same Episcopal churchyard down in Maryland, about 50 feet apart. It's a wonderful place to visit. Anyhow, he gets sober down there, and he sent him up to New York January 8th. He gets drunk again 6 months later in June. He lasts 1 week on the road. Doesn't do well with that. He gets sober again in June 8th. And he stays sober, continuously sober until September 8th, 1974. And once Wilson dies, he's about the oldest guy around who was there in the earliest things. So what's going on with Jimmy the atheist? Bill Wilson, my wife finds this thing, God, it was just great today. She was like, William, wait, you gotta come over and talk. She found this handwritten story. It's called Jimmy. Bill Wilson writes, like a 4-ton bomb, the new member exploded among our small group. As we were then very young, no one could have seen anything like Jimmy. Jimmy knew just what he was after. He wanted to stop drinking. There was no doubt about it. Enthusiastic, sincere, aggressive. He was all of these. But Jimmy was a man of fixed ideas. Very, very fixed, as we soon discovered. Rising to his feet at a meeting, Jimmy stridently declared, damn this God business. It's the bunk. We don't need it to make this program work. And neither does anybody else. It's a lot of superstition. We ought to stand on our own feet, get honest, and work with other outfits. That's program enough. Let's skip the God stuff. And Wilson says, and so the trouble began. Was it not our experience that we must live by spiritual principles or drink and so die? Of course it was. The spiritual angle was the heart of the program. Some of us had been unbelievers, but we'd come open-mouthed into the group and we had acquired faith. But here came a man shouting by the very grace by which we were living was ridiculous. We tried every conceivable means of bringing Jimmy around. Gentle remonstrance, angry arguments, condescending pity, the advice that he was destroying our newcomers' chance by his awful heresy, exclusion from our councils, and finally the threat of expulsion from our group. None of these devices worked. As well softened cold steel in a candle flame. It's almost impossible to overstate the vast differences between New York and Akron sobriety in mid-1938. What could be more dramatic demonstration of this than the fact that you could not attend a meeting in Akron without first making an on-your-knees surrender, while the other admitted and tolerated a ranting and raving out atheist? We're talking polar opposites going on here, folks. However challenging this trying to write something that was going to satisfy all parties, it just had to be done. He had to do it. So he writes a chapter that he hoped would thread that impossible needle. And here's from a copy from GSO, chapter 1, there is a solution. I want you to know, because we're going to get back to it, that this, rather than today that opens up with, we of Alcoholics Anonymous, blah, 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 right? But here it says, he starts off right off with a quote from Carl Jung, who's treating Roland Hazard. I have never seen one single case in which alcohol-mindedness was established as you have it, has ever recovered. So originally, that's how the story started. And when we get to the edits of the story, that's going to be kind of an important fact to remember. So there is a solution. It's 12 type pages. It's 5,800 words. We're still a little over the 5,000, and it gets cut. This story, as it appears in this original version, gets cut to 3,600 words. Over 2,200 words get cut out of this thing. Like 38% of this story gets whacked out. I don't see anything substantive changing by that. It's not like the stuff they took out was bad. It was just badly written and it wasn't well organized. But it's interesting stuff. And I think reading this original version of the story, which again is available, I'm pretty sure online, but it's certainly available in my book, is a rewarding experience for anybody who's serious about Alcoholics Anonymous. So Bill actually does write a first draft version, 5,810 words of There Is a Solution. I've said that There Is a Solution contains the very essence of AA's message of recovery. I said that earlier before, why these two chapters are so important. I'm confident in saying that because any close reading reveals that this chapter is where Bill Wilson first presents his brilliant diagnosis of the drinker's problem. What's the drinker's problem? And people have been arguing about this for centuries, if not millennia at this point. What's this guy's problem? And Wilson says, if you're a real alcoholic, your problem is you have no defense against the first drink. We're not talking about no defense against the second drink, third drink, fourth drink, and 17th drink after you take the first one. We're talking about you got no booze in your body. You got no booze in your body, and you probably have this long history of terrible reactions to when you do put booze in your body. You got no booze in your body, and if you're a real alcoholic, you're still going to pick up the first drink because you're a real alcoholic. So his diagnosis of the drinker's problem is that you have no defense against the first drink, and it's rife throughout the book. Let's see. So There Is a Solution. He has a hopeless condition of mind and body. And it's a mental problem. And how does he behave like this? Why does he take one drink? What's become of his common sense and his willpower? Why does he react differently from normal people? He's got bodily and mentally problems. And the first drink, the main problem of the alcoholic centers in his mind. That first drink is the problem. We're still in There Is a Solution here, folks. He lost the power of choice. His willpower becomes practically non-existent. We are without defense against the first drink. Nothing crowds out the mind to deter us picking up the drink. The old threadbare idea that we can handle it. Complete failure. No defense. This sort of thinking, what permanently insane. The mind of the chronic alcoholic, never seen one case where that state of mind existed. So any careful reading of the first 164 pages of the big book reveals that there are at least a minimum of 77 clear and distinct references to Bill's diagnosis of the alcoholic problem. It's all over the big book, folks. The insanity of picking up the first drink. And kills me. You go to step meetings, you get to the second step, and people start talking about the crazy things they did when they were drinking. That is not what the second step is about. The second step is a power greater than ourselves is going to restore us to sanity. And the sanity is a person who doesn't pick up the first drink when he knows damn well what's going to happen. That's sanity. Insanity is picking up the first drink. I've heard people admit, I wasn't insane. According to Bill Wilson, you were insane, folks. That's the deal. And that's what the step is about. And if you're sitting at a second step meeting talking about the crazy things you did while you're drinking, in my opinion, you missed the point completely. One man's opinion. Sorry. There is a solution also clearly presents Bill Wilson's brilliant solution to it. We're still in this one chapter, folks, the drinker's problem. If you can get yourself a, quote, vital spiritual experience, there's a good chance you won't pick up the first drink. So how are we going to, I got no defense. You just told me 47 times, 77 times, I got no defense. Well, no, actually, if you get yourself a vital spiritual experience, there's a good chance it's going to stand between you and that drink. That's our solution. So again, we got this, we're still in there as a solution, spiritual tools, and we got spiritual experiences, and we need to accept spiritual help, and we can't do it without spiritual help, and we need a vital spiritual experience, and a necessary vital experience, and a spiritual experience. So having just presented the diagnosis and the solution to alcoholism, in There Is a Solution, the first time he wrote it, and I personally consider these to be the two foundational principles of alcohol. That's AA in a nutshell. If you're a real alcoholic, you have no defense against the first drink, except if you get yourself a vital spiritual experience, whatever that means to you, there's a good chance you're not going to pick up the first drink. I think of those as AA in a nutshell. The next logical question is, so what do I have to do to get myself one of those vital spiritual experiences? I want one of those dudes. What do I got to do that? Alcoholics Anonymous says, if you want a vital spiritual experience, you can work the 12 steps. Our suggested program of action. That's exactly what you do. 12 steps says, I haven't had a spiritual awakening. This will result in you having a spiritual awakening sufficient to prevent you from picking up the first drink. To say this is an absolutely brilliant piece of writing by Bill Wilson would be a huge understatement. He has not only laid out the diagnosis of the problem and the proven solution, but he's also buried in his story the very steps that he himself took to get sober. If you have ever been dismissive of Bill Wilson as a writer, and it can be easy to do, I would suggest that you need to revisit those two chapters in light of what I just said. I personally consider Bill's mid-1938 writing to be his great moment of genius, and I don't use those terms lightly or often. The genius. This is the genius moment of Bill Wilson. It's right there in those two chapters. But however brilliant those two chapters may be, Hank Parkhurst was not happy with what Bill was writing. Most especially, he thought it was far too religious. Hank was advocating for a book based on moral psychology. He wanted a book on moral psychology. Drop the religion stuff, Bill. Let's talk moral psychology. Now, this is an incredibly important argument. It's going to go on from June of 1938 right up until the day the book's being published, just before it goes to them. They're up at Cornwell Press when they're doing proofreading on this book. They're still arguing about it in April of 1939. Religion, and then Bill says in other places it's religion versus psychology. Now, I find that very misleading, because when I hear religion versus psychology, I have Roman Catholic upbringing, I think of that kind of religion. And psychology, I think of Freud or Dr. Carl Jung, right? But that's not what Hank's talking about. He's talking about moral psychology. But nothing is more important in the final text of our book than this particular argument. But exactly, so what is this moral psychology that Hank Parkhurst is advocating? What the devil is moral psychology? If you've been reading your book carefully, you've run across this. Dr. William Silkworth, who wrote our chapter, The Doctor's Opinion. And in The Doctor's Opinion, it says, we doctors have realized for a long time that some form of moral psychology was of urgent importance to alcoholics. And he also said his only hope would be through what we would then call moral psychology. So he drops that phrase twice in The Doctor's Opinion with no explanation whatsoever. What the devil's going on here? What, you're telling me I need some moral psychology, Doc, but you're not telling me what it is or how to get it. In 1937, Silkworth published an article called Reclamation of the Alcoholic. And in that third section, he talked about moral psychology. This is what moral psychology is. Parkhurst, by the way, is arguing for Dr. Silkworth's solution to the problem here. And this is Silkworth being absolutely point blank telling you what he thinks the solution is. We believe this decision is in the nature of inspiration. The patient knows he has reached a lasting conclusion and experiences a sense of great relief. These individuals, introverts for the most part, I always have to stop and say we think of introverts today as being people who go off quietly in the corner all by themselves and very shy. That's not what he's talking about. These individuals, introverts for the most part, whose interests center entirely in themselves. That's what he's talking about. Once they have made their decision, frequently ask how they can help others. Whoa. Get your head out of and pay attention to other people. And he gives a couple of cases. I think this is a morph on Hank Parkhurst. He then took up moral psychology and entirely recovered a couple of years later. This is certainly Bill Wilson. He took up moral psychology and gathered around him a group of over 50 men, all free from their former alcoholism through the application of this method of treatment and moral psychology. It's how they're staying sober out there in New York. To such patients, Dr. Silkworth writes, we recommend moral psychology. And in those of our patients who have joined or initiated such groups, the change has been spectacular. So the argument begins between Hank and Bill. Bill is writing the final verse, while Bill's writing the first version of There Is a Solution, Hank's jotting down his ideas about what that chapter should and shouldn't say. There's 11 handwritten pages. We do not have time to go through all 11 of these fascinating pages. This is page 1. This is Hank Parkhurst's handwriting on the top. Hank's ideas is written in the lower right-hand corner. That's Bill Wilson's handwriting. So Bill actually saw this stuff, and he got it. This is Hank's suggestion for chapter 1, a history of the work. He wanted a history of the work. We didn't get the history of the work, actually, until we got to A Vision for You, the last chapter. Hank wanted it to be something like the first chapter. This could be carried in the first 2 pages of the book. The history should establish proof of success of the work and carry hope to everyone that reads that much. The opening of the book should arouse the emotion of hope. And these are the most important things, I think. The pages 8 and the backside, and then 9. One of the easiest and most talked of things among us is the religious experience. We believe that this is incomprehensible. I believe that this is incomprehensible to most people. Simple and meaningful words to us, but meaningless to most people that we're trying to get this over to. In my mind, religious experience, religion, etc., should not be brought in. We are actually irreligious. How about that? We're actually irreligious. But we are trying to be helpful. Moral psychology. We have learned to be quiet, to be more truthful, to be more honest, to try to be more unselfish. Moral psychology. To make the other fellow's troubles our troubles. Moral psychology. And by following 4 steps, most of us have a religious experience. The fellowship, the unselfishness, moral psychology, appeals to us. I wonder if we are off the track. I love the fact that he says, I wonder. I mean, he's not getting in Bill's face and saying, you are way off base here. I wonder. A very good merchandising procedure, Hank's a salesman, is to find out why people do not buy our products. It is good reasoning to find out why. I am fearfully afraid that we are emphasizing religious experience when actually that is something that follows as a result of 1, 2, 3, 4. In my mind, the question is not particularly the strength of the religious experience as much as the improvement over what we were. So the essence of this argument is that Bill believes you must have a vital spiritual experience in order to start living a life based on moral psychology. And Hank believes it happens exactly the other way around. You start acting like a real human being, paying attention to other people, and you're going to get yourself a vital spiritual experience. Besides several pages of this critical argument between the 2 men, Hank's ideas also contain several other important suggestions and observations by Parkhurst I just can't drive by. For one, he sketched out the book title page. It's the first time the phrase Alcoholics Anonymous gets used that anybody's ever found yet. Here's Hank's title page. Thank you, Hank, for the name of our movement and the name of our book. He also presented his first analysis and projections of how popular the book would be. It wasn't it's only going to be this popular if it's not religious. He says, we got 1 million alcoholics, 1 million non-alcoholics, every employer in the country with 100 people, 210,000 ministers, 160,000 physicians, and those with academic, according to Hank, we're going to have 3 million prospects for people to buy this book. They always talk, both he and Hank always talk from this point on about this book, once it got written and published, selling by the carload. And a lot of people read that and they think about Chevy van carloads. They're talking about railroad carloads. They're going to sell railroad carloads of this book, 3 million prospects. Bill wasn't completely insensitive to these suggestions he's getting from Hank Parkhurst, but rather than eliminating the very pointed religious slant of the text, which did in fact stay in, he simply blended Hank's perspective on moral psychology into those 2 chapters. And here's just some examples, right? This is Bill's story. My usefulness to others, to help some, through work and self-sacrifice for others, and helping other alcoholics. And then There Is a Solution, to be helpful, to be useful, more useful to others, our constant thought of others and how we may help others. And this incorporation of Hank's insistence on the importance of moral psychology to sobriety continued throughout Bill's writing for the rest of the book. And any careful reading of the first 164 pages are going to find at least 72 explicit references to the importance of being useful and helpful to others. Moral psychology, folks. It's there in plain sight. All you got to do is just look for it. Hank never stopped arguing for that, and over the coming months, he had some significant victories, but I just want to show you just one. So in the very first version of Bill's telling of the story of Dr. Jung talking to Roland Hazard, Jung says that the only people who get sober are people who have what he called vital religious experiences. First time Bill wrote that story, there is a solution. It said you needed a vital religious experience, not a vital spiritual experience. By the time the multiplicity copy comes out, that's been changed. And I'll guarantee you, without any direct influence, that was a arm twisting on Hank Parker's point. This morphing from explicit religious to a softer spiritual presentation so that there's more openness to it is exactly what's going to be going on for the next several months with this. And that's one perfect example. So again, the original report of what Jung actually said was vital religious experience. By the time they started getting around closer to publishing the book, they said, we don't want to be saying, we don't want to say that. We don't want to say that. So, vital spiritual experience. Despite all these arguments, on June 17th, important date, folks, 1938, they send out the first promotional package to Jeremiah Maguire. He's a banker with Rockefeller connections. So Bill starts writing on May 20th, and less than a month later, they're mailing out the first package. June 24th, 1 week later, Bill sends Maguire another letter, and this time he includes an outline of the book. And he says, look, since I sent you the last letter, we got an outline. Since forwarding you the first 2 chapters of the book, we prepared an outline of the remainder, which I think will be of interest for you to look over. Note how this letter allows us to date this outline very accurately. This is the kind of stuff that turns up when you're looking at contemporary documents. He explicitly says, since I sent you that thing on the 17th, we just did this. Hank Parker is the guy who created the outline of the big book. And here it is. Again, we found this in Stepping Stones. This was a big find. And my wife is just really great. She's there sitting reading this. She's in folders on one side of the table, and I'm there. And again, she's like, William, stop what you're doing. Stop. Because we had read the letter. We knew there was supposed to be an outline. We didn't know where, nobody had ever seen the outline. We'd never seen the outline. And here it is. 25 chapters. The first one is There Is a Solution. The second one is Bill's story. Then they're going to have 3 through 10 are going to be full-length stories. One person, 5,000 words. 11 through 15 are going to be 5 more chapters with 4 stories each, maybe 1,000 words each. And then we're going to have a whole bunch of expositional chapters. Now, this is a prophetic document. I mean, all but 2 of Hank's 25 chapters, those expositional things turned right into the chapter headings in the big book that finally appeared in the book. All but 2 of those. By the way, Wilson, even says in Alcoholics Anonymous, well, we started writing. We didn't have a plan. We didn't have any outline. We didn't have any of that stuff. Really, Bill? Really? We had an outline. And the outline is what we ended up with in the book. The 2 we didn't get was the chapter on failures. I'd love to see Bill Wilson write about a chapter on failures. And the one to the potential alcoholic. They were always arguing about, they were always looking for a soundbite for what was a real alcoholic. And one of the things they fell back on was that, well, some people aren't real alcoholics, they're potential alcoholics. And they were Hank suggested they write a chapter so that the people reading the book who were drinking a little bit too much but hadn't crossed the quote-unquote invisible line. I've never found that in any of the early literature, by the way. The invisible, hadn't crossed the invisible line, that they would read this chapter and think, oh my God, I should stop drinking or else I'm going to cross that invisible line and be in trouble. So anyhow, those 2 chapters didn't make it. But the other 23 chapters made it into the book. In his second letter to Maguire, Bill also enclosed a copy of a letter, that he says to Maguire, I have just dictated to Robert Smith of Akron, Ohio. There's Dr. Bill. This is a 5-page letter. It's just such an important letter in which Bill tells Bob he started to write the book and sends him the first 2 chapters and the outline. Explicitly mentions he sends the outline. So there's been a massive confusion over the timing of this letter because it's not dated. And this is a Xerox of a Xerox of a Xerox, but this is what this looks like. This is from GSO Archives. And in the archives, the copy says, you can see somebody's written, was this April 1938? And then somebody else has written approximately June of 1938 or March or April, perhaps. Nobody knew when the hell this was. But because we know that Bob got the outline, we know that this thing was sent to him on June 23rd or 24th. Solid evidence. We know when the outline was done, Bob got the outline. He couldn't have gotten the letter before June 23rd. And there's a ton of stuff in here about the writing of the book and the relationship between New York and Akron at this time. Bill begins, we got to go through a bunch of this letter, I'm sorry. Bill begins with an apology of sorts. I like primary documents. That's another story. He writes to Bob, after getting home from Akron, I had about concluded to let the book idea lie quiet while you people thought it over, because you people didn't like the idea. I found, however, that a lot of people, including Frank Amos, that Rockefeller guy that was so important to us, had done quite a part. Frank thought something ought to be started right away. I told him that you people had only just begun to consider the matter and pointed out at length the dangers and difficulties of such a venture, particularly our fear of undesirable publicity. That was one of the big arguments they used on him in Akron why we didn't have a book. What are we going to do when those thousands of people show up in Akron and New York? However, considering the rate at which we grow, and he and the others, including myself, okay, Bill's owning it here, began to think that publicity would come anyhow. Why then not our own anonymous view of ourselves, thus precluding the possibility that someone else garbled the situation before we had a chance to say anything? Garbled is one of those words, 1930s words for mixed up, screwed up. Thus, we came to the conclusion that in a tentative way, a beginning, two weasel words, a tentative way, a beginning should be made. So, as a starting point, I have, with the help of the folks here, dictated and mimeographed 2 chapters of the proposed book, one in the nature of an introduction and the second my own story. These I enclose to you together with a rough outline of the contents of the other chapters. I imagine you could use this material as some sort of trial balloon and as a starting point for discussion of what you folks out there believe the book ought to contain. I always think that this is Wilson's asking for suggestions, and he is, but he's sending them a whole package. He's sending them 2 chapters of the book and an outline. It's like, hey, if you don't like what I want, write your own 2 chapters and a different outline and send it back to me. Let me know what you think. It's just, he's already set the ball rolling in such a prestigious way. It's really hard. This is like turning the Titanic around at this point, in my opinion. And there was nobody out there in Ohio who was willing to do that. Bill, in this same letter, he makes this great political suggestion. He says, as you will note, the chapter outline calls for 9 stories of a chapter each at same length as my own. So these are the long personal stories. My feeling is that Anne, Bob's wife, should do one of the portraying the life of an alcoholic. Note that this was to be one of the full-length stories in the back of the book, not the chapter to wives. There's another AA urban legend that Bill offered to wives to Anne, and she turned it down. So Lois thought for sure she was going to get it, and Bill wrote the chapter himself, which we'll find out later. And Lois was forever upset and pissed off about that and angry and resentful. There's an interview she did when she was in her late 80s. I think she was still complaining about the fact she didn't get a chance to write to wives. So, but it's not the case. It was the story in the back that he offered to her. And she refuses it. That story, they wanted a story in the back written by another alcoholic. Marie Bray wrote that story, and it was called An Alcoholic's Wife. This is a little screenshot I just took out of my red book, and there it is. One of the shortest stories in the book, but Marie Bray wrote it about she and her husband Harold. And then he makes this great disclaimer. He says, the foregoing are suggestions only. You can never tell where the next best idea may come from and who will make a still better suggestion. That is heartfelt, but it flies in the face of this complete package, he said. So please take the picture I have sketched and do not hesitate to add, subtract, or multiply in any way which occurs to you at all. I'm not suffering at the moment from any pride of authorship, so let everyone do their best, or if they like, their worst. But Bill just couldn't avoid being the director. He says it might be a good idea if you showed this stuff around generally and then ask people to write their own stories. We can do the stories in the back in their own language and any way they like. But then he goes on, he follows this with a full page of instructions about how those stories should be written and what they should all contain. It's just great. Bill being the director, I can identify with that, sort of slipping into that painlessly, thinking that my ideas are the best. And he was certainly doing that for a full page of this letter. The last 2 pages of this fascinating letter, he tells him he can't get out to Akron right away, and he talks about money matters, and he talks about some guys who have predicted great success for the book, and talks about how they're going to get publicity for the book. And he actually says, hey, well, how about a title? We're having this little parlor game down here about what the best title for the book should be. And he asked Bob about the formation of a charitable corporation. So that ends the letter. But just to be clear, those two original chapters of the book, diagnosing the alcoholic's basic problem and describing the solution to that problem, along with a rough version of 11 steps that could be taken to attain that solution, were written with Akron's disapproval, prior disapproval of that project, and without any Ohio input. Zero. Once those first draft of chapters 1 and 2 are finished, nothing more gets written for the next 3 months. Nothing more gets written for the next 3 months. Hank and Bill are completely focused on using those chapters to get them appointments with potential wealthy donors. Meanwhile, life goes on for these two friends again back in Lois's diary. And I was bowled over the day I found this. Monday, June 27th. So this is 10 days after he sends off the first package of these two chapters. She says, I got mad at Bill. We had a big argument, and he went over to Jersey for lunch. He came close to taking a drink. Later, she said, I got mad at Bill, and he dashed out to take a drink, but went to Parker's instead. Man, this is just, I couldn't believe this when I found this. I mean, I understand people being thirsty. I get a little thirsty myself at times. But Bill Wilson on Monday, June 27, 1938, was a one thirsty son of a bitch. And by the way, Lois in her book, she even says about 3 places, and Lois remembers how she was the argumentative one in their relationship and how Bill never wanted to argue. But I can just see her sniping at Bill over something. Who knows what the argument was about. And Bill gets mad and, screw you, I'm going to go drink. I'll show you. I'm going to go drink. But instead, he goes to Hank Parker's. And, I got to thank Bill for keeping Hank sober. We should all be thanking Bill for keeping Hank sober that day. I thank Hank for keeping Bill sober that day, because we would not be having this call. I wouldn't have had anything to write a book about. I'd be a dead man. I'd also like to be a fly on the wall to know what kind of marital advice Hank Parker's was handing out that day. I mean, a year from now, Hank's going to be divorced. I would also, this is the day before the Tuesday night meeting. I just moved the meeting to Tuesday nights from Sunday nights in early June of 1938. And I would love to be at the meeting on Tuesday night, June 28th, to see if Bill Wilson confessed how thirsty he was and how close he came to taking a drink the night before. All the descriptions of early AA meetings before the book was published in New York City have Bill kind of sitting on a stool, pontificating, and everybody else, in awe listening to him. So I wonder if he was honest enough to own that, or if he just kept that between me and Hank. Just me and Hank will keep that together. Good question. Oh yeah, this always, yeah. Right. So, having reached the end of June 1938, we're going to leave the leaders of our fellowship, one of whom is pretty damn thirsty, with 2 chapters of the new book in hand, along with a renewed commitment to raise money for their big plans, and in today's second session with a lunch break.
Yeah, baby.
All right. Thank you, Alan, and thank you all for still being here. Welcome back. Session number 3, we're going to cover, we just finished June 1938. So we're going to go from July 1st to December 31st, the end of the year. We're going to cover the last 6 months of 1938. When the rest of the big book was written. So July 1st, 1938, Honored Dealers is rapidly filling. This is Hank's business, forcing Hanks to move from the Hill Street office around the corner to William Street. The smaller William Street office is where Bill would dictate the remaining chapters of the big book to Ruth Hawk. July 1st, same date, Albert Scott, one of those 4 Rockefeller guys, writes a testimonial letter for Bill, to whom it may concern. This will introduce William G. Wilson, J. Fitzhugh Mayo, and Henry G. Parkhurst. These men are part of a fellowship to whom 100 ex-alcoholics who have recovered on a basis which in most aspects is new. Most of them had been pronounced medically incurable. I have followed their work with much interest and know personally that these men have sound medical endorsement. I gladly vouch for what they may say to you. So we've got an important guy, a really important guy in the New York City circle of the rich, to whom it may concern testimonial letter for Bill Wilson. It's a beautiful thing. The month of July, Hank's mailing out promotional packages and doing follow-up calls with rich New Yorkers when he gets not a penny. Doesn't raise any money whatsoever. And from July 1st to the 11th, 1938, Bill and Fitz are off in Virginia and Maryland. They're soliciting testimonials. First, they visit a guy named Dr. Charles Hedges in Virginia. Hedges was a guy who had gotten sober in New York and then taken the job down in Virginia. And he had come out of originally Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore. So they drive up and then he introduces them to two head psychiatrists at Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore. And one of these, Dr. Esther Richards, provides Bill with a letter of recommendation and some advice. One of the pieces of advice she talks about all the time is, a couple of times in her two different letters, is they really can't be working there trying to program on people who are just not mentally there whatsoever, people who have other psychological problems. It's the sort of thing that shows up in the last paragraph in the last sentence of the first paragraph in chapter 5. People, despite that can even survive. They can even recover. The last day of Bill's visit down there, they go visit Fitz's sister in Washington, D.C., Agnes, and Bill convinces her to make a personal loan of $1,000. Now, $1,000 was a lot of money in those days. A lot of money in those days. So Bill borrows $1,000 from her, and he promises to pay it back in full by October 1st. That does not happen. July 15th, Bill writes Bob with details of their fundraising and their testimonial solicitations. And he says the old juggernaut of fundraising bounces along. That's what they've been doing. That's what they're working on. I love this. He tells Bob he plans to solicit money from the founder and president of RCA NBC, the chairman of the board of U.S. Steel, the president and CEO of General Motors, and the acting head of J.P. Morgan. And he gets it close to a couple of those people, but I'm not sure that he ever got at them. He certainly gets to the man once removed, the main gatekeeper for the guy running J.P. Morgan at that time. And although I don't think I talk about it anywhere here, Bill's always chasing Henry Ford. He wants Henry Ford to write the preface to the book. Ford at this point is he's what they call a super drive. You know, he actually said at one point, if you repeal prohibition, I'm going to stop making cars because I don't want drunks driving my cars. But and Wilson tried all kinds of things to get a hold of Ford. He never did. But the point here is, Bill Wilson is not shy. He sat in the boardroom outside John D. Rockefeller's office. So he's going after these guys. And this is where the money is, and that's what he's planning on doing. July 27, 1938, Dr. Silkworth writes his testimonial letter for Bill, and to whom it may concern. Again, just like Albert Scott, I have specialized in the treatment of alcoholism for many years. About 4 years ago, I attended a patient by the name of William G. Wilson. Though he had been a competent businessman of good earning capacity, he was an alcoholic of a type I have come to regard as hopeless. In the course of his third treatment, he acquired certain ideas concerning a possible means of recovery. As part of his rehabilitation, he commenced to present his conceptions to other alcoholics, impressing upon them that they must do likewise with still others. This has become the basis of a rapidly growing fellowship of these men and their families. Now, after a brief introductory paragraph by Bill, that letter is going to be incorporated directly with just a few minor edits, and it's going to become the first part of the doctor's opinion when we get to putting that thing together in the beginning of 1939. July 29th, 1938, Bill's just out selling all the time. He's selling all. Oh, this is great. I forgot that's right where this was. July 29th. I talked about more being revealed. More was revealed. I was poking around looking for information on Virginia McLeod. And Sally up at Stepping Stones found a letter. I had asked her to check for letters, and she found this letter. And she sent me this letter Virginia McLeod wrote in 1960, and to Bill, thanking him, congratulating him on his 25th anniversary. And there was just some great stuff in this letter. But so here's Bill selling, right? Bill selling all the time. So this isn't in the book. This is just, I love this. She says, I think about the first time I met you. I was on the pier with Dot and Len, that's his sister Dorothy, and Leonard Strong, her family doctor, when they sailed for their first trip they took to Europe. I had driven Len and Dot down. Your mother was there in a very pretty red hat. And while we were standing around, you and Lois came. And I was so interested to meet you both because Dodd and Len had talked about you so much. You had the printed manuscript, typed, of some chapters of the book, and you put it in my hands. So here Wilson's running around in late July with and he just going to a party, he shows up with copies of the chapter. He's going to talk to anybody he can. The compulsively focused Bill Wilson's taking every possible opportunity to talk about their new cure and the book that he's writing about it. And he's, so the first time he meets this woman at a Bon Voyage party, he's shoving copies of the chapters of the book in her hands. I love that story. I think that's such a great snapshot of Bill Wilson. I got to do a little sidebar here, folks. Virginia Wright McLeod had learned about AA from her family, Dr. Leonard Strong, in late 1937. And she had told her sister, Dorothy Wright Schneider, Clarence Schneider's wife in Cleveland, how to contact Dr. Bob Smith in Akron. And Dorothy goes through the deal and finally gets Bob Smith hooked up with Clarence. Clarence gets sober, as I said, on February 11th, 1938. Clarence gets sober, and Dorothy's great stories about Dorothy. Dorothy, they send the original they send the multilith copies. He gets a bunch of copies out in Cleveland, but he's not doing anything with them. Dorothy's going around to bookstores trying to get them to stock the book. She's going to libraries trying to sell copies of the book to the libraries. She says, and we'll talk about Dorothy a little bit more. She's just a great character. She said, but she's attending meetings. She's promoting the multilith copies. She's there when they're doing the final edit of the book. And so Virginia went on to get sober and is famous for, among other things, at the Tuesday night meeting on April 11th, the first time they offered the big book for sale, Virginia bought the first copy and she started getting people to sign it. And she got like everybody in early Alcoholics Anonymous history to sign that particular copy of the big book, which is now in the archives in New York City. So Virginia's one of those people that kind of gets talked about a little bit. That copy, her copy of the big book, is a big deal. The third Wright sister, Caroline, this is my sidebar, was responsible for bringing Sylvia Kaufman from Chicago to New York to get sober in mid-1939. And if you read my book, you know that this was a giant bombshell. This really, really hot woman comes down from Chicago to Akron, and Dr. Bob doesn't want to work with women, and all the men want to work with her for sure. And they finally ship her back to Chicago, and she becomes the second sober person in Chicago, and is very important in early Chicago sobriety history, Sylvia Kaufman. She wrote a story in the big book called The Keys to the Kingdom. She's a great character. But Carolyn, one of these three Wright sisters, was the one who brought her down and actually started that whole process. And Caroline was also Hank Parker's second wife. So, I'm just amazed. Somebody needs to do some in-depth research and write a book about these three fascinating women. I would buy that book in a New York minute, folks. I think Virginia and Dorothy and Caroline's story would be a beautiful way to do some exposition on what was going on in early Alcoholics Anonymous, and most especially the way that women did or did not, most especially did not fit into that what was going on there. So anyhow, I buy a copy. Okay, back to the stuff that is in my book. August 5th, they create the Alcoholic Foundation. So now we have a foundation that you could give tax-deductible contributions to. Willard Richardson, Frank Amos, and the lawyer, John Wood, are the first non-alcoholic trustees. Dr. Bob and Bill Rudell, who had gotten sober the previous February, are the trustees. Leroy Chipman and Albert Scott, the two remaining Rockefeller guys, they're on the advisory committee with Bill and Hank. So that's the team that's going to be going forward here under this supposed Alcoholic Foundation that's going to be the vehicle that they're going to move forward with. We'll see soon that kind of stalls out pretty quickly. August 11th, the first meeting of the foundation. And I love this. Hank Parker says, Bill Wilson isn't at this meeting. I don't know why. Maybe he was off with an appointment with somebody with a lot of money. But Hank reports that to date in the eastern section, they talk about Akron being a western city. I'm not sure how many people today would consider Ohio and Akron being a western city. But Hank is reporting that in the eastern section, 41 alcoholics have recovered and are currently on the ball. Now, if in fact there was 40 in October, the previous October, and there was a 30-10 split, as AA mythology has, then they've quadrupled the number of people they got sober since last October in New York City. 6 alcoholics are in the questionable class, slipping and sliding. 12 alcoholics upon whom a great deal of time has been spent, but who are so difficult that the cases are classified as practically hopeless. And then 10 alcoholics who have definitely recovered, but who are out of touch with the group. One of those would have been Dr. Charles down in Virginia. He was down in Virginia, the guy that they went down there to when they were on their testimonial loop through there. And he says, at present, we have over 25 prospects. So this is a on-the-ground eyewitness report where AA was in New York City in August of 1938. August to September, Bill and Fitz lose several weeks. Boy, there's this possibility of there being an alcoholic hospital in Washington, D.C. They couldn't get one in Akron, but now it looks like maybe they can get one in Washington, D.C. And he just worked on this hard working plan, but it just never came about. It all fell apart at the seams. Tuesday, August 30th, 1938. Bob Smith, Ann Smith, and Bobby Smith, they arrive in Brooklyn for a 3-day visit with the Wilsons. And this is the first time they've been together in each other's presence since the previous April, and not only the second time all year that they actually get together face to face. Bob arrived just in time to attend the weekly meeting. And you gotta wonder what Bob Smith coming out of, I told you, we just talked about what Akron meetings were like in 1938 and what New York meetings were like in 1938. And that was a big difference. Again, I'd love to be a fly on the wall to know if the guys in New York, tuned it up more in the Oxford group way, or if Dr. Bob just sat there with his mouth open. Don't know. No report from Dr. Bob on, or anybody else on how that meeting went. Still no money. Rockefellers are not getting it done. Bob's getting these small monthly checks from the $5,000. Bill and Hank and Fitz are dead broke. Hank Parkhurst, of course. What else would we think? Hank Parkhurst has a new plan. There's a Sunday newspaper magazine supplement, those things that go in Sunday newspapers, called This Week. And it has a circulation around the country of over 5 million copies. So in early September 1938, one of their members has an in, Silas Bent. And he's going to write an article about their cure and get it placed in This Week magazine. Going to go out to 5 million people on Sunday morning. And this article, Hank wants to offer several chapters of their upcoming book for just $1. He says, $1, everybody's got a bucket, and it's really reasonable. It's just the price of, he said, quote, the price of a pint of cheap whiskey. A lot of people are going to send us $1 here. We need the dollars. This is where the money's going to come from. But, Bill, we got a problem. Bill, we only got 2 chapters. And people, you can't just send 2 chapters if they send you $1. We need some more chapters. I need you to write some more chapters for this plan to work. So Bill Wilson starts writing it again on September 15th, 1938. So we've got no new writing on the book for 3 months. But now he starts writing, and the book's going to be finished by December 31st. So 3.5 months later, the other 9 chapters of that book get put together. September 26, 1938, that's just 11 days after he started writing, Bill writes a long impassioned letter to the trustees of the Alcoholic Foundation. He and Fitz and Hank are just dead broken. They're deep in debt, and he's just begging them. Something's got to be done. This is a long 7-page letter. This is a great letter. There's just so much good information here about what's going on. And I want to share with you what Bill Wilson said about their situation, these 3 men at this time. Fitz Mayo has gradually liquidated his livestock, equipment, and farm. His house only is left, and he's also in debt to his sister. And he has no income of his own at all. And then Bill says, unless Mayo can get some immediate relief, Wilson says, he may be lost to us so far as much alcoholic work is concerned. And when our book comes out, we shall surely need manpower of his kind. Hank Parker's situation is this. 2 years ago, I raised some money, which I set him up in a business in Newark, New Jersey. The business resulting supports only its 4 salesmen, 2 of these being ex-alcoholics. It does not support Hank or me, nor does it carry our office and our secretary since the slump of last year's. Hence, Hank has no income and is running into debt at an alarming rate. He is at least $2,000 in the hole now. Business sense dictates that we closed the Newark office several months ago, and that Hank make a salary connection with an oil company in that area. This company to carry his office expenses as part of the agency. I talked him out of this, feeling that his services and perhaps these very office facilities were going to be badly needed in the alcoholic work, which would obviously expand so much on publication of our book. Without someone like Hank, I would be left to gather the material, to write the book, and to look after the publicity and distribution of the volume pretty much alone. There is no one in our crowd who has been sober long enough has the business capacity and energy, and would be available, save Hank. Bill Wilson's estimate of the importance of Hank Parkhurst at this time. In regard to his own situation, Bill says, during the past year, so that I could keep on and have a free hand with this work, I have gone $1,500 into debt. I've given my personal notes for $1,200. This money was shared with Hank and Fitz. Contributions amounting to $1,500 were secured from Mr. Charles B. Towns. This money was likewise divided among the three of us, and all has been spent. Frank Amos appeals to, so Amos goes to Scott, and he's going to Scott because they get the letter, and Scott's on the advisory board, and they're hoping that they're going to be able to talk Albert Scott to go back to John D. Rockefeller for some more money. But Scott says, no, that's not going to happen. That is not going to happen. If they need money so bad, they should start collecting dues. And we already know, this is when Frank Amos writes this letter saying that they tried that in February, and there's no hope of that ever happening, let alone out in Akron. So Hank and Bill abandon any idea the Rockefeller men are going to help them financially in the short term, and they commit to finding money elsewhere. The book holds the best promise. Remember Hank, sales projection, they got 3 million prospects funding their ongoing efforts. So the This Week proposal, this thing that got Bill Wilson jump-started again on September 15th, drags on for weeks and weeks and weeks and falls apart completely. Everybody gets involved. The editor of This Week, the woman who owns This Week, Willard Richardson. I mean, Hank Parkhurst is writing letters to Willard Richardson, telling him what to write in the letters to Mrs. Malone. It's just crazy how long this thing goes on, falls apart, never happens. But in the meantime, Bill has committed to writing the rest of the big book. On September 27th, 1938, 12 days after he started writing again, he sends the first drafts of More About Alcoholism and We Agnostics to Dr. Bob in Akron. In that letter, he says, Bob, 2 more chapters of the book are close to completion. I'm enclosing the original dictation on 2 of them so you can get a rough idea. You will understand that I'm sending this to you as just rough, uncorrected outline. We'll let you have the polished product when ready. Again, wouldn't we love to see those rough, uncorrected outlines? The chapter More About Alcoholism seems to meet with general approval in New York. He's throwing a thing around, oh yeah, that's good, Bill, we like that. See if you can think of some other points which should have been covered in it. The chapter We Agnostics I do not like so much. It is still too preachy and rather disconnected. I know a bunch of people who would say that today. It might be better done on an entirely different basis, in the form of a dialogue between one of our former agnostics and a tough-minded bird lying in a hospital bed. What do you think? You can just see Bill Wilson trying to write the equivalent of a platonic dialogue there. I presume, again, that that's a Hank Parkhurst thing. We'll get to Hank again. Perhaps it would be well not to show everyone these chapters, except that when you think people can contribute some new ideas which can be incorporated in the final right. Don't show all those people out there. There's a bunch of angry people out there. In other words, I know some people out there are opposed to this project, so don't bother showing them to them. Don't show them to those guys. I don't need any more negative feedback from those clowns. Again, I like to pause and consider exactly what Bill Wilson was doing when he wrote these 2 chapters, More About Alcoholism and We Agnostics. I've already noted that there is a solution offers both the diagnosis and the alcoholic's problem and the solution to that problem. 2 things in there is a solution. 2 primary focuses of what's going on in that chapter, diagnosis and solution. What we're going to do now is break those apart and give them 1 chapter each. Having introduced those 2 topics, Bill's next chapter, More About Alcoholism, focuses more deeply on his diagnosis, that the alcoholic's unfathomable problem is his complete inability to resist picking up that first drink. After 2 pages of examples showing how the alcoholic is bodily and mentally different, Bill offers 4 different storylines, if you will, to elaborate on this unpleasant truth. He's got the story about the man of 30, the guy who knew he had a problem, stopped drinking, and then when he got very successful and retired, he started drinking and died within a couple of years. And then he tells a story about one of their members, Jim. This is my favorite story in the entire book, people. I love this story. But Jim's, he's out getting a sandwich at the bar at lunchtime, and he thinks, well, if I put some whiskey in this milk, it's milk. How much damage can it do? And he starts drinking again. He had no defense against the first drink. The jaywalker story. Now there's a little parable. There's Bill Wilson at his parable best. A whole bunch of people think, my first reaction to that story, well, that's a stupid story. What the hell is that all about? Yeah, it's about somebody who can't resist jumping in front of oncoming traffic. No matter what he does, he can't resist that. He has no defense against it. and Fred's story. Fred's story was Harry Brick. They changed his name for this story. Harry goes down to Washington for a meeting, walks a couple of days later, walks into the hotel restaurant for dinner and just thinks, I should just have a drink. This is after he's been hospitalized at least twice. So he had no defense against the first drink, couldn't understand how that could have possibly happened. The point of this chapter is to make Bill's brilliant diagnosis of the alcoholic's problem crystal clear. The crux of the problem is, this is a quote, the crux of the problem is the mental state that precedes a relapse into drinking, which Bill elsewhere says we can only call that plain insanity. So the whole chapter is working on this particular topic. That's the point of that chapter. That's the alcoholic's problem. Having just dealt with the diagnosis of the problem in some detail, the next chapter details a solution to that problem. We agnostics is nothing less than a heartfelt, multi-layered plea that the disbelieving drinker should give the spiritual solution a chance. That's all we're talking about in that chapter. Writing to Bob about the earliest and now lost version of We Agnostics, he had told him, I don't like it so much. It's still too preachy and rather disconnected. And as I said, many people still complain about that. I believe that most of these complaints arise because many 21st century members insist on a very liberal interpretation of God as we understand him. You know, you hear people talk about, well, you know, I understand God to be the doorknob or the Fifth Avenue bus or, you know, my psychiatrist or, you know, that is far more liberal than anything Bill Wilson and most of AA's earliest members ever imagined. That's not what Bill's talking about. I believe that the most of the confusion that can arise when reading this chapter can be eliminated by realizing that there are two completely unspoken premises that underlie everything Bill Wilson says in this chapter. The first is Wilson's presumption that God equals spiritual and spiritual equals God. Bill Wilson I don't think ever in the rest of his life ever thought that there was other pathways and avenues to get some sort of spiritual experience other than a belief in this God that he's talking about all the time in this chapter. So it rules out, for instance, you know, all kinds of Eastern answers. Buddhism, there is no supreme being in Buddhism. So that doesn't allow you to get enough spirituality certainly to keep you sober. Bill Wilson's basic presumption is God equals spiritual and spiritual equals God. And Bill Wilson has a very particular concept of what he's talking about when he uses the word God in this chapter. The second unspoken premise is that he's not saying that you can believe in any God you like. He's not saying that. Read the chapter, people. What he's saying is that you got to believe in any providential God you like. You got to have a God that you can pray to for direct help with your alcoholism. That's the only way the word God makes sense in this repeated use and the way he talks about it in this chapter. So these are unspoken underlying principles for what's going on in that chapter. And if you read that chapter thinking that God as you understand him could be the Fifth Avenue bus, you are never going to make any sense out of that chapter at all. This two unspoken presumptions make all of a sudden the chapter is crystal clear, in my opinion. You always have to strive to understand the context in which and in 1938, those two premises were just a given. They were just, all these people were churchgoers, and it was just a given at the time that God equals spiritual, spiritual equals God, and that we're talking about any God you want, any providential God you want. Meanwhile, out in Akron, Bill is constantly asking Bob for those personal stories, but Bob's having trouble getting people to write because people out there don't want to have anything to do with the book project. Del Trine writes a story and pulls it. Bill Dotson, A number 3, refuses to write a story. Like Del Trine, he figures Bill Wilson's making a ton of money on this thing. He wants to get paid. If I'm going to write a story for that book, you're going to make all that money on, Bill. I need a piece of the action. Earl Treat, the guy who goes to Chicago and moves AA to Chicago, he doesn't write a story. Unbelievable. We got deep resistance to the book going on out in Ohio, folks. Bob, his guy in New York, what we would today call his sponsor in New York, is twisting his arm. I need those stories, Bob. So he enlists Jim Scott, a recently sober newspaperman, to quietly interview the Akron members and then go home and write the stories for him. And that's what Jim Scott does. That's how they get the stories for a whole bunch of them. Now, a whole bunch of people who are closer to Bob Smith, they do in fact write their stories. Jim Scott didn't write all the Ohio stories, but he wrote a bunch of those stories. So I have a story start to roll in. October 3rd, 1938, mentioned this date earlier, Bill's confusion over when this happened. Frank Amos gets Bill and Hank an appointment to pitch the book to Harper & Brothers. Harper's offers them a $1,500 advance based on a 10% royalty for all the books sold. Wilson is at first excited about the offer, but Hank Parkhurst is violently opposed to this. Wilson thought it was good. I got $1,500. That was good. That was good money. Hank argues loudly that you just got to turn down this offer. He tells Bill he had all kinds of arguments. Believe me, folks, there's all kinds of. But he says, what if this book proves to be our main textbook? Why would we want our main interest, the propagation, to be in the hands of someone else? Shouldn't we control this thing ourselves? Yeah. No, thank you, Hank Parkhurst. The Rockefeller people disagree. And they're like, what the hell do you guys know about publishing a book? You don't know anything about how to publish a book. And they didn't. But Hank prevails. He really holds on to the argument. One of the things is, if they give him $1,500 and it takes him 6 months to write the book, then at $300, the money's all going to be gone in 5 months. And then the book comes out, and now they have to have an office, and they have to have people, and they got to do it, and we got no money. Got no money because we're working off the $1,500 advance. So we won't get any money until they sell more than 5,000 books. Not going to work, Bill. It doesn't work. The plan doesn't work. It doesn't make economic sense. And he has a better plan. I got a better plan, Bill. We'll publish the book ourselves. We're going to form our own company called the 100 Men Corporation. We're going to sell stock for $25 a share. This is another one of those things that just, Bill Wilson, every time he told the story, he said, we formed this company, and it was called Works Publishing. And Hank went out and bought the stock, and he wrote across the top, Works Publishing, $25. No. It was called the 100 Men Corporation. It doesn't get called Works Publishing until February 18th of 1939. Just a little thing, but it messes people up when you have bad information and you're trying to put pieces of the puzzle together and they don't fit. And calling this company this early, Works Publishing, is one of those pieces that don't fit. And that money is going to support Parkhurst and his family while the book's being prepared. So it's Hank's plan to sell stock and get money so that he's going to be able to pay his mortgage and keep working. So we're going to sell 200 shares at $25 each. That's $5,000. That's the money that's going to be coming in, $25 at a clip. That'll keep Hank above water. Hank creates a perspective that all but guarantees a huge return on this investment. He says if we sell 15,000 copies, you get your $25 back and a $10 dividend. 50,000, you get a $75 dividend. 100,000 copies, you get a $150 dividend. And he mentions in there, we might even sell 500,000 of these books. Huh. Some people say we're even sell 500,000. Yeah. Note that this is really, I just got a couple of texts or emails about this the other day. Note that Bill and Baker, they're both gifted 200 shares each as their efforts for their jobs as author and business manager. So they're given gift-free 200 shares each. So 200, if you get a $75 dividend, if they sell 50,000 books, they're going to get $15,000 back each. That's a boatload of money. This is a big oops, folks. In my opinion, this is the only real misstep that Bill Wilson made during this entire flying blind period. This was a bad thing, and they corrected it by giving the stock back later in the story. But this is. I always say that Hank Parkhurst may have been the serpent in the garden with this plan, but Bill Wilson took a bite of the apple. He was in. Yeah, there's 200 shares. But they got no buyer. Hank can't sell the stock. Even Hank can't sell the stock. And in late October, they meet with Reader's Digest. And they get a commitment that Reader's Digest, now this is the biggest publication in the country, if not the world. You're going to get a story about the book when it comes out in the spring. And finally, so because of that, a few shares of stock start selling. But they're not selling well because the drunks, they just don't have any money. And they're suspicious about the whole project. And I want you to note that no one in Ohio, including Dr. Bob, ever bought a single share of stock. Now, one of the reasons is when they told Dr. Bob about this plan, he said, we're not telling these people out here about this. Nope, October, not going to talk to them about it. The guys in Ohio don't hear about the plan until the following March. But interesting to me, Dr. Bob did not pony up $25 and buy any shares of stock. I don't know what that was about. Maybe he thought it was a Hank Parkhurst project and he and Hank didn't get, I don't know. So, okay, the stock's not selling well. Hank, he's got a new plan. We're going to have a time payment plan. You can't give me $25 for the stock. How about $5 a month? That's $1.25 a week. You should be able to do that for 5 months, and that buys you some stock here. And you're going to make all that money. We realize you're going to make all that money back. And when they get the commitment from Reader's Digest, the stock actually does begin to sell. November 3rd. Now, this is 7 weeks after he started writing. Bill sends Dr. Bob 3 new chapters. I'm enclosing to you 5 chapters, 2 of which you have seen in the rough. That would be more about alcoholism and re-agnostics. All these can be improved a lot, and I agree that the chapter of the agnostics should be longer and perhaps somewhat different in character. So Bob had offered some advice, but Bill wasn't actually taking it. I'm turning this stuff out as fast as I can, being only once corrected dictation. You can't call it serious writing. I love that. That's just really a great statement to come out of Bill Wilson at this time and place. After I get through all of these general chapters on the present basis, I will edit them as carefully as I can, bearing in mind the criticisms and suggestions from anyone who wants to make them. So you might be showing this stuff around, asking people what they really think. Okay, now we're back to lesson. We need more people need to look at this because this is happening. This isn't just 2 chapters. We're getting this stuff out there now. I find it pretty hard to get people to voice their real opinions, as they are much too afraid of hurting the author's feelings. Now, he's talking about what's going on in New York City. You know, there's all these stories about, they fought over every word, every sentence, every paragraph. I can't get people to tell me what they think. So please, So I wish you would make a special effort to get people to speak their minds. In my opinion, this stuff I have done is not always clear. It's sometimes too long-winded and may not always be the best possible presentation. So I wish you would tell people to speak up or forever hold their peace. I hope to get out there on December 1st for a week or 2 so we can cover these matters better. So he plans on going out in December when he's finished writing, and they're going to do a wrap-up. Everyone who has seen the personal stories from Akron thinks they're great. Those 3 new chapters were 2 Wives, The Family Afterwards, and Working with Others. Again, a few thoughts on these chapters. Despite the lead paragraphs in 2 Wives and The Family Afterwards claiming that women wrote these chapters, Bill Wilson wrote them both. Much can be said about these chapters, most especially about the cultural differences between today and 1938 and about the paternalistic perspective taken there. Once again, we must always keep our eyes on the context of how these chapters were written. I mean, just one example, women had won the right to vote in the United States just 18 years earlier. Just 18 years earlier. Talking about the women's liberation movement. I mean, we're just getting off the ground here. They've been sputtering along and screaming about it for decades, but they had just had their first major victory 18 years before this chapter was written. So we got to cut Wilson a little slack that he's not writing with 21st century sensibilities, but that doesn't make it any easier for a lot of 21st century women to read. One other thing I really find interesting here is Bill's second attempt in the big book to define the alcoholic. I told you he and Hank were always struggling with this definition of an alcoholic. They were looking for a soundbite so they could use it. So people would say, oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I got one of those. He fits that soundbite. Oh, he doesn't fit that soundbite. They had tried to do it earlier. He had described an alcoholic, and there was a solution. He called him, he went through that moderate drinker, hard drinker, real alcoholic kind of step thing. Potential would have been in there someplace if they had done that. But that focused on the drinker's ability to stop. So it was kind of defined that gradation was defined as in terms of the drinker's ability to stop. In 2 Wives, he categorizes the alcoholic, he has got 4, on their willingness to stop. And neither of these attempts were successful. Again, there's no big soundbite for an alcoholic. It reminds me of my sponsor early on telling me that alcoholism is a disease that can only be successfully diagnosed by the patient. So even if they had a soundbite, my sponsor Kings, who's one of the dedicated, my book is dedicated to him and to my wife. My sponsor King was like, even if you had a soundbite, it doesn't make any difference because the alcoholic's the only one who can successfully diagnose the problem. And it's been my experience through the years. Like the 2 chapters on family working with others doesn't pose much of a problem for Bill. I mean, it's easy to talk about that stuff. Nobody's going to give him a lot of grief about those chapters. Because by this time, everybody basically agreed on how you're supposed to approach a guy. I mean, Granted, they were making them get on their knees out in Ohio, and you didn't have to do that in New York, but it was all about sitting down with a guy and telling him your story and blah, doing that kind of stuff. So this was just a matter of getting those particulars down on paper. November 1938, Hank and Ruth go to a writing school in New York University. I told you that Hank's story is like a stream of consciousness. It's like he's trying to be James Joyce in The Unbeliever in the first edition. And I'm sure that came out of this writing school experience. They both now feel that they can critique Bill's writing more than they were already. And later, Bill commented that he didn't go for Hank's advice very much. Sometime in late October, early November, Hank Parkhurst writes to employers. People, I don't know why there's a controversy over this. Hank Parkhurst wrote to employers. And there's no record of this chapter ever being sent to Akron for review, just like we got no record of Hank Parkhurst ever going out to Akron during this time. His chapter doesn't go out there as far as I can tell. Bill's writing chapter letters back and forth with Bob at this time, and there's just no mention of this particular chapter. This is the only chapter Bill Wilson did not write. Bill, he always had the highest respect for Hank. Was a corporate guy, Bill never worked for a big corporation. He was an entrepreneurial stock speculator more than anything else. So he always referred to Hank on this kind of stuff. But Hank took this opportunity to show Wilson what he meant when he would accuse him of leaning too heavily on God and religion in his writing for the book. To Employer has the only chapter in the book that makes no mention of God. None. The multimouth copy of that chapter, that version has the word spiritual appears twice, but they're supposedly coming out of a doctor's mouth, not out of an AA's mouth. And both of these spirituals were taken out of the text before the book was published. So there's no mention of God or spiritual in To Employers. November 4th, 1938, as managing editor, Hank's the managing editor, he hires Janet Blair to be one of the book's 2 text editors. Now, most people who know anything about this process in this time know that Tom Usel, a guy named Tom Usel, was the editor of the book. Who the devil's Janet Blair? Never heard of Janet Blair. Michelle Mercer, the archivist for GSO, goes down to Florida, 10 years ago now probably, maybe longer, and for archives convention, and a family member, I think a great niece of Janet Blair, comes up to her and gifts her letters between Janet Blair and Hank Parkhurst, Janet Blair and Bill Wilson, and letters between Hank and Janet, and also Ruth Hawk and Janet. And it was just like, I was getting text messages galore out of people I knew down there saying, when she gets back, you got to go look at this stuff. So nobody's ever heard of Janet Blair. Who is Janet Blair? I've got a bunch of backstory on her in the book. She's a really, really interesting person. Hank had already gotten this guy, Tom Usel. He's a very much more professional editor. Usel's going to do the macro. He's an expensive guy. He's a big professional. He's a guy who advertises his services in writing magazines all the time. He's going to do the macro view on the text. But Janet Blair's the one who's going to dig into those chapters, paragraphs, and sentences. She's the one who's going to do that text editing sort of stuff. And she does that. We got some great evidence for what she does. November 9th, 1938, Bill writes to Bob complaining about the lack of response from Ohio. I just sent you those 5 chapters, right? Glad to hear you liked them, Bob. I'm glad, but I really wish you'd be more critical, for I think they could be improved a lot. Glad to hear you liked them. I wish you would be more critical. I have but 2 more of the general chapters to write, and then I'm going to come out. So Bill later said, in two different places, that when he sent those chapters to Ohio for debate and inspection, Dr. Bob never passed them around very much, merely writing me saying he thought they were all right. Now that's from Main Events. That's a recording that Bill Wilson made in preparation for writing Alcoholics Anonymous Comes of Age. And he would say, 1938, point 1, and then he'd say something. And then point 2 and point 3. Well, this is point 21 from 1938. Never passed them around very much, merely writing me saying he thought that they were all right. And despite Bill's repeated requests, when he wrote about it officially in Alcoholics Anonymous, he says that Akron offered him nothing but the warmest support. I'm looking for criticism and checking, and all I'm getting is warm support. That's damning with faint praise, folks. November 1938, Bill writes a vision for you, and this is all basically about Akron. And all chapters basically about Akron. I mean, it's 57 paragraphs long. 34 paragraphs are devoted to the history of AA coming about in early Akron, and 2 paragraphs about New York. So, I mean, I really think, there was all this resistance out in Ohio. I think this was another one of Wilson's political moves. Bill Wilson was a tremendous politician. I mean, to accomplish the things he accomplished, where it was just we talk about herding cats. Herding alcoholics is worse than herding cats by anybody's definition, And Wilson was a politician. I think he wrote this chapter as a sop to the people in Ohio, trying to include them, trying to bring them in. He's trying to appease those naysayers out in Akron. Oh yeah, love this. Hank writes a Q&A chapter. This is in New York City's archive, GSO archive, 15 typed pages. Hang on, I got a drink. Now, this Q&A thing was a sales technique that Hank Parkhurst had used for honored dealers. He had a Q&A thing that he sent out to these gas station owners. So he's trying to take that same sales technique and use it for Alcoholics Anonymous. And that's 15 typed pages with 94 questions. Again, the entire text of this is in the appendices of the hardback version of my book. There's a lot going on here that's really, really interesting, and there's a few things in here that are really, really important. But this is one man's take on what was going on in Alcoholics Anonymous in late 1938. This is an on-the-ground report, contemporary report. It's not something told 20 years later. He had 30 personal questions and a whole bunch of 20 of them from his own perspective, and questions on slips and religion and God, and questions on the fellowship. I got to run through a couple of these because I just think they're so interesting. Hank Parkhurst, and they're so interesting. AA 1938, New York City. He was trying to more attempts to define the alcoholic. So one of the questions: how long since you had a drink? Hank says 3.5 years. Don't you ever desire to drink? Of course. Seldom a day passes when I do not wish I could drink. Really? Dr. Bob says something similar, that he went 2.5 years, I believe. Being a thirsty guy. Do all alcoholics who have used this method wish they could drink? And Hank says, no, they desire the drink. The desire for drink seems to be taken away instantaneously in some cases. Others lose it after a period of months. I'm still seeing that going on. What is there about liquor or the use of it that you still desire? I miss the glow of well-being which comes from 2 or 3 drinks, the instant removal of tiredness and worries. How then do you account for not drinking when you admit you miss those things? I believe some power outside of me has straightened my thinking in regard to the inevitable result of one drink. Some power outside of me has straightened my thinking in regard to the inevitable results of one drink. It's gotten a little sanity here. Have you ever nearly slipped? Yes, several times. How did you escape? Now this is great, okay? We got a real thirsty Hank Parkhurst in New York City sometime in his early sobriety, or even right up until the time he wrote this. The first time I phoned an alcoholic and told him I was afraid I was going to take a drink, he asked if I would wait until he got to the house. Another time I called and he suggested reading the Bible and praying. The third time, I told one of the bunch, obviously a different guy than the first 2 times, I was going to. He simply said, so what? Go ahead and have a couple for me. My home group, Stratford Men's Group, is like that. Here's $5, go drink. Another time I got to work helping others. So this is what people are doing. This is one of the things people are doing. This is how they're working with others. Guy says, one of the questions, isn't this nothing more or less than old-fashioned revivalism? And Hank is forced to say, so what? It works. I could care less what you call it. I'm not drinking. I'm staying sober. How often do you pray? Whoa, now we're getting into Hank Parkhurst and God here again. Many times a day. What is your prayer? Thy will be done and mean it. Thy will be done and mean it. So it's not about me trying to praying to God for some sort of change I'm looking for. I need to get in line with whatever it is God's handing me on a silver platter here today, and just thy will be done in me. What is your vision of, or what do you understand by God? And Parker says, this is unexplainable. When I begin to worry about that, I generally realize I'm getting into a field where far greater minds than mine have argued and failed for years. I understand God as a great, indefinable, unexplainable power, which will help me if I keep in tune with it. That's just such a great thing. Hank, Bill believes in a providential God who's still there. You can pray to him and get help. Hank seems to think that God created the world, and the deists believe, like Frank, he went away. You can't pray to him, he went away. And I just love this. There's a famous book that came out in, religious book, that came out in 1897. It's called In Tune with the Infinite. And this was a really big book. This is the kind of book that they were reading in Akron and elsewhere. But Hank had a favorite author that he liked called Thomas L. Masson. And one of Thomas L. Masson's book was In Tune with the Finite, not In Tune with the Infinite, In Tune with the Finite. So that's kind of Parker's is coming from a whole different place than Bill Wilson is, and then many people in Alcoholics Anonymous come from. This may be the single clearest statement. Hank believes in a providential God. I'm sorry, Bill believes in a providential God. Hank believes in a more remote God. Bill at one point in one of, I think in ACOA, Alcoholics Anonymous Comes of Age, says he believed in a universal power, one that you have to get in tune with. It's your job to get it done. It's not your job to get some help from somebody to get it done. You got to get it done. Very, very different approach. And understandable why he might try and characterize that as irreligious. Back to the questions. I understand that most alcoholics get into sexual messes. Is that true? Oh, yes. What is your attitude about the possible future of sexual troubles? Now, this is a guy who, by this time he's writing this chapter, was probably sleeping with Ruth Hawk. If you are speaking of unfaithfulness, cutting a little close to the bone, I feel the same way about that as I do about liquor. I honestly don't know what that means, except maybe he should be staying away from it. I am taking no stand on this question. I'm not going to tell you if it's right or wrong. I can only say I hope I will not get mixed up in any such difficulties. There's no record of Wilson's response to this other than it never showed up in the book. Hank does send it around, and he asks for comments. And Horace Mayer, one of his pigeons, one of his sponsees, one of his prospects, he wrote back with a bunch of suggestions, some edits, and an additional question. He thought it was a great idea. I got to tell you, to read this thing, it makes no sense at all. It's so disorganized. Hank was a terrible writer. He was a terrible, terrible writer. He was really, really hard to understand at times, and no less in this question. I couldn't believe that Horace Mayer, Popsy Mayer, as they called him, he thought, oh yeah, that's great. We should put that in a book. First week of December 1938, Bill Wilson writes the 12 steps. Personally, I find the origin story of this suspect in the extreme. Most especially, I can find no contemporary evidence for the 6-step program that Bill claimed they were based on. He always said in the story about, well, we had these 6 steps, and it was a little fuzzy, so I needed to refine them so that the alcoholics couldn't wiggle out of them. So I broke them down, and I ended up with 12. 6, 12. I started this chapter. I was just going to write about Bill. Oh, I had an imaginary ulcer. I went upstairs. I laid on the bed. I picked up the yellow tab. I prayed for the guidance, and I wrote them down, and there was 12 of them. And it was just like, I was going to start with that. The more I went into it, the crazier it got. I just couldn't make any sense out of it. This was the most painful experience I had researching and writing this book. And I spent more time writing this chapter than anyone else. And I talked to more people about this before it actually, poor Jay Stinnett, I was just burning his telephone line up. So, what's the problem here? It should have been easy. Bill famously told his story, right. Yeah, it breaks him down to 12 steps. The problem, once I started to look for verified sources for that story, nowhere to be found in contemporary documents. Nowhere. 0. In fact, the first recording I can find, I would love somebody to find an earlier recording. Please, if you got an earlier recording of this, you want to let me know. I could not find an earlier recording of Bill. The first time Bill Wilson told this story, as far as I know, is May 23rd, 1949. That's over 2 years, almost 2.5 years since it happened. 10.5 years since it happened. 10 years later, he's telling the story for the first time about these 6 steps. 10 years. Worse yet, in the first story, when the first time he tells the story, he says that Abby delivered the 6 steps to him first time they sat down and talked. That's what Abby told him, 6 steps. Here it is, Bill, 6 steps. That's what you got to do. And all his later stories and writings about the story, he says that he claims that the original 6 steps had gradually evolved. So he had 2 different stories about this. One of them was that Abby delivered it to him with a bow on it, and the other one was that it kind of worked out over time. But there's no evidence that Abby even resembles the 6-step program in any of the primary sources. No evidence. And there's a lot of evidence, folks. Now they say, lack of evidence is not lack of existence or lack of proof. But the fact of the matter is there's just so much stuff that got written in 1937 and 1938 and early 1939 about how people got sober during those times, and none of them mention anything remotely close to a 6-step program. None of them. Now, you would expect those things to show up in the Frank Amos report. Just had an email exchange with one of our people today about this. The 7 points in Frank Amos's thing. And in the earliest version of Fitz-Mayo's story, and in Hank's Q&A chapter, and most especially in the back of the book, there's 30 stories. 30 stories in the back of the book, including Bill's in the front. And the 29 stories in the back, we got something, we got 11 to 12 steps. We don't have 6 steps, we got almost all 12 steps in Bill's story. But the other 29 stories, nothing. None of those 30 original stories mention anything like Bill's later 6 steps as their pathway to sobriety, except for Bill's story. None of them. What they do is, clearly people in the 30s were certainly getting sober. They were staying sober. But a careful reading of those 30 stories reveal the following common elements of how people stayed sober. They say you got to admit you're licked. You got to surrender your life to God. And then you got to act accordingly. And sometimes they mention praying explicitly. Other stories mention meditating explicitly, and other stories mention helping others explicitly. Those are kind of picking up on the psychological side of the program. But those are the things that those 29 stories say over and over and over again in one way or another. Make your life, surrender your life to God, and act accordingly. Bill wrote the 12 steps in the first week of December 1938. Where did those 12 steps come from? If they didn't come from 6 steps, where did they come from? In January of 1948, I told you he told the story first in May of 1949. In January of 1948, Bill's asked, he's on a train with Lois and this lawyer guy and his assistant. They're going to Washington, D.C. to do a dinner for Fitz-Mayo, who's died by this point. And this guy says to him, I've never heard about where the 12 steps come from. Where the 12 steps come from? And Bill says, he does it in third person. Bill, and he says to Bill, you told me how the pioneers of AA fought, and prayed their way through to recovery. And then noting that in those days the alcoholic was obliged to, 1, admit he was powerless over alcohol, 2, make an inventory of his own character, 3, put his trust in God, and work with other alcoholics. So in 1948, this guy was deep in Alcoholics Anonymous. He's given a keynote address on Fitz-Mayo, at least. I don't know exactly who he was. I haven't done that kind of research on the backstory. But he's never heard about where the 12 steps, and Bill tells him these are the 4 steps. But as it stood, this is Bill still talking, that program needed clarification. He said, Bill sat down. Bill said, I sat down and I began to figure out the various phases of my own recovery. Okay, now we're back to his 11 steps in those stories. Setting them down on paper, Bill found that there were 12 separate and distinct steps. So rather than breaking down the supposed, the alleged, the mythological 6 steps, he said, these are the 4 things that people were doing back then. And I just needed clarification. So I looked at my own recovery, and when I set them down in paper, I ended up with 12 separate and distinct steps. That story of the origin is not just credible. It's confirmed by reading a story. We've already been through this. He already explicitly mentions 11 of the 12 steps. And again, the second step material came from Hank Parkhurst at the last minute. So over the next 3 weeks, That's where this one. That's where I'm totally convinced that we're. I mean, again, you don't want to say. Well, let me tell you, I'm writing a book about how I got sober, and if you get sober the way I get sober, that's a bad sales technique. It's a one-man sales technique. Just because, but if you say, listen, there's 100 of us, we all got sober, and let me tell you how we all got sober. Now that's a much better sales technique, and that's exactly what Bill Wilson was doing. It's exactly what he was doing. So over the next 3 weeks, he finishes the book by the 31st of December. He writes How It Works and Into Action. I mean, let's face it, he couldn't write either of those until he'd written the 12 steps, because that's exactly what they do. How It Works famously presents the 12 steps to the world for the very first time. But the steps in the multilith copy had some differences from what was finally published just 2 months later. And I really like this. This is... today, all of this stuff has been carved so deeply in stone, you just can't change anything. Wilson complained in 2 of his letters about how he would be excommunicated from AA if he changed one word of any of this stuff. And he complained bitterly about it being frozen. Frozen. So we got some differences in the multilith copy before it got frozen, as it did in April 10, 1939. There was no we. How often have I been in meetings where people talk about, well, the most important word here is the we, and it is. But it wasn't in the multilith copy of the 12 steps. And the 3rd step, their lives were turned over to the care and direction of God. We're going to go with the direction of God. 7th step was done on your knees. We're back to on your knees here, folks, and that's I think that was a little sop to the Akron people, and ended up with holding back nothing. Step 8 was complete amends. The 11th step had no mention of as we understand after God, it just said God. And the 12th step had the most differences. Having had a spiritual experience as a result, not awakening, as a result of this course of action, we tried to carry this message to others, especially alcoholics. This is a real Oxford group thing. The Oxford group people were going to change the world. The first version of the 12 steps, as published in the multilith copy, they're not just going to save alcoholics. They're going to also take this message to others. I think that's just fascinating. There's a little carryover from the OG there. Since Bill felt he had already sufficiently covered the 1st and 2nd step in more about alcoholism, powerlessness, and we agnostics came to believe, he immediately followed the presentation of the 12 steps with 3.5 pages on the 3rd step, and the rest of the chapter is devoted to instructions for doing the 4th step. Into Action picks up with step 5 and then continues with the rest of the steps up to and through step 11. Having finished 5 and 6 and steps 1 through 11 in his mind, Bill conveniently positioned, he took how working with others he already had and put it right in his chapter 7. And that's his explanation of step 12. Well, that makes perfect sense, except that means there's no explicit discussion in the big book of having had a spiritual awakening or of practicing these principles in all our affairs. Now, when I've said that to a couple of big book people, they say, well, they start pulling out little bits and pieces. And I understand that. I do understand that. But it just seems interesting to me that he skipped over those things as he was cobbling these things together. It's one of the problems, and I would call it a mistake. I think if he had that pointed out to him, he probably would have taken a shot at those 2 things, but maybe not. I don't know. But I think it's important to point out that those things are not explicitly addressed in the big book. So it's ready to go to the editors. We got it done. But what about those famous arguments? You always hear these people, they argued about everything. All the 100 men, there was blood on the floor. Every single word. Jimmy Burwell's famous for this. Words and sentences and paragraphs. We did the whole damn thing. It just didn't happen like that, folks. It did not. Bill always claimed that he was just the umpire, which is another one of his big lies, about trying to take the spotlight off himself. That's what he's doing. He's taking the spotlight off himself. I began to forget, this is one of his quotes from Alcoholics Anonymous Comes of Age, I forget that this was everybody's book. It's everybody's, it's not just my book, and that I had been mostly the umpire of the discussion that had created it. In another place, he said, I was awful leery of the rows over the book, but that situation looked better because I had been appointed the umpire. that if I would listen carefully, that I finally could take a decision about it. So Bill's going to be the ultimate umpire as long as he promises to listen carefully. The implication of that sentence to me is, I'm reading between the lines here, I understand that, is that he hadn't been listening carefully until they got him in the corner and pounded on him and finally told him he could be the umpire. So anyhow, that's very far from the truth. On November 3rd, Bill had told Dr. Bob, this is pretty hard to get people to voice their real opinions as they're too much afraid of hurting the author's feelings. I would suggest that members weren't very concerned or invested while Bill was writing about the problem about, he could say whatever he wants to wives or family afterwards or to employers, and who cares? Who cares? It wasn't until he started talking about the solution, the 12 steps, and laying them out, so like, this is what you got to do kind of thing. If I presented it's the suggestive program, and those famous arguments did not take place in Akron. There was nothing going out of Akron, nor did they happen much in the New York meetings. Let's look at a New York meeting, December 1938. This is an eyewitness. A guy telling his story years later. He says, after the meatballs and spaghetti, they used to have dinner, and whatever we had, this same tall, lanky guy, Bill Wilson, came out of the dining room with a legal pad. And he sprawled on the floor with his back to the folding doors. And he started to read what he had written on his legal pad. This is December 1938. He's got to be reading out of chapters 5 and 6 here, folks. That's what he's doing. That's the new material. Maybe I was too fogged up and I didn't get a full significance of this thing. But at any rate, I listened while these folks wrangled. Change a comma here, a question mark here. One said, you don't put that in, put this in. And finally the meeting ended. Really? Blood on the floor, word for word, paragraph for paragraph. Really? There were real arguments, but they took place over in the honor dealer's office in Newark, New Jersey. And they were between Hank Parkhurst, who wanted his moral psychology book, and Fitz Mayo, who wanted a really explicitly religious book. By this time, Fitz he'd gone full-blown Episcopalian, and he was looking for a Jesus book. And so they're having these arguments. Now Bill Wilson, I don't think he was a guy who liked to get into arguments. I could just see Bill Wilson sitting back in a chair and kind of leaning back and let the two of these guys duke it out. And duking it out between Hank and Fitz that's a no-brainer. I mean, I could get any amount of money down in that contest. I would vote on Hank, hands down. He was a high-powered guy. Fitz was kind of a milquetoast kind of guy. So Hank wins big time. He actually gets some of the stuff he's looking for. Wilson Bill hated. He just hated to change stuff. He didn't want to change anything, but he did agree to adopt some of Hank Parker's most important suggestions. Higher power greater than ourselves, God as we understand him. There's a whole bunch of argument about God as we understand him. We just don't have time to go into that here at the moment. It's a fascinating question, and one of those things that just trips people up all the time because of contradictory information. But this is where we get it. Oh yeah, so they're over and over the book. I love this. So they're having another New Year's Eve party. Again, this is out of Lois's diary. This one's over at the Parkhurst House in Montclair, New Jersey. Last year they're all excited because they thought, Rockefeller was going to give them millions of dollars, and now they're jacked up because the book is done. The book is done. We got a book. Hasn't been edited. It hasn't been, but we got a book. It's written. And I love the fact that Bill Rudell's wife was interviewed a million years later. She was really old when she did this interview, but she talked about this party, and she said, we didn't do any cheering at night in those days at those parties. At that New Year's Eve party, we all held hands and said the Lord's Prayer. Another serious snapshot about what was going on in Alcoholics Anonymous on December 31st, 1938. That's great. I love that image. And so, having reached the end of 1938 and the completion of the first draft of the Big Book, we'll take a short break before continuing into 1939 and beyond. Session number 4, January 2nd, 1939, and we're going all the way up to January 18th, 1954 in this session. We're going to cover editing and publishing the Big Book and then beyond. So January 2nd, 1939, Tom Usel gets the manuscript. He's had it for a couple of days, and he writes to Hank, on reading additional chapters, and he's seen the first 2 chapters, obviously. On reading additional chapters and surveying the job as a whole, I find myself deeply moved, at times full of amazement, almost incredulity. And during most of the reading, I was extremely sympathetic. My feeling at the moment is that you should certainly hold on to the production and distribution of this volume, if you can, for she ought to go far, wide, and handsome, and net those concerned a neat profit. This is music to Hank's ears. got confirmation from a guy who's a professional writing consultant that he's going to make a boatload of cash on this book. So early January 1939, Hank's wife, Kathleen, throws him out of the house. I told you that he was living with Bill Wilson for 10 weeks in the beginning of 1939. This is when he's living with Bill Wilson in Brooklyn for 10 weeks. I wonder if Kathleen caught him with Ruth Hawk during this New Year's Eve meeting. They were certainly having some sort of relationship by that point. I wouldn't be surprised if that happened, but speculation. Hank moves in with Bill and Lois for the next 10 weeks. So again, as I said, no written communication. January 18th, 1939. The board meets for the first time in 4 months. So the Wilson and Parkers have abandoned the foundation guys. They left them in the dust for 4 months while they were doing this stock stuff and continuing to write the book. So for the first time in 4 months, they get back together again. Despite their disapproval of publishing a book by themselves, they approve that. And they even buy some shares. I don't think Frank Amos bought it. Amos didn't buy a share, but the other three guys all bought shares. And they in the 100 Men Corporation. So they're not just in on verbal approval, but they're putting up some money. I love this one. January 19, 1938, the first published notice of AA comes. It's called a little story called There Is Hope. It appears in the Hackettstown Courier Post. Bill Rudell had just moved to Hackettstown for a job, and I presume he's the one responsible for getting this thing put. The story was written by Silas Bent about Hank Parkhurst, who is not named. Now, interesting. I always think that, Fitz said that this guy came up to him in Towns Hospital and said, there's men walking the streets of New York who are sober. I'm guessing that was Silas Bent. So Silas was a guy who had a hard time staying sober. He was a professional writer. He had already published at least 3 books at this point, but he never got asked to write a story for the back of the big book. I presume because he was slipping and sliding. But at least he was a guy who was going to write the story for This Week magazine also. At least here, he writes this little story for the Hackettstown Courier, and they put it in there. It's the first public notice of Alcoholics Anonymous anywhere. And I got a great story here in the sense that Michelle in New York has a copy of this, a Xerox kind of copy, but it's torn. So you can't read all the words in the margins, and you can figure out what it says, but it's torn. So I called Sally one time at Stepping Stones late in the game. I was already writing about 1939 in my book. And I said, yeah, you got a copy of this thing? And she checks and she does. So I go look at the copy, and she's got a perfect copy. Now, everybody and his brother has gone to Hackettstown, to the newspapers, and tried to find it. There's no record in New Jersey of this thing. But Sally's got this beautiful copy of it. So now you can actually see exactly what those words are, which was great. And I told her she needed to make a copy and send it to Michelle, who would appreciate that. But in the same folder was a memo from Hank Parkhurst to Bill Wilson nobody had ever talked about. And we're going to talk about that in a little while. I just couldn't believe it. I mean, it was so cool that I actually found a copy of this article intact. But on top of that, there was this other unbelievable piece of AA history in that same folder, which wasn't even mentioned in the finding aid. So anyhow, we have There Is a Hope, first public notice of AA. January through February, we don't know exactly who did what to the manuscript in the first few weeks. Now, Bill Wilson had certainly been making changes on a regular basis. We have like 3 versions of There Is a Solution between 2. I think there's 2 of them in Stepping Stones and 1 in New York, or vice versa. And you can see how the changes got made. Just a little, they were just dropping words in and out, and he was fine-tuning it all the time. So every time Ruth had to type up some more copies of those chapters, there was no Xerox machine in these days, but we don't have a Xerox machine until 1959, 20 years from now. So anyhow, she had to keep typing these things up, I presume, with carbon so that she would get multiple copies. She would make changes. Now, in January, usual, and it's the format of the book. And the most important thing he does is he moves Bill's story to the front. Bill's story was going to be the first story in the back of the book. That's the way it was set up. That's what they were planning on doing. But Usual convinced Bill Wilson and the group that what they needed up front was a testimonial, a real-life testimonial to kick the thing off so that somebody didn't just jump into There Is a Solution with the explanation. They wanted them to get a little bit of a warm, fuzzy feeling. Hank Parkhurst had said the first chapter should inspire hope. This was Usel's suggestion on how the first chapter should inspire hope. So Bill's story gets moved to the front. I'm sure Bill didn't object too much to that. He was a man of ego, and it's a beautiful thing to have that. He changed a whole bunch of other things too. He cuts the first 7 paragraphs from Bill's story, so that it now started with the words "war fever ran high." So he's doing those kind of changes to Bill's story. He also deleted Bill's early explicit mention of God, leaving readers with no explanation of how and why Wilson was, quote, much moved, end quote, at Winchester Cathedral. They just took that straight out. And it's really caused a bunch of confusion for people over the years. It's really too bad. I presume he took it out because you didn't want to say war fever ran high and immediately you go to God. Immediately go to God. I think he was looking for a little softer introduction of the God thing than in the very first page of Bill Wilson's story, the very first page of the text of the book. But I don't know. Again, that's speculation. Today, Bill's story reads, we landed in England. I visited Winchester Cathedral. Much moved, he goes outside and sees the headstone. That's it. That's what it says in the book. Originally, it had said, we were in England. I stood in Winchester Cathedral with head bowed in the presence of something I had never felt before. Where now was the God of the preachers? Across the channel, thousands were perishing that day. Why did he not come? Suddenly, in that moment of darkness, he was there. I felt an enveloping, comforting presence. Tears stood in my eyes. I had glimpsed the great reality. Much moved. all that stuff got taken out. And so if you want to know how Wilson and why Wilson was moved, there it is. He'd had himself a sort of white light experience. There he was. He was enveloped in the comforting presence. In 1917 or 18, whenever the devil he showed up there. February 4th, 1939, Janet Blair begins editing the manuscript. So Usel's done his stuff, moving stuff around, and he's moved stuff around. Bill's story's now in the front. Janet Blair gets the manuscript. She's communicating directly with Hank Parkhurst and at least once with Bill, while making numerous and significant changes to the text of the big book. So again, we got these, it's all about, it's all 100 men. 100 men did 100 men did this. Here's 2 people that are not part of the 100 men. They're not sober people, and they're in charge of this manuscript, and they're making significant changes to our book. Just point of fact. We don't know all the changes that Janet made, but as I told you before, when we noted this chapter, that it opens with Dr. Carl Jung making this statement. That's how the story originally started. There is a solution. Well, Janet, she found that a little confusing. She said, Mr. Parkhurst, I must say a word about continuity. It bothers me a little. Chapter 1 is Bill's story, right? Bill's story includes a description of the terrible dilemma in which he was when his friend came to him. It includes what the doctor thought. It includes a brief account of the fellowship. It tells the solution. By the way, I told you that Bill Wilson mentioned 11 of the 12 steps in his story. Janet saw that. She realized, reading it, she's a careful reader. She realized that reading Bill's story, the solution's right there. It tells the solution. When I started chapter 2 with the Carl Jung quote, I thought from the first line I was the beginning of a story on another man, as the first page is just that. On page 2, you leave him and go on to tell of the fellowship and the alcoholics in general. On page 8, you return to the man, and for about a page, tell us more about him. The rest of the chapter is general. In chapter 2, you never mention Bill or his friend, although the solution, as you call it in chapter 2, is already given in chapter 1, Bill's story. So she's all confused about it. And so Janet Blair takes those first paragraphs at the beginning of the original There Is a Solution about Dr. Jung, she whacks them out, and she puts them in the back. Now it's all one story. It's not a broken up story in the back of our book as it got published. So these are the kind of changes this woman is making as she's going along here. And again, she's a perceptive reader. Twice in this letter, she mentions that Bill's story already has the solution. Other changes she made are far more cryptic. I only wish we had more information. There's these letters she mentions things. She says, memo to the authors. The more I think about it, please, sir, the more it seems to me that this first paragraph of chapter 7, working with others, doesn't belong here at all. Every time I read the page, I feel a gap between the paragraphs. I finally analyzed it this way. What does the chapter deal with anyhow? Working with other alcoholics is a vital part of the cure, right? If that is right, what are the people, parenthesis, religious but alcoholic, doing in the picture? Presumably they illustrate the fact that faith without works is dead. That is, works in general, not of course the work of helping other alcoholics. What are we talking about, since they themselves cannot very well do that until they are cured? So I have no idea what this woman's talking about here, but whatever she's talking about, it ain't in the book today. I know that much. So she made her point, she sold her solution, and she whacked something out of the book. I don't even see anything elsewhere in chapter 7 that I could say, oh, I bet you it was this paragraph that she moved. I think she took something right out. When I tell you that one time I read the page, I thought these religious people were the ones you were supposed to carry the message to. You will sense my confusion. Okay. So anyhow, Janet Blair's making all kinds. I wish we knew more about what Janet Blair was changing, but clearly she was not bashful and she was not insensitive. She was reading the text and getting it, and she was trying to make that text better and more comprehensible to us who need to understand that so that we can get sober. Early February, they cobble together the doctor's opinion. It covers, takes that July 27 letter we already saw, and it adds to it some stuff he's going to publish the following July, 1939, in a medical journal. So there's two sections. Strangely, Silkworth's name does not appear at the end, and he remains anonymous. Dr. Silkworth's name doesn't appear at the end of the doctor's opinion until the first printing of the second edition in the mid-50s. And probably the most frequent question I get asked is, how come Dr. Silkworth's name wasn't at the end of that chapter? And you know what? I got no idea. I don't even have a good guess. So it's a mystery. The world is filled with mysteries everywhere, and this is one of them. February 11th, 1939. You're getting all these arguments over the best name of the book. It's been going on for months. It's been a parlor game in New York. It all comes down to either The Way Out or Alcoholics Anonymous. Hank sends Fitz to the Library of Congress to see how many books are registered there, The Way Out, and how many Alcoholics Anonymous. And he sends back a telegram to Hank, and he says 25 books The Way Out, none Alcoholics Anonymous. Now there's a couple of, again, this whole Bill Wilson stuff. Bill always says that he sent Fitz, but I've seen the telegram. The telegram was addressed to Hank Parkhurst, and the telegram. Oh, by the way, Hank Parkhurst, in February 11th, he was still living at Wilson's house in Clinton Street in Brooklyn. So that's one thing. I mean, Wilson always took credit for doing this, and it was something Hank did, obviously. Also, really, really interesting, Bill Wilson's inability to pass up a good story or to morph things so that it makes a better story. Every time he told this story, he said, when he got back the thing from Fitz told him there was 12 books called The Way Out, and we wouldn't want to be the 13th book called The Way Out because that's bad luck being the 13th book. So we went with Alcoholics Anonymous because we didn't want to be the 13th The Way Out. Now, I have seen the telegram, not a zero. I've seen the telegram, and the telegram says there was 25 The Way Out. So again, Wilson he just couldn't pass up a good story. It's a good story. There was 12 of them, so we didn't want to be the 13th, so we went with Alcoholics Anonymous. The board meets again, and the big thing there is it's the first time now. This is the first time we hear about Works Publishing Company, and it's really, really, really recent. Jim Burrow. He sent I'm sorry, I'm losing names here. The older I get, the worse it gets. Bill Rudell, who had been on the board and just went on the advisory committee, sends Ruth Hawk. He didn't make this meeting. He saw the minutes of the meeting. He said, "What's this Works Publishing thing? When did that happen?" You know, so it had just happened because he had been a trustee just before that. So it had just happened. Anyhow, January through early February. As they're approaching the printing of the multilith copy, Hank ends the stories. And before Janet Blair's completely finished, they send this thing out, they get it typed up, and they send it off for a pre-publication multilith printing. Now that's an offset press thing. I was in the printing business, my family was years ago, decades ago, and we had a multilith press. and you never ran less than 100 copies of anything. So it was that sort of a process. February 20th, 1939, the multilith copies arrive and the distribution begins. They give these things to all the alcoholics they can lay their hands on in the program here and out in Ohio. The doctors, the psychiatrists, the ministers and priests, everybody gets a shot at reviewing this thing. Hank Parkhurst writes down all those comments and suggestions, so that they're getting suggestions sent into the Newark office, honor dealer's office, and he writes it all down in one of the multilith copies held in the Newark office. And that book, this book, the book that started it all, is a facsimile reproduction of every single page, full size, of that particular copy that Hank wrote down all the changes in. And here's just two samples of pages. On the left, we have the first page of there is a solution, and on the right, we have the first page of how it works. Look at that. Look at all the different suggestions and changes. And he was writing stuff at different times and different pens and pencils. He's got green and red and black and, but Hank's still the managing editor. If you'll notice on the right-hand page in the lower left-hand corner, what's it say? It says HGP, Henry G. Parkhurst, signing off on that page. March 1939. One editing fact is known with certainty. Parkhurst diligently edited the story that came in after they printed the multilith. After mid-February, there was still more stories coming in. There was, I think, 6 or 8. No, I'm sorry, there was 8 or 9 more stories came in afterwards. There's 6 handwritten manuscripts up in the Stepping Stones archive showing his edits. I just love finding this stuff because you could see the edits that Hank Parkhurst was doing in his handwriting. I mean, I'm not a graphologist, but it's pretty clear. The man has a pretty distinctive script. For instance, Myron Williams' story from the first edition called Hindsight, Hank, it's 15 pages long. Hank literally X'd out the first 7 pages. Gone, baby. Gone. In the hardback that somebody thankfully just ordered, in the hardback, one of the appendices is Dick Stanley's story, and it shows all the things that got taken out and got put into that story. And I think that's a really excellent example. It's one of these. So anyhow, that's Hank also makes one truly important addition to Bill's story. I've talked about this at least twice before. This is the second step insertion into Bill's story. He adds 4 paragraphs. And I think, if you've read your book, you know this stuff. I mean, my friend suggested what then seemed like a novel idea. He said, why don't you choose your own conception of God? I don't know how Abby Thatcher that is. And I don't know how Bill Wilson that is, but I'll guarantee you that's a Hank Parkhurst line. Statement hit me hard. It melted the icy intellectual mountain in whose shadow I had lived and shivered many years. I stood in the sunlight at last. It was only a matter of being willing to believe in a power greater than myself. Nothing more was required for me to make a beginning. I got personally, I told you I've been sober for 4 decades. I can't quite say I directly owe my sobriety to this page, but I doubt if I ever would have gotten into Alcoholics Anonymous if something like this wasn't offered to me when I first came in. Thank you, Hank Parkhurst, because you had a definite hand in saving my life, in my opinion. But the most important suggestions, if that wasn't an important enough suggestion, watch this. We get this Dr. Howard, this New Jersey psychiatrist. He's got big suggestions. And his name appears all over that book that started it all originally. He says they got to drop all that directive language, the you shoulds, the you should. Bill did a lot of you shoulds in this thing. It was all like you got to do this and you got to do that. And he got to turn it into suggestive language. He's basically saying, listen, you can tell an alcoholic, but you can't tell him much. And that's absolutely the case here. You just can't tell people stuff. You got to be a little suggestive about it. So he did that. Bill was incensed and refused to make the changes. He absolutely refused to make the changes. Now, Jimmy Burwell is he's the least reliable commentator on early AA history there is in the entire world. But I love these 2 quotes from Jimmy about this particular moment in AA history. He said, did Bill go into a tizzy then? He almost blew his top. That was the closest shave we ever had. Here was his baby being torn apart by a screwball psychiatrist. We changed it around in 4 or 5 days. And then in another talk, he said, This is where the disaster nearly overtook us, for it nearly threw Bill into a terrific mental uproar to have his baby pulled apart by an outside screwball psychiatrist who, in our opinion, knew nothing about alcoholism. I love that. I love that. So again, this whole idea of Wilson just being the umpire and this thing being written by 100 men, let's just chill out on that stuff, okay? This is the memo. I told you I was looking for the Hackettstown article, and I'm in this folder. I find this memo. March 24th, 1939. People, this is 17 days before the book comes out, before the book is available. 17 days. He sends Bill Wilson a memo and says, listen, you got to make those changes that Howard talked about. And if you don't, I'm going to form a committee. 6 months, tells them who the 6 guys are and maybe some other guys. And we're going to take this thing out of your hands and we're going to make those changes. Power play by Hank Parkhurst. Bill caves and makes the changes. Some of the confusion. You ever get into the arguments of these people who say, oh, there's all these musts in the book. Well, the musts that got left in the book were the ones Bill didn't take out that he was supposed to take out, most likely. But we're not going to get into that argument. But, so there's a little schizophrenia at times with people interpreting the book. And I think the schizophrenia comes from Bill's original perspective. You must, you should. And this is what we did. And if you did it, it might happen to you. March 29th, 1939, Hank, Bill, and Ruth, they drive up to the printer's Cornwall Press in Cornwall, New York, and deliver the manuscript. Dorothy Schneider, there's my girl again. I love Dorothy Schneider. She's just so cool. Somebody please write a book about this woman, please. She joins them up there. She comes to visit her sister, and she wants to see Bill, and they say, oh, he's up in Cornwall, and he calls, and Bill says, yeah, come on up, let's do it. Come on, join us. So the printer claims that this manuscript that they show up with is completely illegible. It's not this one here. I don't care what people say. It is not this one here. It's something else. All you got to do is look at the 11th step in this one here, and you'll see that it's completely impossible for anybody, including me, to make any sense out of it, even though I know how it got made sense out of it. But anyhow, he says this thing's illegible, and he says you got to go back and retype it. And Hank talks him into, we'll stay here, and we'll proof the sheets as they come off. That's what we'll do. We're going to correct every page. So please, just, and the guy agrees to do that. Now, in the 19 interview, Dorothy recalled. She's a great. So Dorothy's there, right? They're looking at proofs. And she says, Bill, I can still see you. We were reading different parts to you. And you would weigh those phrases. Did this really say what you meant? Would it really help someone? Would it offend this group, that group, and the other group? They're making last-minute changes to this thing right there on the proof sheets. And after one of those discussions, Hank was sort of pounding at you. I bet. I love that. Hank was sort of pounding at you at a certain phrase was perhaps too strongly put, probably too religiously put. I can still hear you say, well, I don't want the thing to be so insipid that they don't get the idea of what they have to do to get sober. So they're arguing right down to the wire on what's going into this book. This now carved in stone, God forbid we should change a single comma book. They overstayed to do this. March 31st, Bill says, we ran out of money. The hotel bill was going to be twice as much as the money we had. Ruth and Dorothy and me, this seemed pretty awkward. But Hank, stated confidently that God would provide. Hank had lately adopted the comforting theory that if God if God wanted something done, he only had to keep running up bills, which eventually he would pay. So just run up, don't worry about it. God's going to take care of this. This was a heartening example of faith, but it did leave the practical question of who would be in God's agent in the matter of the money. Wilson gets in the car, drives down to, Hank had a car, gets in the car and drives down to New York City and gets Charlie Town to write him a $200 check. And he comes back and pays the hotel bill, and they split up the rest of the money between them. They pay Charlie back eventually. Back in New York, oh man, I love this story. This Dorothy is just so cool. They're back in New York City, so this is just a couple, 3 days before the book actually comes out. It's like a week. They're back in New York, and Dorothy recalled Bill in this 1954 interview. She says, do you remember a few days after we were up in Cornwall, and I was walking down the street with you in New York City, and I can still see you. You must have had a premonition of what this A was really going to be because You shuddered. You shuddered all of a sudden. You pulled up the collar of your coat and you said to me, "Good God, Dorothy, suppose this thing really does catch on. And if there are people that really want to get sober." Man, that is raw Bill Wilson. The week before this book came out. Second guessing himself, like, what? You know, what the hell is going to happen here, Dorothy? Good God, Dorothy. And she says, after that brief moment of uncertainty, we looked at each other standing on the streets of New York, and we both laughed. Man, I would love to be a fly on the wall for that one. Now it's just, we ever make a movie of this book, folks, or a streaming series, we're going to have that scene in it, I'll guarantee you. That's a great scene. April 10th, 1939, the big book is published. I consider April 10th, 1939 to be the actual birthday of Alcoholics Anonymous because I don't know how you can have Alcoholics Anonymous without a 12-step program explicitly articulated, but that's a different argument for a different presentation on a different day. April 11th, the next day, Hank goes into high promotion mode and he places an ad in the New York Times. This is exactly what the ad looked like. Have you an alcohol problem? Alcoholics Anonymous, the story of precisely how more than 100 men have recovered. For information, blah, 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 blah. April 23rd, 1939, an AA member knows the host of a hugely popular radio program. He gets a national broadcast 3-minute radio interview to talk about AA. And Parkhurst comes up with a plan to send postcards to 20,000 doctors east of the Mississippi, suggesting that they listen to the program and then order the book. Here comes my lady, Sarah. Hang on a second. She'd bring me a cup of coffee. Thank you, hon. Want to come around the corner and say hello?
Sure.
Without this woman, the book would never have been written. Lady Sarah, thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah.
Hey, thank you all for supporting my wonderful husband and his wonderful work.
No doubt, Sarah. It's spectacular.
Yes, it is.
Okay, that woman read the book about 50 times. I mean, she read every chapter over and over, and she's the big red pen, let me tell you, the big red pen.
Behind every great man is a woman.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm on board. You're preaching to the choir. So we got all these postcards, right? The postcards go out to 20. They were fold over postcards. I've seen them in the archive. They're really great. And you were supposed to open it up, read the message, detach it, and send the back half back and order a book. When he tells his story, he always said they waited 3 days before going to the post office, each of them with an empty suitcase, because Hank was convinced there was going to be thousands and thousands and thousands of postcards. And they discovered just 12 returned postcards in their P.O. box, only 2 of which were actual orders for the book. Now, actually, there's more of these in the archive, but I presume that they showed up later, so whatever. But anyhow, it's interesting. He's right. A bunch of them, Bill said at one point, one of them were, they're written by drunken doctors, and a couple of them are barely legible, just barely legible. Interesting. Same day that they're going to the post office, the bank finally forecloses and sells the Wilsons' house out from under them. Now, they had gotten this house. This has been Lois's father's house, and she got it when her dad died. But there was a mortgage on it, and they could not keep up with the mortgage. They just couldn't make the mortgage. I think the mortgage was $25 a month. Don't quote me on that. But they just couldn't keep up with the mortgage. So the bank finally found a buyer. Real estate market wasn't good, and I think the bank probably took a loss on it. But they finally got to a point where they bit the bullet and they sold the house. So Bill and Lois literally had to move all their stuff out, and Lois's entry for that day, she says left 182. That would be 182 Clinton Street in Brooklyn. And for good, and went to the Parkers. So Hank is obviously back in the Parkers house. Starting on May 14th, they're having a Sunday night meeting out at Hank Parker's house in New Jersey. So the New York meetings moved to New Jersey at this point. You got to remember, the day the book was published, there was 2 meetings of Alcoholics Anonymous in the world, and most people would not recognize the Akron meeting as an AA meeting at that time if they had stepped into that meeting. But that was it. 2 meetings a week in the world. Unbelievable. Early May 1939, the sheriff appears at honor dealers with an eviction notice for non-payment of rent. Hank manages to negotiate a deal, and he and Ruth move to a smaller office in the same building. As Bill claimed, a tiny room barely big enough to contain Henry's large desk, his overstuffed chair, a couple of file cabinets, and Ruth and her typewriter. For callers, there was standing room only. So they're really downgrading here. Honor dealers is just going right down the tubes. Things begin to really unravel for Hank. I mean, really, really unravel. And these are all out of Lois's diary. By the way, Lois's diary, like for 1938, there was weeks, there was 10 days or 12 days, she wouldn't write anything. And then she would just write seminar on a Tuesday. She called the AA meetings seminars. Seminar. She would write seminar. But once they got thrown out of the house, all of a sudden she started, well, she wasn't taking, when she had the house, there was like 5 drunks she was taking care of all of them. She cooking food for them, cleaning for them. And all of a sudden they're out of the house. She starts making long diary entries. So all of a sudden in April of 1939, Lois's diary picks up big time. Some really, really great information in 1939, 1940, and going forward for people who are doing that kind of history. So June 4th, she says, Hank and Kathleen are on the outs again. So June 14th, we stayed all night with Hank trying to calm him down. But he was determined he was going to leave Kathleen and get a divorce. 19th of June, Kathleen moves out. She's got a friend who's got a house empty for a month, so she moves out. A month and a half, I think. July 1st, Hank gets a job. He's got to take a job. There's no more money coming in. Nothing. They're done. He gets a job as a salesman for the Tax Research Bureau Institute. August 15th, 1939, she says, Hank didn't go to a meeting. Bad sign. This is a bad sign. You've been there, done that. You've been to meetings. All of a sudden, people don't show up. You're on the phone like, where the hell are you, dude? Hank didn't go to the meeting August 15th. August 16th, diary. Hank was drinking and drove Bill home from the station. Bill let him drive him home drunk. And they went back to town for more. On the 19th, Henry is trying to shake out of it. On August 31st, she moves Kathleen back into the house in Montclair, a family home, because the friend who had given her the house was back, needed it back. September 5th, Kathleen phoned to say she thought Hank was drunk. September 6th, Hank drunk. Phoned Bill in the afternoon. After a lot of phoning, Bill found him and brought him back to McDougal's and put him to bed. I mean, this is Bill's right-hand man. And he's drinking again, for God's sakes. This is the guy who was we wouldn't have a book without this guy, and he's drinking again. I mentioned earlier, before we started this, the young woman staying with us who's having a problem, staying sober. Boy, she's drank a couple of times, and it's just heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. Talk about powerlessness. Wilson's having his nose rubbed in powerlessness, and he's just can't figure out what the hell's going on and what he can do different. September 7th, pretty drunk still. Oh, September 8th, he's sober, according to Lois's diary. September 9th, the next day, he got a temporary job. His temporary job comes to an end. You can imagine it comes to an end because, he's drinking his brains out. Either not showing up for work or showing up for work drunk. So on the 10th, he shows up. They're staying at some. They were on the move for 2.5 years, just living at other people's places. At this point, they're at somebody's cottage or something on a lake in New Jersey. Hank arrived sober, jittery. 3 days later, he gets a straight commission job selling heating oil, home heating oil. This is the guy who used to work for Standard Oil, and now he's selling home heating oil. He gets that job. On September 30th, Kathleen files for divorce. Where's Ruth Hawk in all this time? I thought he had this hot affair going with Ruth Hawk. What's that all about? And she said in an interview years later, she said, Hank wanted me to marry him, but she candidly admitted that I had at one time seriously considered marrying him. But once he started drinking again, marriage became an impossible thing for us. So Hank drank himself right out of that relationship, not the first nor the last man to do that by any stretch of the imagination. Early October, Works Publishing stockholders hold a meeting. Okay, this is October 39. The book came out in April. This is October, right? This is Bill Wilson. Hank couldn't make an accounting because a great many of the records had mysteriously disappeared. This guy's drinking now. He said he thought Standard Oil detectives were after him and had broken into our office and taken them out. So to reconstruct what payments had been made in and paid out was a very difficult job. Talk about drinking fantasies here. The strain increased terrifically as the boys put him badly on the spot. He began to be wildly excited. Silkworth warned me against him, calling him a paranoid. I didn't know what that meant at the time. Silky warned me that he might even be murderous. Wow, really? But he hadn't seen that side of Hank Parkhurst before this. October 21st, Hank writes to Bill. Now, he's not happy with Bill Wilson at this point, and this is where they start coming apart as friends. I mean, whatever's going on here, whatever Wilson's tried to do with Parkhurst has not worked at all. So he writes to Bill on October 21st, and he says, will there be a grand poobah of AA? He's talking about Bill Wilson. Are you going to be the grand poobah of AA? Would an office tend to take away the endearing amateurism of this work and tend to professionalize it? Gee, Bill, this all used to be so wonderful that I wonder if that old touch isn't being lost. And you still the simple country boy that used to be so enthused and happy in seeing someone get out of the hole. Man, he's scathing. The man is scathing on Bill Wilson here. They are. Hank blamed Harker. Hank blamed Bill for Ruth's refusal to marry him. Most especially when Bill moved the AA office to New York City on March 16, 1940, and took Ruth Hawk with him. Hank wanted to have an office in Western New Jersey, and he wanted Ruth to come and be there with him. And Bill moves the office to New York because the honor dealers thing is just gone. It's completely gone. They've been thrown out of there. And Ruth had to decide. She went with Bill to New York. April 22nd, 1940. Bill and Hank give up their stock in Works Publishing. They hand it back to the foundation without remuneration. Hank's still drinking, goes to Ohio, and he starts telling malicious stories about Bill Wilson and about how much money he was taking and making from Alcoholics Anonymous. And Clarence Snyder, the big guru from Cleveland, he becomes his partner in spreading these stories. Clarence was really a thorn in Bill Wilson's side until the day Bill Wilson died. So there's some wonderful letters between the two of them. Wonderful letters. Clarence on a screed, and then Bill trying to write back very kind of, gently, trying to put out the fires. May 10th, 1940, the Parker's divorce is finalized. They finally go to court and get the deal done. This is Lois's diary. We were fed up with Hank drunk, so we sent him a wire. Bill phoned Kathleen, but Wally Van Arks, this is going to be Kathleen's next husband, but Wally Van Arks answered, and we advised her to delay her divorce until Hank is sober, for he is wild enough to hurt her. Wally was furious and said he would have me subpoenaed and hung up. Well, Lois was supposed to appear and testify in court on Kathleen's behalf, which would have been a little dicey for Bill and Hank, I'm sure. So under the circumstances, Bill thought we ought to get out of the state, and he did not want to get mixed up in it. So they took off and went probably to Connecticut, if I remember, but I don't know that for a fact. I'm not confident in that as a fact. May 11th. This is the day after their divorce. Hank's been put in the hospital. And May 12th, the next day, the Wilson's going to visit the sick in the hospital. They're going to go see what they can do for this poor guy. And I found out he'd left. So we went to his apartment, and wonder of wonders, Carolyn Wright. What? Carolyn Wright. This is Virginia and Dorothy's sister, Carolyn Wright. Wonder of wonders, Carolyn Wright from Cleveland was nursing him. Hank had wired her to come. She was tremendously flustered and seemed all a twitter about Hank. Yeah, she was going to marry him pretty damn soon. And Lois says, will wonders never cease? Who knew that Hank and Carolyn maybe had the hots for each other? That was Carolyn Wright. She becomes Hank's second wife, which makes him Clarence's brother-in-law, right? So Hank is Clarence's brother. Mid-1940s, Hank partners with Clarence Snyder in Henry Giffen, a fine porcelain manufacturing firm. Hank makes them, Clarence sells them. They fight all the time. Hank remained bitter and resentful over AA, and especially about Bill Wilson. Clarence has this great story. I listened to this tape that he did probably in 1957 or 58. I can't remember exactly now. It's referenced in the book in the endnote section. Clarence says, Hank, he would never have anything to do with AA. I remember a couple of years or so later, I was traveling, and we were in Connecticut, Northern New Haven, Connecticut one time, And we went to a meeting, and he went with us, just for the fun of it, to see what was going on. He hadn't been in AA at all this time. So we went up to this club on Orange Street in New Haven. This meeting's still going on. I don't know if there's COVID what's going on, but they need to go up there when they have a real meeting there again and tell them the story if they don't know it. He goes up to the club on Orange Street in New Haven, and there's this picture of Bill up on the wall there, hanging on the wall. And Hank got over and looked at it, and he acted real stupid like a drunk just coming in. He didn't tell people. Oh, and by the way, I want to note that there's no picture of Dr. Bob noted as hanging up there. It's a picture of Bill, but maybe they were both up there. I don't know. So he didn't tell people. Hank didn't tell people who he was or anything, and he just acted like he's some new guy coming in, and he says, so who's that guy up there? And some guy, breathless, he says, oh, that's Bill Wilson, like he was a god, you know. And Hank says to him, it's up on, he says, what about him? Who is he? So this guy starts explaining what a wonderful guy this Bill Wilson is, and Hank says, well, how does he come in here? They're on the second floor. He says, does he just walk up those stairs, or does he just float up and come in through the window? Little snarky on Bill Wilson, huh? Okay, so Hank is on and off sober, mostly off rather than on for the rest of his life. He marries a total of 4 times. Kathleen, he's divorced from. Caroline Wright, he's divorced from. He meets an oil heiress from Houston, who reportedly was the love of his life and died in 1950, leaving him an inheritance, which he later used to remarry Kathleen and buy a chicken farm in Pennington, New Jersey. He's all but banished from the official history of Alcoholics Anonymous. Parkhurst has become the most underappreciated man in AA history. Had he stayed sober, he would have surely been remembered as one of our co-founders. Instead, his name and place in the official story have been almost completely eliminated. Hank's slip was catastrophic, and the price he paid, not only the price he paid personally, but historically, was severe in the extreme. In our first session, I asked you to keep your eye on Hank Parkhurst and the critical role that he played in early AA history, and more important to the writing of the big book. And in case you missed some of that, I'd like to do a quick recap here on why I believe that if anyone deserves to be called co-founder of AA, that person is Henry Giffen Parkhurst. He convinced Bill to write the first 2 chapters in June of 1938. He created an outline for the book. The fundraising scheme forced Bill to start writing again in September of 1938. He wrote to employers. He wrote a proposed Q&A chapter. He insisted that they publish the book themselves. He hired the 2 editors for the book. He edited the stories in the back of the book. He recorded most of the incoming suggestions for change in the mobile of copying and signed them off as HGP. He added 4 important new paragraphs to Bill's story, Why Don't You Choose Your Own Conception of God? He constantly argued for what should and shouldn't go into the book. He wanted a psychological or moral psychology book rather than a religious book. And once in a while, he actually won. Higher power, God as we understand him. He forced Bill to make the changes suggested by Dr. Howard. Parkhurst is essential and valuable to the creation of both the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous and the book Alcoholics Anonymous, and as such, he can rightfully claim substantial credit for saving the lives of millions of drunks worldwide. Without him, it's possible there never would have even been a worldwide movement for us to be talking about today. The downfall of this man who was so responsible for the creation of the big book and who focused such significant and far-reaching changes to some of Bill Wilson's more dogmatic positions was a tragedy of the first order and a living testimony to the power of active alcoholism. Hank's continued drinking was an event that colored so much of what came before he got left out and after. January 18, 1954, Henry Giffen Parkhurst dies. He's 58 years old. Lois said it was from drinking. Others said it was from pills. Some said it was from both. His obituary reportedly says he died after a long illness. We're just really never going to know until somebody does some more research and discovers some more facts about this guy. Requiescat, rest in peace, Hank Parkhurst. Rarely have so many owed so much to such a forgotten man. I want to go back. I got 2 quotes that are in front of my book and in the back of my book. Bill Wilson speaking in Fort Worth in 1954. Some people reading the book, I think I read these before. We're going to read them again. They say, well, this is just the AA Bible. And when I hear that, it always makes me want to shudder because the guys who put it together weren't a damn bit biblical. I think sometimes some of the drunks have an idea that these old timers went around with almost visible halos and long gowns, and they were just full of sweetness and light. Oh boy, how inspired they were. Oh yes, but wait until I tell you.
Very, very.
And again, Dorothy Schneider. People talk as though they were 100 men. They all went sailing. We got somebody not on mute. Janet, you need to go on mute. The people talk as though there were 100 men, but they all went sailing and they were taken straight up to heaven. And God just guided Bill's hand. And Bill just sat there and let those words come through. Actually, it wasn't anything like that at all. No, it wasn't anything like that at all. If you're interested in AA history and you don't belong to the AA History Lovers group, you need to go Google AA History Lovers. It will get you to this web address and you can join. People who are serious about AA, almost all the people in the country who are serious about Alcoholics Anonymous history belong to this group, including me. And questions get asked here and answers get provided here that are just amazing. Just amazing. Google AA History Lovers and it'll get you there. Just sign up. Tom will put you on. I get a daily digest. Every time something new gets put up, I get a digest that day. And it just says, hey, there was this new thing about this. So you don't have to go. It's fabulous. It's great. And I've got a website if you want more information on my book, writingthebigbook.com. How could you forget that? www.writingthebigbook.com. Now, I know I've been talking here for over 4 hours, so I'm sure a 3.5-minute video of me talking about the book is not going to impress you or anyone else. But there's also the table of contents there if you want to see what's actually in the book. There's a sample, Chapter 8. I personally think Chapter 8 is one of the more inflammatory and interesting chapters in the book. And I welcome that you go online and read that if you want to get a feel for what it's like to read this very large book. There's 7 reviews by AA historians there, and there's also a spot where you can send me a message. So thank you. Thank you all.
And we're going to start the afternoon session on questions and answers.
Sounds good. Thanks, Al. And thanks so much, Bill. It's been quite a day. Our first question is about the August 30th, 1938 visit by Dr. Bob and Ann Smith with the Wilsons, and that it included their son, Smitty. And the question is, what was Sue Smith doing during this time back in Akron?
Well, it's a good question, but I don't have any kind of answer for it. Sue was almost exactly the same age as her brother. She was adopted, and I know that Dr. Bob and his wife and her son, they were going up to visit his mother. You know, he would come to New York and then he would go up into Vermont and visit his mom. He did that when they did the December meeting in 1937, when he did with the Rockefellers. That was what he did that time, and that's what he did in that August meeting in 1938. He went up and visited his mother, and then he went back to Akron. But I don't know what Sue was doing. I know that at some point she was, she claims that she typed up some of those stories for the back of the book, and she was doing that as practice because she was taking a class that she had to learn typing at. So maybe she had school classes and had to stay home for that. But wow, we are deep into no knowledge speculation here. So unfortunately, I got no information on that.
Thank you. And our next question is, if Bill W. wrote all 12 steps in the first draft of How It Works in December 1938, then when Hank P. made his last-minute additions right before the book went to press, he would not really have been adding a totally new second step, but just expanding on the second step that Bill W. had already written in December, right?
Sure. But he was adding it into Bill's story, and he was doing it into Bill's story in 4-part harmony. It's 4 long paragraphs there. So it's more about an experiential thing rather than a statement of fact, as it appears, in just 8 words or whatever it is in the second step. So, I don't know. I mean, you could people speculate and say, I bet you he was just taking dictation from Bill. I don't know. But it's definitely in Hank. That entire insert is in Hank Parker's hand. And the page where it gets insert, it says insert. There's a little thing in there. That's in Hank Parker's hand. So, I don't know. Maybe it was a story Bill told him and he wrote it out and said, what do you think, Bill? And Bill said yes. I don't know. But it was an important addition to Bill's story, I believe, certainly was an important addition for me. And it was way more explicit than came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. There was an openness to that story that he told in Bill's story, that got inserted into Bill's story, that just power greater than ourselves is a little open-ended, but Bill's much more open-ended in the story. So even if it was just fleshing out something Bill had already written in chapter 5, which, given the timeline, that would be appropriate and then very understandable, good observation, nice call, nice catch. It's different on a significant level, in my opinion, from just what's written in the 12 steps.
Awesome. Okay. Our next question is, in chapter 15 of the book, it brings up that Hank was trying to obtain $1,000 a month in the fall of 1938 after Bill had arranged to receive $300 a month from Charles Towns starting in October. Hank said he needed $200 a month for Bill, $600 for Hank, and $200 for Fitz. What was Fitz's connection with honors dealers, and why did Hank feel Fitz should be cut in on his monetary request?
Well, if I remember this right, the numbers you just quoted are from that sheep's and goat letter that Bill wrote, I think, on September 27th, 1938, where he says, this is the kind of money we need to keep going. And it wasn't Hank saying that, that was Bill saying that. And Fitz had nothing to do with honor dealers. Fitz was living down in Maryland most of the time. And when he'd get in a fight with his wife, he'd get on the train and go up to spend a few days with Wilson and Lois up in Brooklyn. But those are two completely different things going on there. You know, Hank had greater expenses because he had not just a wife and 2 kids and a mortgage. He also had an office and a secretary. And there were things he needed extra money for to cover that. It's funny that I did not put in this presentation that Bill started getting money from Charlie Towns. I'll make a note of that and make sure I insert that if we ever go this way again.
Thanks, Bill. And I'm just going through the list, everybody, of all the questions you've submitted. So if you think of anything else, go ahead and send it in the chat to me. The next one is, it says, Hank P. talks of the 4 steps. Is he talking about surrender, sharing, amends, and guidance as the tenets of the Oxford group?
Yeah, I don't know what Hank's talking about in the 4 steps. And if you read my book on that section, I say that. I'm like, what the devil is this guy talking about? And I go through a number of options. One of them is the Oxford group comparison. And I just don't think that's what he's doing. I personally think, so he writes these things at the beginning of Hank's ideas. It says, chapter 1 is being written. Now, chapter 1 is there is a solution. So I presume we're like in the first week of June by now. We've already written Bill's story, and he's written Bill's story in 2 versions, the 12,000 word version and the 5,400 word version. And in the 12,000 word version, Bill Wilson explicitly says, step 1, and then there's a laundry list of stuff, step 2, and a laundry list of stuff, and step 3, and there's 4 steps in Bill Wilson's original 12,000 word story. My best guess is that that's what he's talking about. I think he's appealing to Bill by saying, look, this is what I think we should stick with those 4 steps. And that's what you just wrote in your story, Bill. What's the problem here? You know, let's get off this religious bandwagon and talk about those 4 steps. So if you want to see what those 4 steps were, you need to go back and read Bill's original version of Bill's story, that 12,000 word thing when they're in there. But it's really like my beloved sponsor of 35 years who died in 2017, who, along with my wife, my book is dedicated to, was a college professor of philosophy. And he said he hated Blue Book, final exam times where he said the kids would just come up. It was like a dump truck. They would just dump everything they had ever heard in class and read into those blue books, and he had to wade his way through them, and I always thought that Bill Wilson's 4 steps in his long version was a dump truck unloading of all the things he had in his head about how he had personally stayed sober. So could have been those OG things, but I don't think Hank was much of an OG guy. I don't think he was saying to Bill, we should be doing that Oxford group stuff. Doesn't sound like Hank Parker's to me.
Excellent. All right, our next question is, there was an estimate of New York membership from August 1938 that there was a total of about possibly 69 members and another 25 prospects. In regards to the 200 shares of the 100 Men Corporation, who were the prospects for buying these $25 shares? If the membership totaled 94 at most, who were all broken without jobs, who supposedly bought these shares, even at a prorated purchase of the $5 per month?
Yeah, somewhere in my book, there's a footnote saying how many guys in New York bought shares. And I think there was 9 of them. I think. Please don't quote me at that number, but it's in the book, no doubt about it. Almost all the people that bought shares were friends and relatives and businesses. They were one of the things. The first people listed as buying shares were Stanox. They were selling a car polish. Honor Dealers was selling a car polish. Jimmy Burwell, who's so wildly inaccurate, said that Hank had bought that company, but they were just selling it. They were just distributing Stanox car polish. And Stanox bought 8 shares of stock. They're the first ones listed on the list of who bought the stock and who needed to get their $25 back. This was a list that was made up, I think, in May of 1940. I've got a copy of it here someplace. But anyhow, there was nobody in Ohio bought a share of stock, and about 9 New Yorkers bought a share of stock. But there was other people who bought stock and who bought it on the $5 a month plan. Ruth Hawk's letters. She wrote just a ton of letters to people in February and March of 1939 saying, thank you for the $5 or thank you for the $25. And as soon as we form the corporation, we'll send you the stock certificate and blah, 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 that sort of thing. Oh, by the way, that whole 100, it's just amazing. They started talking about 100 people certainly in July of 1938. Everybody's talking about there being 100 guys sober. And by the time they get to April of 1939, there's 100 guys sober. So what's going on with that? What's going on with that? Were they Ruth Hawk says that Bill was always doing inflation. Every time he started doing it, she's funny when she talks about Bill Wilson doing his inflation of the numbers. But the fact that they used the same number, nobody said 150. They were always doing 100 from July of 38 to April of 39. And obviously that wasn't the case. There wasn't, I suspect there was not 100 in July, and I suspect there was more than 100 in April. But again, the documents at the time all say 100.
Awesome. Okay, next question for you. Thanks so much for sticking on to answer all of these. And thanks to everyone who keeps asking them as well. This one is about the, crediting of the As We Understood Him. And the individual says, I thought that you had suggested As We Understood Him came from Hank, but they're talking about Jim Burwell in The Vicious Cycle and the quote about, I don't think the boys were completely convinced of my personality change, for they fought shy of including my story in the book. So my only contribution to their literary efforts was my firm conviction, since I was still a theological rebel, that the word God should be qualified with the phrase As We Understood Him. And so the question is, I guess, the relationship between Hank and Jim's contributions on this topic or point or phrase.
Great question. If I was to try and do a 4-part harmony on that question, it would be somewhere between a 30 and a 45-minute PowerPoint presentation. It's just wonderful. First of all, Jimmy Burwell always took credit for getting that into the steps, not for inventing it, because Bill Wilson was using it in his original story when he wrote it in May of 1938. So Jimmy Burwell didn't invent it. But Jimmy Burwell never said he invented it. He always said he got it put into the steps. And there's this great letter. There's this famous letter in 1955, I think, between Ruth Hawk and Bill Wilson. But there was like 4 letters back and forth. And one of the ones that you don't find online, but you got to go to the archive for, Bill Wilson says, do you remember Jimmy Burwell having anything to do with that deal? And she writes back and she says, he wasn't even in the office. I don't ever remember him even being in the office when we're having those blood on the floor arguments between you, me, Fitz, and Hank. And Bill writes back and says, well, I'm glad you confirmed that. But he says, Jimmy wrote something. Jimmy wrote something in 1947 called The Evolution of Alcoholics Anonymous that was getting wide circulation on the West Coast. And Wilson says, Jimmy wrote that thing and it's been read by a whole bunch of people out. So he didn't want to call Burwell out and say, you didn't do that. I think it was Patrick was saying earlier, it's all about who's reading what and how they read stuff. And the same thing with, a car accident. Depends on where you're standing and what you're seeing. I speculate that Jimmy Burwell was living in Hank Parker's house at that time. I've got Jim Burwell's original man. I've got his multilith copy, and he's written his name and his address. It's Hank Parker's address. So when that thing came out, he was living with Hank Parker's. And I suspect that he was sitting down at breakfast with Hank Parker's every day before Hank went to the office and just cranking him up on doing more spiritual and less religious. And God, as we understand, I suspect he was just cranking him up and sending him in there to do the fight. So I think Hank was the guy who probably physically was in the room talking to Bill about putting that in. But I think Jimmy Burwell probably gets good credit for insisting that they put that in and making Hank insist that they put that whole thing in. And the origin of the thing, Bill Wilson says that that's what Ebby told him right off the get-go. And I got problems with that, but that's another whole story. Like I said, 30 to 45 minutes just on As We Understand Them.
All right, next question. Was Dorothy Snyder an alcoholic?
I'm not sure about that, but I do believe from stuff I read that she got sober later. Virginia got sober later. I don't know anything about Caroline. But Dorothy, in that quote that she talks about that I read at the beginning, at the end, about how it wasn't anything like that at all, she's talking about on the West Coast. So I suspect that at that time she was on the West Coast, but I could be wrong. She may have still been in Cleveland. Maybe she just knew people on the West Coast, because her implication was that that's the stories about this being the angel coming down and whispering the words of the big book into Bill's ear so that he got it right. That's what she was talking about at the time. But yeah, I think she was somebody who got sober in AA, but I don't know that for a fact. I got a vibe off of things I've read about her. Somebody needs to do the research. Ladies, we need you on this Three Right Sister project.
All right, cool. The next question is, when Bill was actually writing the book, where was he geographically located? Was he in Brooklyn, or was he in New Jersey, or was it a combination of locations?
Yeah, combination. Ruth says that he showed up with the yellow sheets, the yellow pads, the yellow legal pads. But she said he showed up just landed with an outline of those things, and then he would start talking. He insisted. She claims that he insisted that she type. She could take shorthand. She was great at taking shorthand, but he didn't like her to do that. He wanted her to type while he was talking. He didn't want to do this shorthand intermediate stuff. He wanted to see it right away. Think about that. An alcoholic who wants to see it right away, just can't wait, So she said that he shows up with these yellow things that just kind of had a rough idea of what was supposed to be in the chapter. And then he would start talking, and she would type, and he would look at what she had typed, and then he would start talking again, and she would retype the whole thing in what he was doing. And so he was clearly, at least according to Ruth's testimony, he was clearly writing stuff in Brooklyn and bringing it over to Newark, where it then got typed up and edited as they went along on that deal.
All right, next question. What can you tell us about the rumor that Bill Wilson received 50 cents a copy in royalty for each copy of the Big Book right up until his death?
Now, we're way outside of my zone here, but I did see a letter from Leonard Strong, his brother-in-law, when he was a trustee in 1943, when they finally decided that they were going to give Dr. Bob 35 cents for each book, and Bill Wilson 35 cents for each book. Now, did that thing pass? I don't know. Again, I've only done research. My deep dive archive research ended in June of 1939. And I stumbled into some older stuff that we talk about, but in general, that's where I stopped. As far as I know, Bill got money for the big book. Bob got money for the big book until he died. Now, I don't know if this is true. I think it's a little higher than anecdotal, but this is what I've been told by people who have supposedly done some research on this, and I didn't hit the save button, so I'm not accurate perhaps. But Bob got money up until the day he died, and then it stopped. And Bill got money up until the day he died, and then the money started going to Lois. And when Lois died, it stopped. But again, I could be wrong on that. I bet you there's people on this call who have hardcore information on that probably even contradict what I just said.
All right, thank you. Next question I have for you is, who, if anyone, questioned Fitz while he was in the hospital and then told him that all your troubles are over?
Yeah, Fitz doesn't say, but the guy has obviously been on the streets of New York, sober or drunk, one or the other, and knows other people who are. I mean, that's his point. I speculated, and I think I said earlier in this presentation, I think that might have been Silas Bent, because Silas was a guy who was just staying sober and drinking and staying. There's a famous story that I don't even remember where I got it. It's in the book though, but that Bill gets a call from Silas's wife. They live in Old Greenwich, Connecticut, which is the first town over the New York border on the coast. And she gets a call. She calls up Bill and she says, he's been drunk for 5 or 6 days and I think he's dying. And Bill gets in a cab he takes a train and then he goes down to the house and he's so scared that Silas is going to die that he puts him in a cab and takes him to the town's hospital. And the doctor sees him and says, I don't think he's going to make it through the night. And Bill comes back the next day and Silas is just fine. He's just fine. He gets up and leaves. So he was a guy who was slipping and sliding with some regularity. As I said earlier, I think that, it might have been Silas, but it might have been somebody else also who was talking to Fitz. But Silas is interesting. Silas was a writer, man. He was an accomplished writer. How come he never ended up with a story in the big book or anybody talking about his story being in the big book? I gotta figure that he just couldn't hang on to sobriety any way, shape, form, or manner. But again, that's speculation.
Awesome. Okay. The next question, and I'm trying to give these to you in the order they come. So topic-wise, we might be jumping all over the place, but thank you for doing this. Regarding the Wright sisters, Virginia, Dorothy, and Carolyn, were they or any other wives of alcoholics involved in revising the chapter to wives? We know, I think you had mentioned earlier, Lois was upset that she wasn't involved in writing it. And did she get to write anything in the big book eventually? No, and no. I don't think those women were consulted on any level whatsoever. It's possible, but I've never seen any evidence for that. And no, I just can't believe that happened on any level. Bill Wilson was like, he claimed that he had to write that chapter himself so that it sounded the same. Supposedly that's what he told Lois. And there's a certain logic to that. But I can also see him not wanting Lois to write that chapter because he would be what if she wrote something that was completely contrary to what he was trying to sell at the moment? It was just, would Lois really have written a chapter that said the kind of things that it says in that chapter? Bill Wilson gets so close to saying, if your husband drinks, it's your fault, that it's scary how close he gets to saying that, and there are people who read it that way because it gets that close. So Lois, I suspect he thought Lois would never write something that would be acceptable to him, and that would just lead to more family fights. So rather than having those fights, they'll have just one fight. No, Lois, you can't write the chapter. Okay, and our next question is someone who's interested in the differences between the Ohio and the New York groups. And in 1992, the old timers talked about doing 5 things to stay sober. Get on your knees every morning and ask to stay sober, read some literature, 3, go to a meeting. 4, help another alcoholic. And 5, thank God for your sobriety at night. Do you know if that comes from the New York City group or is that Akron?
Wow, Andy, I'm afraid I got no idea on that. I mean, it's just, so much new stuff has come in. I mean, when did 90 meetings in 90 days start? I have no idea, but they weren't doing it in New York and Akron. I mean, there was only 2 meetings a week in the entire world. You can't do 90 meetings in 90 days. So, I mean, in my home group, Stratford Men's Group, we have 4 different meetings, like 100 some odd guys. And one of the meetings is a beginner group. So if you got less than 6 months of sobriety, you got to go to the beginners group. And there are people that say, you need to not drink today. You got to get on your knees in the morning. You got to have a sponsor and call them every day. And you got to go to a meeting. There's all those little shorthand. This is what you need to do to get sober. And what you just read is one version of that. But those are things that grew up out of people who are very much like Bill Wilson pragmatists. This is when we did this stuff, we didn't drink. So if you do this stuff, there's a good chance you're not going to drink. And here it is in a nutshell. Boom, boom, boom.
Awesome. Okay. And the next question is it possible that Hank could have come on the Rockefeller radar with his scheme for a kind of anti-monopoly oil company and thus influence Rockefeller against him in the money pitch? Or conversely, was Hank influenced by that rejection to want to start such an endeavor?
Well, he had started the endeavor before the rejection, so that would not have been a viable thing. Is it possible? Yeah, I guess it's possible. I mean, they went and talked about those things. They had a meeting before the meeting. So December 13th, they go to Willard Richardson and they have dinner, and then they go to the boardroom and they have this big meeting. But they had what they called a setup meeting the night before. Dr. Bob drove in the night before. Everybody came to Wilson's house the night before, and they role played on how they were going to do this meeting. And yeah, would I love to be a fly on the wall during that setup meeting? Good Lord, that must have been great. And I'm sure some of the things that got talked about and decided was, are we going to tell them that Hank was an employee? I mean, maybe they didn't even know. I mean, how big the Rockefeller organization, how big Standard Oil is. I mean, would they have just known, of course, that Hank Parkhurst had been somebody they had fired? I doubt that. That would have to have been brought to their attention, most especially to Willard Richardson. I mean, Willard Richardson was outside the business zone with Rockefeller completely. But did they tell him that? Is that one of their success stories? Look, I was so bad and drunk that you guys fired me. And look at me now today. I've got my own little company over here trying to screw you. But I don't know about that. Sorry.
Oh, good. Thank you. And the next question is, has there ever been anything written specifically about Hank P? And I'm assuming that the questioner means, like, are there books or articles that might talk about Hank P in detail?
No, there isn't. I had 8 chapters early on of this book, and I sent it out to 2 alcoholic friends and 2 non-alcoholic friends. And all 4 of them wrote me back with comments and critiques and stuff like that. But all 4 of them in the first or second paragraph said, can I get a book about this guy, Hank Parkhurst? I mean, they were just knocked out by who he was and how flamboyant he was and how important he was, even in just these 8 chapters I was written at the time. And no, nobody's done a bio. There's one guy who's doing some really, really nice research on him, and maybe he's going to write a book sometime. I don't know. I talk to him occasionally on the phone, and he tells me some really interesting stuff he's dug up about Hank in his early years and the backstory, his parents and his grandparents and things like that. I wish somebody would do the research and then write a decent book on him. Yeah, he's a wicked interesting guy. I mean, are there things in the Rockefeller archive about Hank Parkhurst and Standard Oil? I suspect things that I haven't seen that go back in his history. I suspect there are, but I don't know. Rockefeller people, that archive is, you can imagine with the Rockefeller money, it's the slickest operation you could ever have. It's really, really, really good. You just go in there and Start telling what you want, and they bring out carts with stuff, and you can do it. It's a pain in the butt filling out the form to get copies of them, but they will make copies of stuff, unlike GSO and Stepping Stones. So it's really nice to be able to. I had to fill out, I don't know how many slips to get 150 copies I got out of those guys, but yeah, the Rockefeller Archive might be a good source of information on him.
Awesome, thanks. And next question, really for you, Bill, and it's what got you interested in researching the big book? And also, did you know it would take 11 years?
No, not at all. And as I mentioned in the beginning, I really went down there to find out how many copies of the multilith was made. That was really all I was doing when I went down there. I had bought that copy of Jim Burwell's copy of the multilith in 2001 in September, and I applied, I don't know, sometime after that to GSO to get in, and they have a format that they follow. They have a meeting 3 or 4 times a year, the archive committee. They look at people who want to come in. They either approve or disapprove their applications. So I sent in an application, and they sent me a thing and said, listen, we didn't get to it this time, so we'll do it next time. And I was like, okay with that. And then I never heard from them again. And I figured that they had just disallowed me, They just told me I couldn't come in, because I hear all these stories about how uptight GSO is about letting people look at stuff. It's not true, folks. It really isn't true. They have a policy and a procedure, but it's not true. So I went to the auction when this original manuscript, the book that started it all. I went to the second auction. I went to all those auctions, but I went to the second auction when Ken bought it. And his daughter was actually the one who was there bidding, and she bought it for just under $1 million. And as soon as I was there with my sponsor, as soon as she got it, she ran out to call her father and mother and tell her that they had bought this book for almost $1 million. And I went out, my sponsor went out, and a whole bunch of other people went out, and we're all talking to her. We're talking about the thing. And one of the women says to me, gee, you seem to know a lot about this multilith printer. And I said, well, yeah, I probably know more about it, but I'd know a hell of a lot more about it if I could possibly get into the GSO archive. And one of the women said, what? And I said, well, I put in this application. She said, my name's Amy Filiatro, and I'm the GSO archivist, and you send in an application, I'll get you in. And they found out afterwards that the thing kind of fell between the cracks in the second meeting. It wasn't that they disallowed me. They never got back to me. It got lost in the shuffle somehow. And Amy got me in there. She had to leave shortly after that for her parents were very sick. She left for Tennessee, and Michelle took over. And those people have just been fabulous with me. But I went down there to find out. I'm looking for the invoice to find out how many copies of the multilith were made, so I can assess its rarity and therefore the value of this book I just bought. But I kept stumbling over this stuff. Michelle kept giving me stuff, and I kept finding things that were just like, well, that's not the story I was told. No, that's not the story I was told. No, I didn't think it would take 11 years. My first book took 5 years. Second book took 11 years. So that's the way it goes. You get old. Slow down.
Awesome. Okay, next question is Dr. Bob, Sylvia Kaufman, and a third person have their stories in all 4 editions. Do you know who that third person is, and what's the name of the story?
Sylvia Kaufman doesn't have her. No, she's not in the first edition. She came along after. The Keys to the Kingdom appears in the second, I believe, and every other one after that. The 3 people whose story appears in all 4 are Fitz Mayo, our Southern friend, Dr. Bob, Dr. Bob's Nightmare, and Archie Trowbridge, which is I think it's called He Mastered Fear these days. They've changed the name. I think it was called The Fearful One in the beginning, and then they changed the name to He Mastered Fear. But those are the 3 people whose stories have appeared in all 4 editions of the Big Book.
Excellent. All right, and the next question is, you mentioned that Ernie Kurtz did not consider Bob a co-founder. And you mentioned the names of those he did consider as co-founders. Could you quickly mention those names again?
Ernie suggested that if anybody was a co-founder, Hank Parkhurst was a co-founder. That was the only name he mentioned. And that was just the first time, Jackie B's doing the symposium on AA history coming up at the end of January this month. And when we did the first symposium on AA history, Jay and I set that up. I wanted to have Ernie come down and be the keynote speaker, but of course Ernie wasn't traveling at that time. So Kevin Hanlon, Dan Carasino, and I went up to his house, and we did a video interview with him for 3.5 hours. And then that got boiled down to just under a half an hour that we did. Now that quote comes out of, it wasn't actually in the 30-minute reduction that we did. It was the whole quote was in the original interview, which I've got transcripts and audio for. But yeah, that was Ernie was like, yeah, you know, I mean, Bill Wilson was the founder of Alcoholics Anonymous. That's the deal. Were there a lot of people that helped him? Were there a lot of really, really important people in the beginning? Could it have not happened if we didn't have these other people in there? Of course. There was a lot of other people. But Bill Wilson was the founder of AA. That's what I believe. That's what Ernie Kurtz believed. And I'm sticking with Ernie.
Thanks. And the next question is, did Bill and Bob get money, it's $30 a week from Rockefeller, before the big book was written?
No, yeah, Bill says someplace that he got money. He got some of that money. He didn't get any of that money. Didn't happen. Read the 1938 letters and correspondence. Look at the final reports that Frank Amos did on where the money went. There's a bunch of those things. He didn't get the money. The money went to Dr. Bob. He wasn't getting any money. I know he said he got money. It's not true. He didn't get any money. End of story.
End of story. And the next question is, it was mentioned when Hank drank and got drunk again for the second or third time, and then later blamed Bill for making it difficult for Ruth to marry him. And it said, the person asking the question says, you mentioned that he was brought to a certain location to sober up again. What was that location, and what was its significance, if any?
Well, if you're talking about Bill bringing him out to, I think it was Green Lake. There was a camp at Green Lake. I don't even know if the camp means there was a tent or there was a cabin, but that's where they were staying at the time. And Lois's diary at the time, has more details than I just put into that PowerPoint thing, and probably more details than appear in my book. But there was no more significance to it. It wasn't like it was a rehab or a drying out spot. We didn't have any of those in those days. It wasn't until actually probably 1940 that Bill finally hooked up with High Watch Farm up in Kent, Connecticut, place that I went to rehab in. And there's a great story about, I'm doing this stuff on Virginia McLeod, right? So Virginia gets sober, and she's hanging out with Bill and Lois, and her husband, Myron's a bad drunk. And Bill and Lois are going up to High Watch Farm. This is in 1940 sometime, going up to High Watch Farm, and Virginia goes with them against her husband's wishes. She leaves for the weekend. They go to this spiritual retreat up there. They're having a board meeting. Somehow they're handing this thing over to I don't know what's going on with that. It's outside my scope. So when they come home after the weekend, Bill says, well, I'm going to walk into the house. And Virginia says, oh, no, don't do that. We have no idea what Myron's going to be like. And Lois says, Bill, don't go in that. Bill's the gentleman. He's going to walk Virginia back into the house. So he walks Virginia back into the house, and Myron starts arguing with him, and they get into it, and Myron decks him, punches him in the face, and knocks him to the ground. Now, I love this story. Bill Wilson making a 12-step call on Virginia's husband, and he gets decked and knocked to the ground. So I don't know how I got off on that story. Maybe we were talking about Virginia, but I love that story. I just found that one a couple of weeks ago. I was like, damn, that's a great Bill Wilson story.
Absolutely. All right, next question for you is, why was Charlie Towns giving money to Bill W.? Was it for referrals?
No, he was giving him money to write the book. He gave him $500 on May 18th of 1938. Gave him some more money when they burned through that. But the money was going to Bill, and then Bill was handing it out to Fitz and Hank as needed. But then in October, he told Bill that he would give him $300 a month for 5 months to write the book. And the $300 a month, $200 of that was for Wilson, and $100 of that was for Ruth Hawk. So he had been promised $1,500 in an advance if he published with Harper and Brothers. So this was the same $1,500. It was $300 a month for 5 months. And that's what Wilson lived on. So Dr. Bob is getting taken care of by the Rockefeller donation. Hank's living off of the $25 stocks that's been being sold. And Bill, in this time period, in the end of 1938 into 1939, is getting $300 a month from Charlie Towns to write the book. No, he wasn't doing referrals at all. That's not what was happening here. He tried to hire him in December of 36 as a consultant, as a therapist, if you will, what we would call today an alcoholic therapist. But certainly, if that had gone down, Bill would have been referring people in left and right and enjoying the profits and the proceeds from that. But that didn't happen. It didn't happen. And they paid Charlie back every penny. They paid everybody back every penny. They paid the Rockefellers back every penny. Took them a long time to get around to having enough money to do that, but they did that. They really did a good job with that. I mean, the promise early on was give us some money until we're self-supporting and we'll pay you back. And they did. An amazing thing.
Okay, and our next question is about the topic we were talking about earlier, power greater than ourselves. In chapter 4, when it says that we had to find a power by which we could live, and it had to be a power greater than ourselves, is that part of the same Hank edition editorial proposal?
There's no way to know one way or the other, picking out. I mean, there's software packages these days that they can run through and find out who the anonymous author of this particular book was, because, and I presume somebody someday is going to do that in relation to the big book, but we're way beyond my scope and my ken here. Yeah, I could speculate, but it'd just be speculation.
Got it. Any idea why the big book cost what it did in 1939, $3.50, and the person asking the question says that looks to be equivalent to a $50 book today?
Yeah, I'm really skeptical about the conversions from, the inflation rate from 1939 to 2021. I mean, if you go online and look at those things, in the book, John D. Rockefeller Jr. loans a bunch of money to Chipman, and Chipman can't pay him back, so he forgives like $125,000 of the loan. And you can go to the conversion rates, and that $125,000 can be anywhere from $750,000 to $4 million, 10. I don't know. It's just terrible. It's not a science, folks. It's like pick one out of the hat, and that's what you get. So here's the deal, according to what I found in the documents there, and what Bill Wilson said about it afterwards, and that is this: that most books those days, most novels that day, were selling for $2.75 or $3. Grapes of Wrath, which was the same size as the big book, almost to a page. Grapes of Wrath sold for $2.75. Gone with the Wind sold for $3. Our book sold for $3.50. Why did we have such an expensive book? First of all, they wanted to get as much money as possible. They could. They talked about $3 early on, but somehow at the last minute, it turns out to be $3.50. And when they do the multiple, they mentioned the $3.50, I think, for the first time, but don't quote me on that. And what they did was, what Wilson said they did was, they considered this book wasn't a novel, it was a textbook. And they said they went to the New York Times bestseller list and looked at what textbooks sold for, and textbooks sold for more money per book than novels did. So they went with that argument, and rather than going all the way to $5, which Bill said there was a bunch of textbooks selling for $5 in 1939, they pegged it at $3.50. So I don't think it was, if Grapes of Wrath, which came out like the same week almost that the big book came out, and Gone with the Wind were selling for $2.75 and $3, I don't think $3.50 is that far out of the zone. It's more money, but it's not like, oh my God, this was, some people, I've had people do that inflation rate. They said, well, that's the equivalent of a $96 book. And nobody could afford that. And they were taking collections. Meetings were taking collections so that they could get one copy of the book because it was so expensive. Like, give me a break.
All right, so next question is it correct but Lois gave her copy of the Big Book manuscript to Barry Leach, the author of the book Living Sober, and that upon his death, it got auctioned.
Well, yes, Lois did give the original manuscript that was marked up in Honor Dealer's office in Newark, New Jersey, to Barry Leach. And Barry had rendered important and extensive service to Lois as his right-hand man for years. Barry had originally said that book was going to go to, now again, we're stories I haven't done primary document research on, but the stories I hear are these. Barry had told everybody that it was going to be donated back to AA when he died, and it said so in his will. But then he wrote one of the books, I can't remember, the one with the yellow cover.
Living Sober.
Living Sober. Thank you very much, Andy. Living Sober. It's getting old is a real bear. I tell you, I can't remember living sober. You're in bad shape. But anyhow, he wrote Living Sober, and he did it for a flat fee, and then it started selling a bajillion copies, and he decided he should have gotten more. But got in a big fight with AWS over that, and decided he wasn't going to give it to him. So when he died, he went to a family member, and at some point in the 2000s, 2004, I believe, was the first Sotheby's auction. It was auctioned off at Sotheby's. It went for a little bit better than 2.4 million. No, it went 1.6 million. It went for 1.6 million. And then a couple of years later, it was resold at Sotheby's again, and it went for just under $1 million. And then the last time it was sold, it went for 2.5 or 2.6 million. That was auctioned out of Heritage on the West Coast. But AAA got into a big fight with Ken, who was the second buyer, when he tried to do it sell it at the third auction. And it finally AA spent a lot of money fighting that thing, and they lost that case, and I think they should have lost that case. But I don't know if that answers all your question or over answers your question. Sometimes I get, over answering like I got overserved when I was drinking. But
well, the next ones I think are going to be easy for you. And the first is, what is your first book called? And the second is, was your earlier mention about a streaming series on the writing of the Big Book tongue-in-cheek, or is it something you're actually considering?
My first book was called The Nietzsche Canon, a publication history and bibliography. It was published by University of Chicago Press in 1995. Now, I got to brag a little bit here. I was running a family blueprint business at the time, so being published by one of the premier academic presses in the world in 1995 while you're running a blueprint shop in Norwalk, Connecticut was a hell of a deal. And the book was so well received. The Germans aren't happy about American and English people writing about Nietzsche. They think, they own him, and that we have our heads in places that we can't talk about. I know of 6 books written in English about Nietzsche that have been translated into German. Mine was, if there are only 6, mine was the 7th. Was published in German because the German scholars liked it so much. So that was tremendous. If only I'd been working in a university, I would have gotten more money in a promotion. But I was running a blueprint shop, so that was my first book. The streaming series. Yeah. I mean, come on. You read this thing? This is a fabulous story. This is a fabulous human story. Yeah, I got a little, what do we call them? You don't call it an outline. You call it I forget what you call it. I've got one of those, and it's been around to a couple of people. We haven't really gotten much traction on it yet, but this is a really, really human story, and it's just filled with all kinds of interesting characters and large personalities, and we're talking life-saving stuff here. I think there's more than enough drama here to do that. One of my friends said to me, one of the guys I sponsor said to me when I was talking to him about this, he said, yeah, well, there's a couple of million alcoholics. He said, but of course, those fundamentalist alcoholics, they wouldn't like it, so that it would limit the audience. I said, hold it. I said, did you watch that thing, the Queen's Gambit? Did you watch that show? He said, oh, yeah, I watched that show. My wife, we really loved that show. I said, do you play chess? Well, he said, no, I don't play chess. I said, well, I saw that show once by myself and once with my wife. It's a great show. And I haven't played chess since I was about 18 years old. You don't have to be an alcoholic or somebody in AA to understand that this is a fabulous story with a fabulous human story here. That's just, you don't need to be a drunk to appreciate it. So, yeah, I think anybody out there is interested in being the writer and producer on this thing, I'd be happy to collaborate with you.
And hey, Bill, on a side question, kind of going in a different direction with Amos and Rockefeller. When Amos became a trustee at Denison University, do you think that may have been some kind of like path laid for the interaction or the cross between Frank and the Rockefeller folks?
Yeah, the old man, John D. Sr., was a huge supporter of Denison University, where Frank went. But
it was like what, 105,000 that he donated back in like 1900.
You're out of my time zone here for research, so I don't know. But I always wondered if somebody said that when Rockefeller reversed himself on prohibition because it had become so lawless, that they got some PR people in, some advertising people in, so that they could package this reversal in the best and most effective way possible. And supposedly, Amos was one of the guys they brought in to do that. I have no idea. I've never been able to find, I don't even know where I heard that, to tell you the truth, because it was unsubstantiated. I didn't have any reference for it. So
I think later in like and of course off the top of my head, 1943, 46, or maybe even into 50, attorney John E.F. Wood became a trustee at Denison, where Amos was kind of trustee emeritus for right before his retirement. So all those paths just seemed to cross at that one moment.
I didn't know Wood came from Denison. He was the guy who set up the trust indenture in August of 1938.
Yeah, I got a picture of John E.F. Wood and Frank Amos, and again, I can't remember the date, but I'll send it to you if you want.
Yeah, sure, it'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Could I just ask a question, please, Bill? It's John from England. So, Bill, I have a question.
Have you read the book?
I beg your pardon?
Have you read the book?
I haven't read it, I haven't got it, but guess what? I'll be getting it.
Good.
Hopefully, John, we'll see you at the Thursday reading meeting. I'll send you the details.
Yeah, I've actually got the details, David. A guy called Raj passed them on to me.
Fantastic.
If you could put the number, the meeting ID and stuff in the chat, that would be spectacular.
Will do, Barclay.
Thank you so much, David.
So, Bill, this is Eddie from Toronto. I have a question. Why do you what do you think? Why Hank Parkhurst didn't go to the counting the noses meeting?
Well, I don't know. It's possible. It's remotely possible he actually was there. It just didn't get mentioned. It's possible. But also maybe they wanted to leave a guy in the city to take care of the drunks that were showing up with such regularity, to keep what they were doing in New York going. He was certainly that guy. Also, if Akron had such a negative reaction to Bill Wilson, and they did have a very negative reaction to Bill Wilson as being a salesman, I try to lay emphasis on how bad that was by characterizing him as a snake oil salesman. If they thought Wilson was a snake oil salesman, what the hell would they have thought of Hank Parkhurst, for God's sakes? Because he was like off the charts, I mean, I have no idea, but if I had to guess, the best reason that Hank Parkhurst wasn't in Akron was that Phil said, I think you better stay home.
I was sort of thinking of that, too. 2 would be too much.
We're going to start back up in about 3 minutes at 11:15.
Fantastic.
All right.
Hi, Bill. It's Richard in the UK. I've got just a quick curious thing. I didn't realise that the bad feeling still remain between Akron and New York today. I find that fascinating. Do you think, just your view, do you think there are actually two programs in our fellowship? And do you think that's born from that, I don't want to say schism, but that divide between Akron and New York?
Well, there's certainly, I mean, if you go to Akron, I went up there and doing research for the book, and I was talking to Gail, who founded the archive. Gail's just awesome, a historian. And I hadn't started writing. She was like, "Well, you are going to talk about the four absolutes, aren't you?" And I was like, "No, I don't think I'm going to talk about the four absolutes." But that's the backstory for where some of this stuff came from, which is an important story. But it just, I mean, you go to Akron today, and you go up to Dr. Bob's house on Ardmore Avenue, you knock on the door, and somebody opens the door, and they'll say to you, I'll guarantee you, they're going to say to you, "Are you a friend of Bill's?" And you say yes, and they open the door wide, and they say, "Welcome home." Mm-hmm. Like that is the epicenter. They believe that 135 or whatever, Ardmore Avenue is the epicenter of Alcoholics Anonymous. And that's just how it is up there. We went out when Kevin and Dan premiered the movie. It premiered in Cleveland in 2012, and Sarah and I went out for that. And we were down and then they played it down in Akron. We went to both of those showings, and it's just pervasive in that Cleveland Akron axis that Dr. Bob still doesn't get the recognition he deserves, and Bill Wilson is way, way, way overvalued.
I find that fascinating, absolutely fascinating.
Yeah.
Thanks for the answer, and thank you so much for doing this. I have read your book. Actually, I didn't read your book. I listened to it on audio. I took the softer, easier way, and I've thoroughly enjoyed it. So this is brilliant. So thank you so much.
Bill, I got a question for you. I just wanted to ask you. Someone had brought it up on the chat, and it's very interesting. On the story, he sold himself short. It lists 6 steps. Were they taken from the 6 tenets of the Oxford Group?
Well, that's 2 different questions. First of all, the story that you're talking about wasn't published until 1955.
Okay.
So I was one of the guys who didn't write a story in the beginning, so it's 55 talking about something that happened in 1936. It's 19 years after the fact. By this time, Bill's story about the 6 steps, I think, permeated right down into the fabric of the urban legends floating around Alcoholics Anonymous, and that's where that comes from, my opinion. But it's the only place it happens, and it happens way after the fact. No contemporary evidence is my point. And the whole deal about there's the 4 spiritual activities of the Oxford Group that people say the 12. There's nothing really, really special about the spiritual things that are talked about in the 12 steps. They're just repackaging in a certain way, in a certain order, and presented by a vehicle, of a community vehicle, of a fellowship of people who have also been following those things to stay sober. So there's a whole cottage industry of like, where did this come from? Oh, I bet you this came from that book. I bet you those guys all went to this lecture and heard this. I really stay out of that stuff because I don't think there's any certainty whatsoever there. Bill Wilson was a pragmatist. He was a William James pragmatist, and he believed in what worked. If he picked up some stuff from the Oxford Group that worked, he kept it. And if some of the stuff from the Oxford Group didn't work, he got rid of it. And
right.
He picked stuff up from Sermon on the Mount that worked, he kept it. And if there was stuff in Sermon on the Mount that didn't work, he got rid of it. He was just,
right.
So this stuff, it was just like, there was like this, the spiritual zeitgeist of the things that are going on in the country at that. And we were a deeply religious cultural society at that time. Everybody went to church. And it's just, no. I think it came from Bill Wilson's pragmatism of his picking and choosing what he could see actually was working and what wasn't. And again, there's a real clear quote from Dr. Bob from like 1945 or 46 where he says, "This was all hit or miss. We were just trying anything, and we're sticking with what worked."
Right.
So I just don't understand the necessity of establishing some sort of direct line. There's a direct line from this to this, and that's where that came from. I think it worked. If it worked, that's where it came from.
Well, thank you so much. That brings us to the end of the time we had set aside for the Q&A. So I appreciate you sitting through all those questions and giving us such a great answer as well.
No, those were great questions. I want to thank you all for the questions. Those were great. I can't believe some of the questions I got. Those were great. Those are all good questions.
All right. Well, thank you, Bill, so much for coming and sharing with us today. And we are closing the meeting now.